Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the 2021 Digital Rally. I am one of the co organizers, James Jackson, executive producer of Light Beef Productions, and I'd like to thank you for joining us this morning. I can hear a little bit of feedback from one of my co hosts here. I'm not sure who it is, but feel free to mute any of your other channels that you have that you're watching along with us. And then I'm going to bring everyone up on screen. And
Advocate and a Philly John.
Culture producer, marketer, actress, executive director of Theater in the X, executive director of Theater Philadelphia, steering committee for the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia, arts lover, arts advocate. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Erlina Ortiz. I am resident playwright and co-artist director with Power Street. And I am a multi-hat wearing artist as well.
I am also a multi-hat wearing artist, basically do theater admin for Power Street and a freelance costume designer and yeah, everything in between, I guess. Happy to be here.
Alicea. I go by he, him, and I'm the founder and curator for Solar Tree. We do live and in-person events with artists from all over the world, from New York City to Philly to Puerto Rico, all the way to the West Coast.
yeah, okay, so now folks should be able to hear me. Thank you everyone again for joining the 2021 Digital Rally for Philly Arts. This is the second time that we're doing this. We did this in 2020, and we did this in mid 2020 because of the proposed cuts to the budget of the arts in Philadelphia. We're doing this now in 2021 to try and propose some considerations for the budget for City Council and the Mayor's Office now for the 2021 budget. And some of the things that we'd like to see are getting Philly arts budget up towards 1% of the city budget. That seems to be a relatively reasonable number, and where we're starting out from is 0.08%, less than a thousandth of a percent, or less than 100th of a percent of the city budget. Yes, less than 1,000th. Excuse me, you're correct. So that's a long way to go, but we'll get there. We're streaming this broadcast from the unceded ancestral lands of the Lenape people, and we'd like to honor the Lenape and other indigenous caretakers of these lands, waters, the elders who lived here before, the indigenous today, and the generations to come. And with that land acknowledgement, I'd like to just talk a little bit about some of the schedule highlights that we have for you today. LaNeshe, you had one that you wanted to bring up.
Yes, so I just joined TikTok I just posted my first TikTok a couple days ago, and I'm very excited about Taylor J. Mitchell's TikTok break that we're gonna have later in the afternoon. She's at 3:30, so that'll actually be on Power Street's Instagram account. So you can go over there, stop your work, take a break, learn this TikTok dance from her, and hopefully record it and share it with us with the hashtag Save Philly Arts and Culture, and we can share it out too. But even if you don't want to share, I think it's gonna be fun.
Awesome. Who else had something that they want? Erlina, you had one.
Yeah, I mean, we have our city council conversation happening today at 6. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be.
I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm excited to to just get a chance to chat with these folks about these things that really matter to us. So yeah, that's the big one I'm looking forward to, and also a little nervous about, because me and you are going to be the ones hosting that. So
yeah, we'll be talking with city council members. We've got I believe 8 city council members, and then 2 folks from the 2 chair people of the co-chairs of the Arts and Culture Task Force, which should be an interesting conversation. We're going to talk a little bit about how to get in touch with city council, what they like to, how they like to hear from folks, what they think when we have things like a digital rally and we flood their mailboxes for 2 days with emails and phone calls. Let's see.
And I'm just excited a little bit to just get to know them. We see these people's names all over the place, or we might hear about some policy that they passed, but we don't actually really know much about who they are. So that's kind of what I'm excited about too. Is just for folks to get a chance to know who are the people making decisions for our city.
I heard from Councilmember O over the weekend. He reached out to me directly, and he was. I'll take this as a compliment. He meant it as a compliment. I'm not sure how much of a compliment it is, but he said that our profile is slightly bigger than his, so he was excited to come on the rally because we have a bigger audience. I don't know. So then there's the Instagram. Who wants to talk about that one?
Oh, the Instagram DJ.
Yes.
Gonna get grooving. That's right after the TikTok dance session. So you can learn this dance, be feeling good, and keep the moving going with a little bit of grooves after that. It's at that perfect 3 o'clock time where you start to get tired anyway, so you can get your energy back up.
I didn't think of it like that, but that's a really good point. Nick Lopez, who is just an amazing performer, and I really miss the days of going to the club when Nick was DJing. But we can pretend for at least half an hour today.
Are you gonna be dancing up on your screen there? Like you gonna?
Most definitely.
Awesome. Jose, did you arrange that DJ? I forget who pulled that in.
That was Gabby that pulled in Nick.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick is awesome. Nick is also a poet, a writer, a professor, like, right? So many people who will be joining us today and tomorrow wear multiple hats and are seriously and just really multidisciplinary artists because they tap into so many fields, and also educators and have been in the trenches doing nonprofit work, so it's really exciting to have Nick involved along with so many other people in the lineup. I'll also just mention that I'm really excited about Ange Bay and Jen Clary's video that will be released today, Learn Your Shadow, at 10:30. So make sure you tune in. And what makes this video so special was Ange Bay performed, or shared, should I say, Learn Your Shadow at the first digital rally. And so because of that, the producer in me was like, I would love to see this in a video. What do you think, Ange? And Jen Clary, at the time we had like no money, no budget for this. And Jen Clary is on our advisory board, on Power Street's advisory board, and offered to, support us in this vision for this project. And so it's really exciting to be able to share it today with everyone. And Ange is just an incredible artist who has a lot of wisdom to share. And so I hope that folks embrace Ange's wisdom and also embrace the beautiful videography of Jen Clary.
Awesome. And then let's see, what else? You wanted to talk a little bit about Papa and Talle Puerto Riqueño.
Sure, I can introduce them. So Papa is Philadelphia Asian performing artist, which was established, like 5, 6, 7 years ago. I'm not 100% sure. They are a collection of wonderful Asian and Asian American artists in the city, got together and doing awesome work. They're just not performing artists, they're also writers, they're also studio artists. So they are one of our wonderful ambassadors. And the other one is, sorry if I butcher the pronunciation, Talle Puerto Riqueño. Another wonderful organization, yay! Another wonderful organization in North Philly, catering for Latinx neighborhoods. They are also tapping into performing art, studio art, writers, and a lot of wonderful community works. And their venue is Power Street's first, performing ground. We did our first shows at Talle's old building, so we have a lot of memories with them as an organization. So I'm super excited for them to be our ambassadors for this digital rally.
Excellent. We wanted to, you talked about Learn Your Shadow, and we wanted to talk a little bit about how to stay engaged and how to do call for actions, how to subscribe to our social channels, etc. I'm having a little problem bringing up our social content, our text message, our interactions with the chats. I'll work on that for a few minutes, but that's just being a problem right now, so I can't bring that up. But what I can do is demo for everyone real quick how to do a subscribe on our social media channels. And Gabby or anyone else really, as I'm working on bringing that up on screen, if you wouldn't mind just talking a little bit about some of the other ways folks can engage with City Council and our calls for action as the day goes on.
Cool. I'll start with just saying like actions to take for today and tomorrow. You can share the live stream from Power Street's Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube accounts. And you can create a Facebook watch party of the Facebook live stream, right? You can live stream the DM to other people, right, in your circle so that they're being informed that this is happening. You can, if you're seeing the digital rally and you want to like kind of show your behind the scenes of watching it and engaging with it, if you have commentary, you can do that. You can tag Power Street and all the other amazing companies, Light Thief, Solar Tree, and Theater in the X as well. You can share a video testimonial on social media about the value of the arts and hashtag Save Philly Arts and Culture, hashtag lights on, hashtag 1%, because we deserve 1%, y'all. So those are some ways that you can engage and, be creative. If there's another idea that you have that in a way that you can engage, feel free to do so. Also make sure that you comment within the streaming platforms. So you can comment on Twitter, you can comment on Instagram. When we go to Instagram, you can comment on Facebook or YouTube. And we'll be keeping an eye on it. Even if we can't bring it up to the screen, there's still ways that we can engage and we could share comments by people. People are already commenting on the Facebook live stream, showing love. Thank you everyone for tuning in right now and showing love. We really appreciate that. Would anybody like to share the calls to action for the day?
I would say, especially the city council discussion with Erlina and James, the city council people, like this is an opportunity for you to get to know them and how the city operates, how the city think, how they can benefit to the city's wellness and city's future. And also I'm like talking about my segment, but like we're going to talk about how the budget is being broken down, how the other cities are spending and funding and investing for arts and culture. So this is your opportunity to learn how you can think about to contribute to the arts and how the art is contributing to your life, everyday life, because I'm pretty sure during this pandemic, you had time to like listen to a piece of music or seeing a live performance online, and that was like really entertaining, or it was like helpful for your mental health. And so arts is not for unlimited people. Arts for everyone, culture is for everyone, and I want you to own that. And I want you to claim that this is also for me.
And I've brought up on the screen, you can see here in our confidence monitor, just a little demo of how to interact with our Facebook page, for instance. While you guys were talking, some of the folks watching might have seen me type in facebook.com/PowerStreetTheater/live. That's where you can find our broadcast. You can also click on share. You can start a watch party. You can share to your story. You can share to the public on your own timeline. And you can share it to any pages.
Feel free to do so. Also, make sure that you comment.
Sorry about the double chat there. You can share to the public, and on the video screen, you can interact with us by chatting right here on the comments, and we'll see that. And later today, we'll be able to bring them up on screen for you. Right now, there's a little bit of recursion going on because of bringing up the broadcast on screen. There's other avenues to take a look at our broadcast. You can go to youtube.com/Power Street. Is it just Power Street, Gab? Yeah, just Power Street. Nope.
Power Street Theater.
Oh, theater. Okay. Sorry. YouTube.com. Sorry, my autocompletes are all for my company. Well, we can go to mine, which is also carrying the broadcast, and we can go to your channel. There we go. And so the digital rally is being carried live on Power Street Theater's YouTube, and it's also being carried live on Twitter via Periscope. And so if you're looking at the Power Street Theater Twitter channel, which you can search in Twitter for Power Street Theater, you can find Power Street Theater's Twitter channel, and as you see there, the broadcast is also live on Periscope. Feel free to reshare or retweet. Do it as a quote tweet. Tag, you'll see in Power Street's posts tags for the council members. Feel free to tag the council members and let them know when you see something. Feel free to quote us, quote any of our guests. If you see or hear anything that you feel important for council members to take special interest in, they'll have a reference to be able to see what you're talking about, and it'll be a good way to interact with the council and get their eyes on what you find important. All right. So that was some of the ways we can interact. If anybody wants to highlight any other ways we can interact this morning, feel free. And like I said, I'm going to keep working on that social media lower third. I don't know why that's not coming up. It was coming up last night. That's technology for you, I guess. All right. So let's see. What else do we have?
You were gonna share something earlier?
I was gonna say that this is 2 days of just love for arts and culture in general also. So like, give a donation to your favorite arts and culture organization, share a testimonial for them on their page, anything that is like bringing light to the arts and culture that you love.
Yeah, and I would say one of the great, LaNeshe created this great social media package for us. And one of these posts that I love is like, fund your values. I love that line, LaNeshe, because we've been talking about like, what is the value of the city? Like, what do we value as a city? But like, we also have to take initiative in funding our own values and participating in the equity distribution, right? And so I think it's also up to us to support artists. And so we invite you all to make a donation to any arts organization that you love, as LaNeshe said, today, tomorrow, and forever, right? This is not just a rally thing. This is an ongoing call. But if we can generate, more funds for the arts in these 2 days, that would be amazing.
That would be amazing. We've done that before. It's not a unique situation. We've definitely done that before. Yeah. So now that we've handled all the business, let's just chat for a minute. I know I'm having all the adrenaline, just because organizing something like this has been a challenge as always, but that's what producing life is. How's everybody else doing this morning? Does anybody want to we're artists, folks out there that aren't artists. So we like to try to remember to take care of our mental health. And so does anybody? And I'm gonna call on you, Erlina, because you're our go-to for this. Just a little breathing, bring us into the day without like, I've got like a billion butterflies and like just whoo, I need to relax into it. Let's get into our
I got you,
marathon
James.
here.
I got you. Okay, so let's just, if you can, plant your feet on the floor, get your back straight, pull your shoulders down away from your ears, release that jaw. And then you're just gonna blow all the air out of your body. Okay, not yet. Let me tell you first what you're gonna do, Asaki. You're gonna blow all the air out of your body, and then you're gonna breathe in for 4, slow. So don't be like breathing your air. Breathe slow in for 4, and then you're gonna hold your breath for 4, and then you're gonna release the breath for 5. Okay. So I'm gonna count with y'all for the first one, and then you can count for yourself following after. All right. So blow all the air out. Now breathe in for 4. And hold. And out for 5. Let's do 2 more. And then shake it out. Feel better, James?
I feel so much better. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our audience said that they didn't realize that we were that I was nervous until I said something. Just being real with everyone, I tend to not censor myself too much, or try not to censor myself too much. It's important. All right, so we're going to jump into a little bit of chatting about topics important to the rally, some things in the news for the next half hour. And then coming up right after that, we'll have Karen Smith with a little music, and then we'll have the Learn Your Shadow segment. So all of those things to look forward to. It's 9:31 here in Philadelphia. It is a gray and cloudy day, and welcome once again to the digital rally if you're just tuning in. Ooh, Asaki has a little tea. I have a little coffee. It's almost almost like a little normal coffee break chat, but
Can I show you my gigantic cat mug? And also,
that's adorable.
This is my persona pretty much.
Has that mug been knocked down off of a thing? Because that looks like that's what my cat would do, and then also that is my cat's attitude.
Luckily, my cat is not a knocking off kind of personality. Thank God. If it is, my room is gonna be even more mess than it is right now.
Let's jump right in with reopening schools. There's a little bit of a fight going on between the city school district of Philadelphia, the teachers union, and really everybo's either jumping in or out on those sides. We lost Erlina there. Hold on, let me go up to a 5 up. There we go.
now there are teachers sitting outside of school buildings in the cold on their phone teaching class, and that's absurd.
Yep.
Hey James, not to interrupt, but it seems like everybody's losing our voices. Do you know why?
I got it back, yeah. Sorry about that. We lost Erlina, and then losing Erlina made me switch layouts. Fixing
She's back in now.
Yeah.
Electricity problems.
That happens. All right. But yeah, our voices should be back. Sorry about that. So we're discussing the reopening of schools, and one thing, like I said, the fan isn't even an expensive one that they're placing in these schools, and then the other thing is that. Interestingly, did we lose Erlina again? I was just trying to add her back while talking. Anyway.
Now she's back.
And now she's back. Oh no, what's going on, Erlina?
Okay. I don't have no idea. My lights started flickering and all the electricity went out. And I was like, of course.
Of course.
And then the Wi-Fi came back and then it went out again. So hopefully that won't happen again.
No. We're here. I'm here. I have not lost power except for a half an hour or 10 minutes in this whole winter, which is pretty good. So hopefully the Light Thief Studios stays up and we keep broadcasting. We do have some fallback plans in case of emergency, but hopefully won't have to call on them. So yeah, I mean, there seems to be this rush to reopen schools. I've been a little bit confused by it myself. What does everybody else think? I don't quite understand what's going on. Like, why are we rushing to reopen schools?
I mean, I get it. This is hard. Like the working, I don't know if you might hear virtual classes happening on the other side of this wall. So like I get the parental want for like having, and also the kids, they want to see their friends. Like they also want to be able to interact with people. Like I get that, but I can't, like safety has got to be at the top for that. Like, I wish she was at school right now. Like, I wish she could be with her friends and I wouldn't be like having to like monitor that and do the digital rally. But it is what it is because it's not safe yet. It's just not safe. I get people's like want for kids to have normalcy and for all of us to have normalcy, but nothing else is normal right now. So like everything else, we have to make it safe first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with LaNeshe, you know. I think safety is first, and I think that we have to start inviting more people to the table to be innovative around ways we can be safe. And like you said, LaNeshe, it was such a good point of like using other buildings and spaces that are more safe, like really tapping into other resources, and that to me is like super creative, you know, and innovative to just like think about what are other avenues we can take. But I do think that we have not prioritized the safety of teachers and young people and students, and it's really unfair. And so often educators are at the forefront of so much, you know, like thank you to all the educators, like hashtag thank you educators, like because the work you do is important. You are valued. Thank you so much for, you know, putting yourself, you know, out there to help people, you know, gain wisdom and knowledge and expertise. And educators aren't the only ones out there, but I think this is the conversation we're on right now. So, you know, another way you could support folks, another call to action is like supporting educators. Send an educator, you know, a thank you card, send them some monies, you know. How do we also show love to the educators out there? And also think about how like arts programs have been cut from after school programs from schools, like, right? So like, sometimes I'm just like, LaNeshe, where are we having the conversation around like, what if, you know, artists were more involved in schools versus being cut? Like, what would the world look like, you know? And so, yeah, thank you to the educators, you know, which is most of us on this call too. So, yeah,
Well,
and I can imagine.
you know, I wanted to, over the course of the next couple of days as well, bring into the conversation the fact that, you know, arts is important in education. Having an artist basis for education is super important. I actually got into this conversation yesterday with Dr. Ardencia Hall-Karambe on one of her broadcasts. But, you know, having the arts as part of an educational curriculum is super important because the arts allow us to make things relatable, make concepts that are disparate interrelatable. And folks don't always, you know, like, there's this concentration on reading, writing, arithmetic, what have you, but then we don't concentrate on how those concepts are understood or how well they're understood. And like Dr. Hall was making a bonnet and using making a bonnet to make sense of geometry, which is an excellent way to make sense of geometry. So I wanted to, you know, I want to bring that to the conversation too. I think that's super important.
Someone left a comment here in the Facebook group that I thought was really great. I just want to read it. It says, I have a dream that this moment generates a movement to rebuild schools completely, both the systems and the buildings themselves. So many of our public school buildings are built to feel like detention centers. How can we create learning spaces that are safer and more inspiring, nurturing, and supportive in a multitude of ways? Which like makes me, I feel like that's like my big thought is like, so much of what people are trying to do right now is like go back to the way things were. It's like, how can we go back to the kids being in school from 9 to 3 in these buildings and having the schedule, and like they just want things to look the way that they used to look. And like, I wish that we could just pretend that we didn't have that system at all, that we were building something from scratch. Okay, we have a bunch of kids that need to get school. How do we do it? And just like go from there and let go of those other ideas of like what a proper education looks like or whatever. Because clearly it ain't working in this country right now.
I think a lot of it has to go with our communities. I remember a couple of months ago I was speaking to, I forgot who I was speaking to, but literally, is there a way that we can bring education back into various areas, different communities? How can we bring the kids and bring these teachers back? And if we're in this COVID time, how can we be able to say, hey, you know what, we have these empty buildings and we have these opportunities, and how can we get the communities involved and say, hey, this is the bodega, they can supply the foods and the sandwiches. Hey, this is a building, and how can we get the kids and like the teachers that are in there, so at least we can contain this virus and this whole thing within one area, but at least we can have the kids connect them with their community and building and learning and do those things.
I feel like this is also connected to the idea that Gabby was presenting earlier to bring more artists into the educational institutions to make the innovation happen a little bit more easily, because we tend to be all very creative and think about the different alleys to like, all right, this is not working. Let's think about how we can improve it and make it better. And while we are having a lot of fun and strengthening our communication skills, because I didn't go to schools. Well, I did go to school here. I only went to higher ed in this country, so I don't know what the your grade school and high school experiences are like in this country. But even so, from what I heard, it didn't sound, I don't know, it didn't sound so effective, and I felt really bad. I mean, not that Japanese school systems are that much better, but still, at least it didn't feel like a detention center like it is in here. So yeah.
And I think like not only are artists creative, of course, but I think there is like a problem solving like skill that artists can bring to the table for things like this. Like I just feel like in our industry, we're used to not having the resources that we need or would want, you know? And so we know how to like make a way out of no way. We know how to think creatively. We know how to stretch resources. We know how to pull resources. And I just feel like those skill sets are going to be very important to like the reopening of all the things.
Very much agreed. I wanted to also talk about, with schools, obviously, there's an element to budgeting that we need to work on. Our schools in Philadelphia do get a little bit more per student than the national average. We're right around the median, but we're not. We don't spend the most in the world on our schools. We don't spend the least in the world on our schools. At any rate, it's clear that because of the infrastructure that was built and when the infrastructure was built in Philadelphia, that we need to budget, have a budget for remediating things like this ventilation problem in Philadelphia schools and the asbestos problem in Philadelphia schools. And the mayor pushed back his budget announcement to March 1st this year because of the COVID crisis, or excuse me, May 1st this year because of the COVID crisis. Normally, at the beginning of next month would be the mayor's budget presentation, and we would get a presentation from the mayor that is what the budget he's proposing for the city, and but we're not getting that this year because we're coming out of COVID. I don't know what y'all think about that. I think it's a little bit problematic. I would like to see some idea of what we're going to do about the budget, but what are everybody else's thoughts?
I mean, I don't know. I think that like it's what is the reasoning of it? Just like not having enough information now, or like not knowing what the future looks like or something to be able to come up with a comprehensive budget. Like what is their reasoning for really delaying it beyond just it's because of COVID?
It's because of COVID, in part because the federal budget information hasn't been released, in part. Yeah.
And then the budget needs to be finalized by June or July or something.
Right. So that's something that a lot of people don't realize is that by law, the city of Philadelphia has to pass its final budget by June 30th. So yeah, we're basically cutting the negotiation time. And typically what happens in any given budget year is beginning of next month, beginning of March, the mayor's office releases a proposed budget. That proposed budget goes to folks like the city council and the FOP, and then once the budget goes to the city council and the FOP and other interested parties negotiate for a couple of weeks with the office of the mayor, and they try and come up with some budget proposals that try and get things that they want. The school district proposes things, arts organizations propose things, etc. And then that all goes to city council, and city council kind of takes over the budget negotiations from there for a month. So that's April, usually the month of April. City Council is dealing with the budget, trying to, wrangle all these interested parties, get everybody on board for a general consensus, and then through a reconciliation process with some of our city unions, the FOP in particular, that goes to reconciliation, and everybody tries to get what they want, really, and then the city council usually finalizes their counter proposal in the end of April, early May. And then it goes back to the mayor's office. There's negotiations throughout May and June. There's usually hearings in June, public hearings with the city council, and then the city council passes the final budget that the city council and the mayor's office determines that they would be willing to pass. And so that usually happens the last week it possibly can, right in the end of June, and usually a couple of days before they take their summer break. So that's how the budget process normally works. I don't know how this is going to work without the mayor offering any sort of budget before May. But yeah, it's an interesting question. Maybe we can bring that up with the city council this month, or this evening. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't even know if maybe contacting the mayor's office via social media and phone might help, might spur on some movement. Obviously city council and the mayor's office don't know what you want unless you contact them. So throughout the day, like we said earlier, feel free to keep tagging folks, keep talking to your city council members, give them a phone call, give them an email, give them a tag on social media, and let them know what you're interested in. Let's see here. Also coming up is politically is a race for the district attorney's office, the head of the district attorney's office. I don't know how I feel about this. I've had interesting relationship with the district attorney's office over the course of the last 2 years. I had an issue where the district attorney's office should have been paying attention to a crime, and they weren't willing to, because it was a high-profile individual who they felt that they couldn't successfully prosecute. It's I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Our current district attorney ran as a progressive candidate. Have you all seen progressiveness from him? What are your thoughts on some of the things that he's done? I mean, I know he's cut. He's really lowered the bail threshold for a lot of crimes, and successfully helped folks not have to have be in jail for as long, which is a goal of abolitionism. So, looking at our broadcast, is anybody else having a problem with the broadcast?
No. I see it.
Okay.
We also have about 5 minutes before we welcome Karen Smith and our host. So I would love for our host to join us and be in conversation with us.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I want to fix the broadcast, but I will ask our host to join us and introduce themselves, our next MC. Great.
Hello, everybody. So good to be here with everyone and kick off this event and this day with you all. Hello. How's everyone doing?
Good.
We're good.
We're waiting for you to get on the screen right now.
Yeah, we don't have your beautiful face.
She is on screen.
Okay.
Oh, I don't see
There
it.
you are. She's coming in there.
Yeah,
Also,
that's
just
what I'm
wanna
trying to
thank
fix.
Tom for being in the
don't know what's
comments.
going on with
Hey, there you are.
Hey, Tana.
Hello. Everyone can see me and hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Here we are. And here's Karen Smith. Can everyone see and hear Karen? Ah.
We can
you hear me?
almost.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I wish I had like those, what you see at sporting events, like those horns where it's like, bow, 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 bow.
Yes.
Entered. Here, I'll do it. My own sound effects. I'll reappear. Here we are today, kicking off our event. Aquí estamos ahora en este momento with Power Street. Thank you so much, everybody, for having me be a part of this organization, part of this event, saving for the arts, supporting the community, supporting our city, our artists. Thank you so much, LaNeshe. Thank you so much, James. This is just really exciting, and a 2-day rally with all these beautiful arts and talents and conversations that we're going to have. So this is really amazing. And I'm super, should I introduce Karen now? Should we keep talking? Should we wait a while?
Well, Karen's going on at 10, so I think we could be in conversation with each other up until then.
Yeah.
I think I'm just looking at also the broadcast. Oh, we're all on now.
Oh, beautiful faces.
Beautiful.
I guess what are you both excited about with the digital rally, Karen and Tana?
I think what I'm excited about is that so many people can tune in without leaving their homes, and that's across the globe, I would say, too. So I'm excited about that. So many viewers have a chance to hear this and maybe run with this idea. Who knows?
Yes, and I'm very excited to share a creative space with everyone. It's been a while since I've been able to share a creative space with people, to be in conversation, to be live, hear what people's thoughts are, what's happening in their communities, arts-wise, education-wise. I know that you all were talking about, and start those conversations, because that's how change happens, is starting with conversations and taking action from there. So I'm just excited to dive into the day. I feel like you all already dove in, but here I am. I did my hair. I put on makeup today, y'all. I'm wearing perfume. No one can hear me. Smell me, but I decided to dress up. I'm excited.
It's okay. We don't have to dive in just once. When you go to the pool, you do multiple dives. We can keep diving.
Yes. Boom. Exactly. That's why I wanted my musical horns to come in.
But you're doing such a good job with your fingers in your mouth.
Digital world is weird, everyone. It's so crazy. You're like, I see all the faces. I feel the love. I see the support, but you're like, am I talking into a void? Are we all, you know what I'm saying? Do you ever feel like that? Maybe it's just me. Maybe too many Zoom lives.
I know what you mean.
Too many Zoom lives, too many Zoom meetings and Zoom worlds. Ooh, this crazy time. Yeah. What else is everyone excited about?
I'm very excited about Karen's shirt, and I'm very excited about Karen's drumming to get my morning going.
Yeah, I guess maybe we'll peace out and let you take over, and let you and Karen take over. I mean, we'll be here, but we'll pretend to be gone.
See, that's what I'm talking about. The void. Like, people are like ghosts in the background. They can pop up whenever they want to. The digital world is crazy. I'm really new to it. Maybe I'm like late to the party. But speaking of party, let's get the party started with Karen's drumming, Karen's artistry, and some music.
Hey.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Karen. I just want to give you a little introduction because you're such an amazing human. So Karen Smith, amazing human, amazing artist, musician, poet, playwright, percussionist. I had the pleasure of working with Karen, I think about a year, maybe 2 years ago, when we're able, 2 years ago, Karen, you know it. 2 years ago, up in New Brunswick, New Jersey, for a cohort thing I was a part of, and Karen came in with her percussions, her drums, had such an amazing beat, rhythm, soul that fed into the story about an immigrant's journey and what it's like to be in the United States after immigrating from your country here. And so it was super beautiful and wonderful, and just like filled the story, filled the space that we were in. So Karen, so good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there, looking forward to more physical contact, but this is be able to do something, keep your art going is so important. So having this virtual platform is really good too. So I'm happy to be here. Anything for Power Street, I love it. I think your mic went out. Yes, my mic went out. It's all good. I think your mic went out.
Tana, you're muted.
Maybe.
I'm here. I'm back again. Here I was saying. I was saying beautiful words about Power Street. Thank you to our host, Power Street. Yes, this is why we are all here. So thank you, Power Street, for hosting this rally. Karen, any words or thoughts about what you're gonna perform or show us in a few seconds?
I think I really want to rap a little bit, not rap as far as rap singing or anything. I just want to talk a lot about what's going on. I want to share some work that I've done since we've been in this kind of freeze or transition or spiritual atmospheric cleansing, as I call it. So I'm going to share a few things about the other hats that I wear as well.
Yes, please. I'm going to give you the space, and very excited to hear more about you. All that as artists, as freelance artists, especially in Philadelphia, we all wear so many hats, and it's always so interesting to see like what are the different hats people are wearing, whether it's producing, writing, or if it's something completely different, like working at a coffee shop or being a standardized patient. So excited to know more about you, Karen. Excited to hear music, and take it away.
Thank you. And so as you can see, I've worked with a lot of theater companies. One of my favorites besides Power Street is Theater in the X. So shout out to Theater in the X. I'm promoting you today as well. I got a chance to create this, I'm gonna call it a CD because I guess I can relate to CDs. And I just want to play a little bit of that project that we've been working on since September.
maybe slow it down. What words are you saying? What things, what time is delaying? What way could you fly away? What way could you learn today? So they tell me to sway, but we change, we change, we change. Give me change, we change. Give me change, give me change. Ears open and my hands up. Ears open and I'm asking you what's up. Ears open. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Oh, oh. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's we. Maybe it's us. Maybe we be free. Oh, so. Ha 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 ha
So that was myself and Zenobia Garrett was the vocalist. And what I did was I started kind of trying to capture from, I guess, the emotions and the selfless expressions, I guess, that's been going on since this pandemic, or I call it spiritual atmospheric cleansing, has began back in March, and try to put that whole feeling, the five senses, in a CD project. And the actual project is called Spiritual Atmospheric Cleansing Process. And the piece that Zenobia and I did was called BLM, which means Blame, Legacy, Miscommunication, as opposed to Black Lives Matter. So I also used about 12 to 13 other artists and did not tell them exactly what was going to happen. I just told them to bring their artistry, and through poetry and storytelling and songs and musicians just creating this music that we put together on the CD, kind of like an open mic, just being very spontaneous with their thoughts and feeling, and one take wonders, and create this project that's coming out later on this year. But the whole process is called Spiritual Atmospheric Cleansing and project, and I'm looking forward to completing it. And thank you, Samori Coles, for Little Drummer Boy, where we use his studio to create this. So most of this time, that's what I've been using my hats for. The many hats that I have is really allowing myself to be a part of various things, to stay creative, to keep the arts alive in any way I can, whether it's virtual or outside or in a smaller venue. However, we can keep it going, and being a part of many rallies that I have been on. My mantra on a daily basis is possible is possible. That's what I truly believe in, no matter what. I don't think there's a time in life where you can't find that something has really gone wrong. There's been a shift. There's been a shift environmentally. There's been a shift humanitarianly, if that's such a word. And in that shift, things are imbalanced. I'm not going to say they're not right. They're just imbalanced. And we are working through that imbalance. What I feel for myself in the imbalance is that there's the need to have arts available to us when things are feeling uncertain. And whatever that art is, whether it's dance, singing, drumming, some kind of music creating, painting, sculpture, whatever that can be. I feel like this particular time has let us know that we got to save our arts. We have to have it in all shapes and forms. It has to be in schools. It has to be after school. It has to be on the weekend. It needs to be very much a part of the academics, period. So that's some of the things I wanted to talk about. It's somewhat of my journey of how I got to where I am, too, because I'm not originally a Philadelphian. I'm actually a Brooklynite, and born and raised in Brooklyn, and spent most of my adult time in the borough of Manhattan, finding myself in my arts and finding myself in my growing and spiritual plateau, and also in my personal life. So I feel like if I didn't have the ability to be able to at least journal my trials and tribulations, which is a form of the arts, writing, I feel like it would be a whole different story. I think it keeps my mental state somewhat balanced, and it keeps me green. And writing is so important. I admire a lot of writers and playwrights and authors and poets that I've been able to meet and accompany and be a part of their plateau and share my rhythms with, because everything is a rhythm, and I really enjoy all that. So I think it's so important. It's why you have to save the arts, or save Philadelphia arts, or save wherever you're from arts, which should be obvious that it shouldn't be saved. It should be just make part of the course of our daily lives. So as I said, possible is possible. One of my mentors back in New York in my very early teens that I met, her name was Izuma Nelson. And she was very instrumental in kind of like the mold that I follow. She was kind of like my role model, where it was so important because in my neighborhood, we couldn't go to the park because the park was filled with negative activity. In my era, it was heroin was very popular. And so there was a lot of things like that happening in the park that was in the neighborhood. So instead, she created this program at the church nearby, and we were able to go there for our release, for our self-expression, for our after school, for snacks, for socializing. It was nothing that you could not bring to her that she would not try. We wanted to have a talent show. She said yes. We wanted to have other activities. No matter what, she figured it out. shoestring budget, I would say, because there was no funding. You know, it was kind of like whatever the church could give and whatever she can get for free, because there really was no budget. And we just, we didn't care because we were able to come together as teenagers, grow together, learn a lot from her, learn importance of leadership. Because as you can see, this past 4 years of leadership has been a major disaster. So leadership is very much important. So I was able to take a lot of her Pied Piperism. Is that a new word? That might be a new word. Pied Piperism. I'm creating new language just to let you know. I can see James Jackson on here, so I'm letting him know I'm creating a new language. I used a lot of her genuineness and about giving back and kind of use that mold to build communities, build positive collaborations, just to be able to have things available for people who can't afford to go to a theater or go take an art class or sitting on a drum circle or, you know, hear concerts and things like that. Go into the neighborhoods where that exists. That's what I like about, one of the things I like about Theater and the X is they go into the neighborhood. And that's so important because that's a good feed. We have to take that initiative to want people to see it. And maybe, you know, possibility of somebody coming out of that community and doing the same thing later on, you know, planting seeds. We have to plant seeds. The arts is one big community garden, and there's so many things to choose from. And who knows who will pick that next thing that will take them to Kappa, who will take them to Juilliard, to take them to some major concert hall, to international acclaim something. So I feel strongly about the most important thing is to save the arts, to always fund the arts, find money to fund the arts, because I feel as artists, we find a way to do it regardless if you fund us or not. So we don't plan to go anywhere. And there's so many of us that feel that way, as opposed to just myself. So it's a journey, and my journey eventually brought me here to Philadelphia after leaving New York in the early 90s, early to mid 90s. And the next person who became sort of like my mentor and sidekick is Jeray Edmonds here in Philadelphia, because I met him at my first job here at the Walnut Street Theater, and I haven't been able to get rid of him since. So you people like that, you make him your friend, you make them somebody that who he definitely is gonna be in your corner no matter what, and myself and his. So I think that we at arts, I'm going to say, I think the arts play a strong role in mentoring too. I think that's a most important thing too. I've done a lot of work around the area and outside the area. I have personally touched so many of the local companies here, like Power Street and Kaleidoscope and Theater and the Arts and CEC, and there's so many all over the city, and work with so many different groups and all different styles. So I feel it's so important to constantly be ready to, I guess, understand your craft and be able to share it, in so many levels. So I'm gonna try to, because I know Zoom is not always friendly, but I'm gonna try to share some live music with you, because I feel like it's important to get centered as you start your day. And I feel like music or journaling or singing or dancing or exercising or running or crocheting or something like that helps you get centered, get ready for the uncertain. And so I'm going to attempt to do this live. So bear with me 1 second. Sorry, I didn't bring it over, but I'm bringing it in now. Here it is. It's a steel tongue drum created from the hang drum as well. Namaste. I feel the applause. I just feel it. Even if I don't see it, I feel it. Thank you very much. I feel the applause. Thank you so much for the applause. I just got a quick thing that I wrote. This is a tribute to this day and this time that we're going through. Just going to do that real quick. Sorry, here it is. It's called Don't Shoot, I'm an Artist. Don't shoot, I'm an artist. If you search me, you will find a tap shoe, a paintbrush, a violin bow, a drumstick, a mold of clay, a script, a flash drive, a mic, a chapbook, a canvas, a conga, a tambourine, a notebook, a pen, a ballet slipper, a djembe, a trumpet, a guitar pick, a harmonica, a piece of sheet music, a crayon, a crochet needle, a manuscript, a camera lens, a storyboard, cray paper, a sewing machine, a yarn board, a yarn ball. If you continue to shoot me, there will be a theater company without a space without an audience, many visions without any funding, creativity but with little hope, cities starving for the arts, imaginations turning into destruction, massive level of greed instead of feed, an unrhythmic connection, emptiness, overspilling inside, a global mass epic of singe, an environmental crash. So please don't shoot me because I'm necessary. Ashe.
Beautiful, beautiful, Karen. Thank you so much. And I hope these claps echo the hundreds of claps that throughout our city and throughout our community. And I see on the chat that you're getting so much love
Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love.
Clap emojis. We have hearts. We have hearts floating up. LaNeshe says, this is a beautiful poem, Karen. M. Tonita Austin. Ace, many exclamation points. Jen Cleary, artwork is essential work. And I just want to highlight a few things that you said, Karen. Possible is possible. If you just give us like a few words and like how that was created inside you, or if that was something that you experienced and you held on to.
I think why I say possible is possible because our direction never looks like what we want it to look like. And that's part of the process. A lot of times, like, well, I want to do this, but all this other stuff I have to do first. Because I hear that all the time with people, and I've done it myself. It's like I didn't just get here. You know, a lot of other things had to play a role in it. But you have to believe that regardless of what you might be seeing in front of you, you know, your dream, your ideas are coming through. But you have to go through this first too. This is all part of it. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with the direction that's happening. But if you fight it, you know, as opposed to trusting it, you know, the outcome will definitely be different. You can't rush what I'm saying, you can't rush the process, bottom line. You have to have patience.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think a big thing this year, at least a motto that I've been saying a lot to myself, is trust the process. Para tener confianza en el proceso. Sometimes I'm going to shoot some Spanish in there for Spanish listeners. Yeah. Sí, exacto. Esto es para todos. La comunidad de Philadelphia. This is for everyone. Community Philadelphia. And echoing a few other words that you said in terms of the journey. Absolutely. Sometimes we want our journey to be like this, but sometimes it's like, and then it will get there.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get there.
Yes, and having art for our schools, after school, throughout our community, and how important that is, because that is the only time I think that we're able to create, express, use a different part of our brain. And if that's taken away, then where else can we get that?
How about that? It's definitely so important to stay focused no matter what. Yes, you know, the days will look like this. It's supposed to, you know, and somewhere along the line, it's going to balance itself out. And you're going to need all, you're going to realize you're going to need all that. So I have a book that's out called Philly Joan. I'm part of Among 40 Poets. It's going to be available by February 21st, as far as to the public. But this is what it's called. It was created by Deborah Wright. Misty Soul did the cover.
Deborah Wright? I'm going to put that in the chat. Deborah Wright, Philly Poets. Ooh.
Philly Jones. There's 40 poets.
Philly Jones, thank you.
Yeah, Philly Jones.
I'm writing it down right now. Philly Jones, Deborah Wright. Oh.
Tribute to Nina Simone. And it's going to be in Harriet Bookstore, so you'll be able to find it. And it will be on Amazon shortly, too.
Harry Bookstore?
Harriet Bookstore.
Harriet Bookstore and Amazon. Well, let's go to Harriet Bookstores first. All right. Thank you for sharing that. And if people at home, can we give another round of applause to Karen? Thank you so much for your artistry. Thank you so much for your poetry and your music. Millones de abrazos y besos para ti, Karen, y bendiciones. Gracias. Millones de gracias. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was beautiful. That was amazing. And what a way to start off. Well, this has been starting for a long time in the process. What a way to continue our process, to take what Karen said, to continue our journey for today. And so we're introducing now Angela Bay and Jen Cleary, both amazing artists in our city and in our community. I've had the privilege to see Angela's work through a Power Street production for this production that we did for the kids in the community. And that was really awesome. I have yet to see Jen's work, so I'm super excited to see what they both have created. And their work is called Shadow. I know there's a shadow in there. Learn your shadow. So excited to see that, and excited for you all to see that. Please keep leaving comments and love for our artists in the chat. And here we go.
A lot of white folk have reached out, expressing condolences, exchanging kind words, venting frustrations and regrets about the current moment, or even racism at large. Many have given me monetary reparations. All have asked me, in one way or another, what should I do to help? Here is my response to all of them. I think you know. And yes, it really is that difficult. There is no shortcut. It is a nasty, bloody untangling that will implicate every part of your existence and your memory. You will have to look it straight in the eye, name it, and actively fight against it every day of your life. Here is the truth. Every white person is racist. Every single one. Whether you ask to or not, whether you realize it or not, you have signed the social contract allotting you a certain amount of privilege and power over every non-white person based solely on the color of your skin, and reinforced by centuries of genocide, institutionalized forces, policy, culture, language, etc., etc., etc. Not only this, but you have grown up comfortable in this contract. You have reinforced it yourself. You have even felt shame for doing so, but continue to because you do not know another way. You still believe that the police can be reformed. You believe that MLK was a pacifist and forget that he was murdered by the state. You center conversations about Black grief around you because, and I get it, the floodgates are opening and you don't know what to do with all this energy, this sudden awareness that everything is tainted, this heaviness pulling you down, your shadow lagging behind you that seems to comment on every step you take with a do better, people are dying, it's your fault because you didn't do better. Here's another truth. Yes, you're right. And here's another. A lot of us still love you anyway. But some of us hate you. And you've got to be okay with that. I certainly am. And if you're white and upset by the fact that the love isn't reciprocal, I urge you to interrogate your philosophies on love. Why does love have to be a transaction? Why must you receive in order to give? What is the nature of the resentment that you're harboring? Is it bound up in pride and self-indulgence? Is your love predicated on virtue signaling and reward? Our love is our gift to you. And yes, it is really that deep. It really, really is. And I can only speak for me, but I choose to still love you because I choose to live in the utopia where this kind of critical thought, equity, and radical love can thrive and be standard. I choose to believe it because I have to make it through the day. I have to remind myself of this every day, every single day, like an incantation, and hold it close and nurture it and infuse it into every dicey interaction, but some days I fall short, and I will not apologize for that. I will not apologize for feeling too much. My body, my history, my very existence, whether I like it or not, has signed the contract that ties me to everyone's shadow, and that simultaneously leaves my own to be swallowed up by the dark. This is a great burden, but it's also the greatest gift because I believe that this kind of empathy will save us. The theory that will build the utopia will be born out of this empathy, and I believe that it is my divine duty to get there by any means necessary, any means. So, what can you, white folk with bleeding hearts, do? Learn your shadow. Become intimate with it. Know its every move. Talk to it every day. Know that it will always be with you. Interrogate it. Let it be soft. Do not take pictures of it and post it on your feed. Do not even let me know that you've embraced it. Because if you truly have, we will see. It will ripple through every intention you have. You will feel more pain because of this newfound acute awareness, and your closets will be filled to the brim with bones. They will be the bones of my ancestors, of my fallen kin, and still attached to my flesh, still breathing the shadow of its own. And the pain will be worth it. I think you know this too. I think you've always known.
Okay, hi, Ange.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm all right. For people who don't know you, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. This question. My name is Ange Bay. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I am a storyteller based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Awesome. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jen Cleary Rubinos, she, her pronouns, and I am a photographer, filmmaker, and producer based here also in Philadelphia. We're going to talk to you about a piece that we did together earlier in the summer called Learning Your Shadow. And actually, Learning Your Shadow has this really interesting thing that happens because it is a callback to the last digital rally.
Yeah.
So, Ange, can you tell us about how this came about from the last digital rally?
Yeah, so Learn Your Shadow was first a Facebook post that I wrote on a whim at the height of all of the riots that were happening this summer for all the various reasons. And I wrote that Facebook post in like 20 minutes and then posted it. And then it got a lot of attention on Facebook. And Gabby asked me if I could read the Facebook post during the last digital rally. And I was on the call with Gabby and Quiara, and it was just me reading it, and I guess it resonated with a lot of people. And Gabby and Power Street asked me to work with you to film it and do a cool little like voiceover movie situation with the text.
Yeah, so it was really great to work with you. I saw it as a Facebook post initially as well. I was like, it resonated a lot with me because not only am I white, but I am Latinx. And so a lot of the times, those of us who ride both of those also have a lot of learning to do. There's this interesting like cultural thing where we sometimes don't think of ourselves as being white.
Yeah.
But we very much are. I mean, my name, the way that this presents, like obviously no one would ever guess otherwise if I was just walking down the street. So my experience of the universe is very different from like yours. And so also at the same time that this was happening, there's the We See You, which a lot of us, I hope, signed out there.
Yeah,
if you don't know about it, you should get in there and read and sign that manifesto. It's really important.
And
especially for those, yes,
yeah.
for people who are theater makers in the United States. I think keep yourselves informed as to what's going on. So you've seen the film at this point.
Yeah.
It was at the top. If you missed it, hopefully we'll play it again at some point. I'm sure Power Street will have it on their website. But let's talk about going from a post to being a short film.
Oh man, yeah.
What did you think of that process? Like walking around Germantown.
I recently moved to Center City, so watching the video, it was like super nostalgic for Germantown. I lived there for like almost a year with my lovely housemates, and yeah, it's a great neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood that's already like bubbling with like social justice, and that's already like built into the culture there. It's a very like family oriented neighborhood. People that have been there for years and years and years. So just like walking around Germantown, I grew up in Philadelphia too. And I have family that lived in Germantown, which was like my impetus for moving there in the first place. It felt like, it felt really emotional. It felt really, really emotional because I was able for the first time in a long time to like really like pay attention to my neighborhood in such like a specific way. Like it's so easy to walk past that Black Lives Matter crochet art in front of the old high school. It's so easy to walk past that every day and just like not, stare at it and really appreciate it for what it is and what it symbolizes. And there's so much artwork like that happening around Germantown, and not even just like the artwork, but there's like historical sites that we're living and breathing and walking in, like history in that neighborhood. So I thought it was a perfect place to shoot Learn Your Shadow.
Yeah, I really loved, because as I was driving, because I live in between Pelton and Mantua, which is also another historically Black neighborhood. And driving from where I am to where you are, I noticed all of those crochets as I was driving to your house. And you remember we went on that wild goose hunt, just running around looking for Brianna. Because they were just so beautifully put, spaced on that one block. And it felt like a really beautiful, loving tribute to all of these different folks who have lost their lives within the year. It was just the folks that year. And we were only in July when we did this.
I think so. I think you're right. Or like early August.
It was still like we had just reached the halfway point of the year, and there were so many names. And that was such an upsetting thing to have that be so populated with people.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we got to walk through and see all those names and see all those different art pieces. And I feel like a bad person because I'm not remembering the name of the crochet artist.
I think it's La Fresca Yarn. It's
I feel like You're right.
I follow her.
I will tag it, and I'll put a
little.
I'll put something right here.
Yeah, but they do like amazing work all over Germantown, all over the city, even on like bus stops and bus terminals and things in Germantown. There's cool crochet. It's really beautifying neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful reminder because Germantown, there's a lot of Black folks, but there's also a lot of white folks who live in there and shop along Germantown Ave, and I think it's good to have those reminders.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, when we were shooting this, I intentionally took our walk and I kept repeating it. So when you see it, you're like, wait, it's all choppy. And the reason I did that was because this is like the experience. I dare not speak for you, but I felt like this keeps happening over and over and over again. Why does this keep happening all the time? And I wanted to talk to that repetitive nature of how just when you think you've been built up again, it gets torn down. It builds up and it tears down. It builds up and it tears down. And so for me, seeing this cyclical thing over and over again and hearing your words felt like the best way to represent what was going on. And unfortunately now we're filming this in January.
Yeah.
And we're facing the same stuff still. And
that was always like, I don't want to be a pessimist or anything, but like I say in the piece that like to live and strive for the utopia that we may not live to see, or something like that. And that comes with the expectation that this is going to keep happening. like it's going to keep happening so long as we keep allowing ourselves to live blindly. And like I say that vaguely because we're all in different places and all of it, but yeah, it's January 2021. and
yeah, I mean, within the first week we saw the siege on the Capitol, like we're still seeing it, and it doesn't seem to be letting down, and that's really upsetting for a lot of us. But there's a really interesting thing that's addressed in the film, which is how do white people learn? How do us white folks learn our shadow? And you say it so beautifully, and I'm gonna jump to this. Learn your shadow and become intimate with it. Know its every move and talk to it every day. Know that it will always be with you and interrogate it. Let it be soft. Do not take pictures of it and post it on your feed. Do not even let me know that you've embraced it. because if you truly have, we will see it. It will ripple through every intention you have, and you will feel more pain because of this newfound acute awareness, and your closets will be filled to the brim with bones. They will be the bones of my ancestors, all of my fallen kin, and mine still attached to my flesh, still breathing with a shadow of its own. And that is such, it's like a very beautiful gut punch that we need to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, like,
Yeah.
We tear things down, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I specifically love the, don't take selfies with it idea. Great. Like
everyone turned their Instagram profile picture to a blackout space, and then like one by one, every white person's like, okay, is it okay to like put my profile picture back? And I like watched it happen over the course of like 2 months.
I actually lovingly got very called in by another friend of mine who told me to not do that, and I immediately revoked it. Like within an hour, I was like, "You're right. This isn't me. I'm just gonna go back to posting derelict buildings like I do. Let me not co-opt this movement. It's not for me." And I think that's really an important thing, is to also not virtue signal. It does nobody any good.
And like I was listening to this podcast on NPR, an older episode actually called Code Switch, and they had a whole episode about how most white people in America do not have diverse friend groups, and they don't have Black people specifically in those friend groups, and that like, fuck it, it
blew my mind.
It blew my mind, but also like it made a lot of sense, because I often like wonder, like, don't you have Black people in your communities? Like, and not just like one Black person, but like we're not a monolith either. And it really does start there. It starts there, those interpersonal relationships. It starts with your friend saying, hey, maybe, I don't know if your friend was Black, but like having some like sort of like racial understanding or cultural awareness or whatever.
Yeah, you would hope so. But actually, I started to think about that because I'm familiar with that episode too. And I started thinking about redlining and how we kept everybody away from each other, and how we kept Black people away from home ownership, which is generally a thing for the suburbs. And that's where we keep most white people. We gave them the ability to buy houses and have generational wealth that we don't allow Black people to have.
Right.
So I started to think about stuff like that. I was like, oh yeah, because I mean, you're a city person, you're a city kid. I grew up in a city too. Like, it would be weird for us to not have friends from different ethnicities and different cultures and different religions and gender expressions. But then when you go out to the suburbs and the other rural areas, it's very white.
Yeah.
And it's been kept that way intentionally.
Absolutely. And I grew up in Southwest Philly, and I don't think I would have had the diverse friend groups that I ended up having in my adult life if it weren't for my parents placing me in like private schools in the city, honestly, and like getting that like proximity to whiteness and proximity to like the toolkit that I needed to articulate what was going on, like racially and geographically in my life. And I'm like so grateful for that, but like there's segregation that happens within the hood, it's not an accident. And I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood, predominantly Black and immigrant and Latino neighborhood. And so those were all my friends until my parents like said, oh, we need to get you a better education. That's what their impetus was. It wasn't let's have you have white people friends. It was like get you a better education.
Well, we generally have reserved better education for white people.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up in Washington Heights in New York. So predominantly, Latinx. And eventually we moved to Inwood, which isn't that further north, but it's a huge difference. All of a sudden I started seeing like Irish American kids, which I never saw, which was a really weird thing for me to say. It was a very confusing time for me. I was like, oh, wait. the new school. This is very odd. Hi, hello.
St. Patty's Day.
I knew I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Irish culture. It was hilarious. I that's another podcast.
Yeah,
for us.
I had similar experience. We should talk about that offline.
Yeah. I was just like, I know nothing about this. Teach me your potatoy ways.
Irish potatoes.
Dude, I don't. Okay, the Irish potato. So for those of you who are not from Philly, I didn't know what an Irish potato was until I came here, and they're delicious.
Balls of sugar.
What? You've been hiding this from the rest of the United States. So what exactly is it? It's a ball of sugar wrapped in like cocoa powder and cinnamon, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like a potato.
At my white charter school in middle school, we would have Irish potato competitions, and it's like cinnamon, some kind of icing and cream cheese. It's like wrapped up and refrigerated all tight and compactly.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it's so rich. Sometimes there's coconut around it. I could be just
no. I've seen coconut, but I don't understand how that fits in. It's like how, yeah, I don't know. But now we've totally derailed talking about race and turned it into a culinary experience.
Race is also a culinary.
It is. It absolutely is. We can talk about seasoning another day. But let's see. Yeah, we're almost at the end of our time. But I wanted to know if you had to rewrite the piece now, what would you add in? What would you subtract? Is there anything that you would put in?
That's a great question. Wow. Yeah. I don't think there's anything that I would subtract. I think, yeah, I always, there's a part in the piece that I talk about, some of us hate you and you need to be okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I want to write a whole nother piece about that. And I've shared this status, and I've shared like this text with several of my friends, and a lot of my white friends, and a lot of my white friends have reached out to me, and they have like told me that section was the section that really got them like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, well, that was just like something easy that like, duh, but so I would want to like add more about what that is, and not only like as like an educational thing for like white folk or non-Black folk, but like just to start to unpack that and how I feel about that myself. I think, like that piece was for white people. The Learn Your Shadow was a piece made for white people and non-Black people that want to start and need to start unpacking racism within their lives and themselves. I would love to do a piece for Black people about us. I don't know what that would be yet. I have ideas, but I want to like shift my focus. I think I've talked enough to white people about racism for 2020. We're leaving that in 2020.
It's fine. 2021, we move ahead.
2021, I'm recentering myself, regrounding myself, putting up some boundaries, and really investing in my community, which is diverse, but Black people as the priority. So that I think I would just add, I would expand on that some of us hate you bit, because it is strong language and I mean it, like,
and it's not bad, and white people shouldn't expect everybody to like us. Yep. So Ange, that's the end of our time. I know, so quick. We could go, I know. Well, we should have a cooking show though.
We should.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down for this.
I throw down in the kitchen. I do.
I want some of this. We're gonna have to. We'll send each other little packages of food, because now you're closer to me.
Yeah, especially if I'm in walking distance. I've been walking up a storm now that I'm close to Peeps. So.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Well, I want to say thanks to Gabby at Power Street for making this piece happen, and connecting Ange and I together to do this piece, because Ange and I didn't even know each other before this.
Yeah.
And it's been a real pleasure and honor to work with her. And I actually want to say thank you to Donnell Powell, who
yes, Donnell.
was in that meeting as well, who was just like, yeah, you make the film. But like way more passionate. Donnell is the best. So with that, we're gonna say goodbye and thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
all. Whoever's listening. Thanks, Jen.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, that was extremely powerful, beautiful, moving, necessary, needed, and thank you so much, and Jen. And I was during this video, I was also quickly looking at both of your websites. So for more content and more beautiful work, please follow angebay.com and jencleary.com. Also great websites. So, so just your names. So that was amazing. Why does love have to be transactional? Why do we have to receive in order to give? And Jen, I relate to a lot of what you were saying as well in terms of Latinx, but also being a white woman and whiteness and listening and being present, self-awareness, all of that, and the beautiful gut punch, very much, is such a great way to encompass what you've said and what you've created, and a beautiful collaboration and creation together with so many other parties as well in terms of Power Street, joining both of you both and seeing Philadelphia, and currently I'm not in Philly right now. So seeing the video and seeing Philly was just like, oh my God, such a beautiful reminder of the community and all the crochets everywhere. So thank you so much for your work. And I'm very interested, and you're getting a lot of love in the chat of wanting to hear more, wanting to see more of the collaboration between you both, and expanding on everything that you've already written, Ange. So thank you so much. We are moving forward with our digital rally. We have Quiara A Hudes in the room. This artist, I remember working at Signature Theater in New York and hearing about this amazing artist. And I guess Signature is all about enhancing and highlighting the playwright and the writer. And so that was just a really exciting time. And then moving to Philly and meeting this artist at one of Power Street's rallies, I believe in like 2015, 2016, maybe not even a rally. It was like an artist creation expression community event in this like beautiful garden in North Philly where people were dancing and sharing poetry. I remember the Power Street Jam was being said, and that was the first time I was like integrated into the Latinx community in Philadelphia. So highlighting those times, very, very special when we could be together in the summer, Latino community artists. Yes, a little bit of our artist's work, Watered by the Spoonful, writer of In the Heights, just to say a few. So everyone welcome Quiara A Hudes. How are you doing?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Philadelphia and Philadelphia friends and family. Beautiful, beautiful to be here.
Well, we are super happy to have you here. 10:59 a.m. as we are continuing on. Aplauso para Quiara. And where are you coming from now? Are you in Philly or New York?
Right now, I'm coming to you from Washington Heights in New York. It's unceded Munsee Lenape land, and I feel blessed to be here.
Thank you so much. And how's the weather right now? Cold, winter. Winter is coming.
We got a gray sky. We got some pigeons swirling around.
Definitely New York weather, the pigeons swirling.
Yeah, yes, it's a pigeon, high chance of pigeons today.
Wonderful. Well, Quiara, thank you so much for joining us, and excited to hear broken languages. Any thoughts or expansion on that before you begin?
No, let's dive in.
Let's dive in. Thank you.
So here we go. Hi, everyone. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to have you all join me. I am going to start by introducing myself. I am Quiara A Hudes, and my pronouns are she, her. As I already mentioned, I am from West Philly. I have North Philly roots too, with a lot of my family still there. And I am now in Washington Heights, Manhattan, on unceded Munsee Lenape land. I am a storyteller, a playwright, an essayist, a book writer. My upcoming projects include a book called My Broken Language, which is my memoir of life growing up in Philadelphia, and the movie of In the Heights, which I produced and wrote the screenplay for. That's going to come out in June in movie theaters and on HBO Max. So here's what I wanted to do today. I got 30 minutes. I thought, let me connect with people because I'm rewriting right now and it can be so confusing and baffling that I figured a little connection with people would energize me and ground me. So this is basically a very greedy 30 minutes to ground myself. Thank you all for indulging me. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk for a few minutes about my dreams for the arts. Then I'm going to do a rewriting workshop. That's going to be about 10 minutes long, and we'll write together. Okay. Then I'm going to answer some questions. Now, if you have questions or comments as this half hour progresses and proceeds, there's a few ways you can get those to me. One is by adding me on Twitter, and I'll refresh my Twitter feed every once in a while during this session. Another is if you're watching on YouTube, put those questions or comments in the chat, and James, who's producing this event, will get them to me. Another is if you're watching on, I said YouTube, well, there's YouTube and there's Facebook, there's many different ways. Just put it in the chat, they'll come my way, okay? And then if we have time at the end, I'm going to read for about 4 minutes from my upcoming memoir. So no one's heard or read this yet. So I wanted to share it with you guys. Okay. So starting with my dreams for the arts. My dream for Philadelphia arts and for artists nationally is that individual artists receive direct funding from the nation and from their local municipalities. This used to happen. This happened from the National Endowment for the Arts. And around 1990, there was a big uproar because the art was controversial and there were family values that were being kind of trampled on by these individual artists. But the NEA used to fund individual arts, the National Endowment for the Arts. They used to fund individual artists and they stopped. And what happened was, and this became a national model, they just funded arts institutions from then on. So that arts institutions would take the heat if there was something considered controversial or vulgar. And I feel that as an artist, this has had profound implications for what happened to the arts, because now artists are kind of begging for spaces in institutions rather than institutions begging for the artists to come and bring, we kind of lost our positioning. Part of that is I would also love healthcare for all artists. One thing that we see is a lot of arts are physically taxing, are spiritually and mentally taxing. You see musicians who toured for 30 years, giving their spirit and their heart and their energy to audiences nationwide and locally. You see them get sick when they're not able to tour anymore and they don't have health care. That's a problem for me. you know, and part of this is I think that individual artists honestly have a reach that institutions don't have and kind of can't have. Institutions, they've got lots of resources, but individual artists have individual relationships over time. In Philly, I saw this so much. To name a few people, Arimu Kumba. He would set up on street corners in West Philly. He would play concerts on instruments made out of trash and recycled materials. So he would make a one-string bass out of a Café Bustelo can and an old dried gourd. And he would learn to play them and give us concerts and teach us to play them. He would make a kalimba out of coffee tins, tuna fish cans. He had a direct impact on not just making the quality of my day better, but on an environmental philosophy I carry to this day about our relationship with what we waste and how we can make something beautiful out of that. There was Earl Wilkie. This was another West Philly artist. He was a sculptor, and he invited me into his home and showed me what it is to look like a working artist. There was sawdust in his living room. There was gorgeous sculpture in his living room. I went to Settlement Music School and I had amazing piano lessons, but it was Don Rappaport who for free pulled me aside and said, you need to learn music theory if you want to be at the top of your game. And once a week for a year, he met with me and taught me music theory free of charge in whatever space we could find, a cafe, a practice room, anything. These individual artists have a reach that I think institutions can't necessarily have. They meet you where you're at. They find you on your street corner. They find you on your block. This is what made Philadelphia great for me. So I think that the notion that an artist should be in perpetual cooperation with an institution is also a little anti-art. Artists should march to the beat of their own drum. And so I'm very grateful also for the Philly institutions that got me where I am today. Philadelphia Young Playwrights, Settlement Music School, which I mentioned before, those were central to me. But that's my dream for the arts: funding, direct individual funding for artists, and healthcare for artists. Okay, so let's transition to rewriting. So I think some of you guys joined me today because you have some rewriting to do, either right now or in general. And that's where I'm at. I submitted a rough draft of a screenplay to my co-producers and in December. And I got the kind of notes that it's like, oh, do I start from scratch? Do I rewrite 75% of this 120-page document? And it's confusing. And it's confusing because the mind has to think and the spirit has to open. But at the same time, the sheer size and bulk of the effort ahead is daunting. And not all the comments and thoughts are necessarily helpful and are going to get me to a place where the piece is even stronger, but some of them are. So following that path and figuring out which are those is the challenge for rewriting. So I would like you, if you came, you can just watch and listen, but please, please, please give this a shot. Let's write together. Even though this isn't like a live Zoom and I can't see your faces and stuff, comments can come my way, okay? So grab whatever it is you use to write. If it's a pen and paper, if it's a pencil and paper, if it's your thumbs on your notepad on your phone, if it's voice memo, your laptop, you can just shrink me down to a little bitty window in the corner and be writing on your word processing. So I want you to think of what it is that you're rewriting at the moment. So get into that space. Let's breathe together. Maybe name out loud, just to put it in our voices, the title of the piece, or you can say untitled, that you're thinking of right now. So my piece is called Life is a Carnival, which you might recognize as the title of a Celia Cruz song. Let's start with writing a list. This might be about 5 minutes long. So writing a list of between 3 and 10 questions or points of confusion about the piece that you are rewriting. Questions or points of confusion. And let's say for the purpose of this, we're not talking about good or bad. Those notions aren't helpful right now. We're just being descriptive. So questions or points of confusion you have about the rewrite ahead, about where you are right now. And they could be huge. For instance, I don't know what the energy of my piece is, or they could be tiny. For instance, I don't know why my opening scene with Vicky is funny, but not helpful for the next scene. So let's write together, okay? If you're just joining us now, we're doing a rewriting workshop and we're gonna write 3 to 10 questions or points of confusion about the piece that we're currently rewriting. And I'm doing it too. Thank you for joining us. If you're just recently joining, we're currently writing a list of questions or points of confusion we have about the current project we're rewriting. Okay, and wherever you're at in your list, finish your thought. I was able to get 3. I hope that some of you were able to get some. This is stuff that's been in my mind for the last month. Writing it down is helpful for me, even on a ceremonial level. It makes me commit to the specific thought. So I got 3, and they are is this Vicky's story, or does the story belong to an ensemble of women? My second one is this set in 1987 or contemporary? And the third one is this about Celia Cruz, female salsa stars more generally, or all the Fania crew / the Fania movement more generally? So those are my 3 questions and points of confusion. Maybe points of searching would have been a good way to put that. Okay, so, all right, we got that out. Let's breathe. The sky is still above us, the ground is still below us. And the next step of this is 3 to 10 things you know about the piece as it is. Not what you want it to be, where it's going, but as it is. What are 3 to 10 things you know about your piece? Not what's good, not what's bad. Be descriptive in your language, okay? 3 to 10 things you know about your piece. If you're just joining us, we're doing a rewriting workshop, and we're currently writing a list of 3 to 10 things we know about the piece that we're currently rewriting. Describing what is it, what is the piece? And go ahead and finish your current thought. I hope you were able to come up with some things. I surprised myself. I discovered some things I know about it that I hadn't totally articulated before. So I had 3 things, and they were: 1, I know the piece is about, quote, "You are not to walk anyone's path but your own." I don't expect anyone to understand what I'm talking about. I'm just giving examples of how I work this out. Okay, number 2, I know it's about Latin excellence and Latin averageness. Number 3, I know Vicky can fail and we can still love her. That was the surprise in there for me. That was helpful. So I'm going to take this piece of paper. I am a firm believer in walls. I love walls. I tape things to walls. I pin things to walls. So here's my pin board that I'm working with right now. But you don't need a fancy pin board. I believe in tape too. And I'm going to pin this here. And I'm going to look at that today. I'm going to think about that today. as I do my rewriting work. If I'm not in a place where I have the luxury of writing full time for a day, I'll pin it near where I would be doing the dishes or near where I'd be sitting, just so I can hold those thoughts in soft focus throughout my day. I love to think about soft focus as a writer. When you're taking a walk, when you're doing a grocery run, hold those things in soft focus, and you never know when the idea is going to come out and grab you. That can fuel your next actual active writing time. So thank you for joining my small rewriting workshop, and I'm going to answer some questions now. You can @ me on Twitter, or you can type some questions into the live chat, however you're watching, and they'll get to me. I have 3 questions to answer. Okay. The first one is, when is a good time, this is from Erica, when is a good time during the rewriting process to get a dramaturg's eyes on the script? Yeah. The answer to that is, you did that just now. You're your dramaturg, and you just got your eyes on your script now. I think especially in theater, so I'm speaking to theater folks at the moment and playwrights, there has developed a very weird culture of dependency on notes and on audience feedback as necessary for rewriting. And I just am going to question that. I'm not anti-feedback or anything, but I think that I feel my own tendencies, and I see it in my peers and in students of, sitting at the talkbacks and being like, no, I want to learn from you. Tell me, where are you confused? It's like, okay, A, art can be confusing, and B, like, you're your critic. You be the critic of your work. You push yourself. When is a good time to get a dramaturg's eyes on it? I don't know, as late as possible. That's my answer. You be the dramaturg for now, and be in a very active process of self-critique. Write out your self-critiques like we just did, that aren't associated with good or bad, but are associated with observation of the work in progress. Okay, Panscape had a question. When the rewriting stops, when you find the perfect actors for the characters, or even then the characters in the story keep being rewritten to fit the actors. So when do we stop rewriting? It's different. I have found with books, it's when your editor says you're ready to go to print. With the screenwriting, I was doing on the set of In the Heights, as we were preparing for scenes, I would be discussing rewrites with the actors if they had questions or if they had ideas that same day, like 30 seconds before, the director called action. For plays, it's different because plays are live and they can change over time. And so I have some plays that felt just in my gut done, and I haven't done a single bit of rewriting since the premiere. And I have plays that, like Water by the Spoonful, every time it gets done, I'm making adjustments to the script because it's a big script and it's unruly, and I always discover and hear new things. So that's kind of the stress and the joy of rewriting for the stage. But I don't think it's a good idea to go into a rehearsal room thinking your play is 100% done. Let the actors teach you about what you've written, and you'll be able to make it even better as you watch their work and learn. Okay, I have another question from Mari. Is there an easy way to separate yourself out when doing rewrites? Sometimes I have a hard time with rewrites because I'm too close to the words I've put down, even when I know the majority of it needs work. Beautiful question. Don't ever hesitate to put it aside for a month, for 2 days. If you want, you can hold it in that soft focus, like I said, or you can say to yourself, I'm not going to think about this at all for this period of time. I need distance. But I find that doing this writing the self-critique in a way that is not interested in notions of good or bad, that is interested in notions of observation, also helps create that distance from the piece on a kind of more day-to-day basis. And I'll take one more question from Erlina, and that question is, why can't I get 2.6 to have the right fiery energy? I assume she means draft 2.6. What really is the climax of this piece? how can I get to the meat of each moment and trim the rest? So she was telling me what her questions and points of confusion were about her piece. So I'm so glad that Erlina, who's a wonderful Philadelphia playwright, was able to do that. We, I believe, are out of time, so I won't have time to read from my memoir, sadly. Though let me hit James up in the chat and ask if I could take 3 more minutes. Okay, so as a thanks for joining and just as a way to share my work, I'm going to read from a chapter of my book called My Broken Language, and the chapter is called Mom's Accent. I'm a teenager living in West Philly at this time. My non-Latino friends always had a comment when Mom answered. After she handed me the phone, they'd be like, her accent is decent. I don't hear it, I'd say. They'd be like, stop playing, yes you do. Old friends found comfort in her Val-rich hello. New friends just got confused. If Mom answered, they'd be like, yo, are you a Jungle Fever baby? I thought you was white, but your mom sounds pure Spanish Harlem. Mom's cadences were invisible to me, with a few exceptions. When Mom said obnoxious, it rhymed with precocious. Precocious, obnoxious. When Mom said Home Depot, it rhymed with teapot. Teapot, Home Depot. When Mom said realm, it rhymed with stay calm. Stay calm, realm. I corrected her in the car. I corrected her in the living room. No cash register or playground was too public to fix her blunder. Sometimes it was embarrassment, which I pretended was charity. Others, it was the know-it-all cockiness of youth, and still others to tease a mystical giantess. Her numinous ass needed reminders that I was down here in the plebeian realm. She never once said, fuck you, child, stop colonizing my ass. But she never changed her pronunciation either. We went to Home Depot a lot, so she was definitely asserting her right of mispronunciation. I wonder what it's like to grow up in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, learning English in first grade, starting with songs like Pollito Chicken, to bring your papi his coffee on the farm, your papi who doesn't speak a lick of English, made by your mommy who speaks even less, to leave Arecibo at 11, come to Los Bronx as autumn breezes take hold, to have girl gangs mocking your spick accent and hurling rocks at your head, to wait until the janitor is done mopping and the floors are dry and he turns off the lights and is like, out kid, I'm locking up. And still the gang is there with the rocks, to have a Philly guidance counselor deny you a college conversation because, I mean, let's be real. And anyway, there was no money for college. And anyway, your parents didn't make it past second grade, so simmer down. To advocate for immigrant moms who can't afford cereal or prenatal care, to be honored by the National Organization of Women for getting those immigrant moms cereal and prenatal care, to be hired by State Senator Hardy Williams and while drafting his legislation to write in backdoor deals so your Boricua brethren aren't left with crumbs, to do all that off a high school education and a hunger for books, and then to have your love child from a white hippie correct your pronunciation when she's 6 years old, then when she's 9, then when she's 17, and she'd fucking know better. That was a little excerpt from My Broken Language. Thank you all for joining me. Much love. And thank you to Power Street Theater and James Jackson for supporting Philadelphia arts.
Thank you, Quiara, so much. Aplauso para Quiara. Thank you so much for your writer's workshop, which has definitely given me a lot of insights and a lot of people in the chat as well. Virginia Sanchez, that was really helpful. Erlina, thank you so much. And for the questions of the rewrites, that was extremely helpful. And just things to echo and highlight for you from what you said, Quiara, is yes, healthcare to artists. Yes, march to the beat of your own drum. And I also love the fact of, or just the concept of grounding yourself beforehand, taking that breath before writing and remembering, recognizing that awareness of the sky is above us, the ground is below us, and centering that focus before pen hits paper or fingers hit, what is this, keyboard, typewriter, whatever we have in front of us. So aplausos to Quiara, and thank you so much for reading from your memoir as well. Gracias. Ciao, ciao. Well, here we are continuing on. That was so wonderful. And for people who missed that, I believe that this video will be posted throughout Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, I think, which I didn't know about, but wonderful. So you can listen back to our music, our poetry, and our rewriting workshop. We have Jessica Tingling here with us. And this is really exciting about this digital rally because there's so many artists that I have yet to meet and be in a creative space with. So Jessica, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see if you're on camera.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. We're just waiting for you to appear on our screen. Here you are. Here you are looking beautiful in this dress. Yes, dressed for the occasion. Where are you coming from right now?
I'm coming from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm so excited to be here to be a part of this event. I think this is just fantastic. This is right up my alley and it speaks to my soul. So thank you guys so much for hosting and putting this together.
Yes, thanks Power Street, LaNeshe, and James. Thank you so much for being with us today, Jessica. Speaking of speaking to the soul, we are very excited for you to speak to our souls. And I quickly looked at a bit of your work, and just to read what I wrote down: capturing the core identity of our subjects. Anything to expand on that, or thoughts from your production company?
Yes, I mean that is a great way to sum up our work and the authors that come out of J&B Press. All of these authors are writing about their arts and experiences. They're sharing stories that touch their lives, that touch their community, that have been marginalized and really kind of silenced up to this point. So I'm so excited to share their stories, and I'm glad that they have this platform that they get to share what they are thinking, what they're feeling, because they're not alone. There are a lot of us out there that are feeling these ways. So.
Absolutely, and we're so excited for you to share this with us now. Any thoughts or introductions that you want to give to a piece that you're sharing with us, a conversation that you're going to have with us?
Sure. Well, I have a couple of publications of J&B Press that I would really like to share and just like spotlight real quick.
Please.
To start off, I'm going to start with the fun book of Funky Soul Trivia. This is a book by a Philadelphia author. And I want to start with this one is because the cover was designed by a Philadelphia artist. And I think she did a tremendous job with it. And it just highlights one of the many ways that Philadelphia creatives are contributing in so many different ways. This is a fun little trivia book that, it's great for Black History Month because it highlights so many exceptional Black musicians. But in general, there's so many tidbits in there, and it's fun to share with family, especially right now when we're kind of far away from each other. This would be great for a trivia night that's either virtual or in person. Or I sent a copy to my dad. I know how much he really enjoys music trivia, and it's been a while since I've gotten to see him, and definitely haven't been able to like hold him in my arms. So it's a great way for us to connect. So I definitely wanted to start there. But I mean, a lot of these publications have been either illustrated or designed by Philadelphia artists. They wear many hats. They're multifaceted. I'm just really in awe of them in so many ways. And I talk like I'm not a Philadelphia artist as well.
No, but absolutely. This is so wonderful, and talking about connection, and especially when we're far apart. And this is really exciting to learn about these books. I mean, Karen at the beginning talked about Philly Johns in terms of poets and poetry from Philadelphia. Do you mind saying this book one more time, the trivia book?
Oh, sure. This is the fun book of Funky Soul Trivia.
The fun book of Funky Soul Trivia. And where can we where can we get a hand of this copy?
Sure. This is available on the J&B Press website. So that's jnbpressphilly.com. And it's also available on We Buy Black.
Great. I'm just writing this down so I can remember. I can put it in the chat. This can be posted everywhere. Jess, thank you so much for those shout outs. I'm excited to buy a copy, and take it away, Jess. I'm going to pop out of the room so you can do your thing. Thank you so much for being here with us.
So much. Thank you. I'm just going to show a few of the other publications that are currently available. In particular, I'd like to highlight The Brown Female Voice, which is a publication that I co-wrote with another author, Shani Scales, who she's just this tremendous person with a wonderful heart. And with this book, we really wanted to share our own experiences, our own internal conversations. And what we realized is that the more that we shared this book and the more that we talked to others, the more we realized that we weren't the only ones that were feeling that way. And especially right now, that's a great comfort. So if you don't mind, I'm sure you don't, I would like to share one of her selections and one of my own as well, just to give you a taste of what you might find in The Brown Female Voice. So this piece is called Nostalgia, The Good Old Days. And this one was written by Shani Scales. Are you aware of the things that you remember and don't want to forget? Remember when you didn't have a care in the world. You just wanted to know what was for lunch and who you were going to sit next to. Remember you never missed a beat because you didn't take naps. Scraped knees, bruises, falls, nothing can take the place of being a kid again. No bills, responsibilities, just freedom. Are you aware of the things that you remember, but you don't want to? Remember when it happened? Remember how you felt? Remember when they told you that everything would be okay and to get over it? Remember when you grew up? Remember how strong you became? Do you still remember you? Do you think about you? A stronger, better, faster you? That's not nostalgic. That's imminence. You will be there. The difference is that this time you will be freer. And then if I could share a selection of my own work, which I typically don't read, so this is a treat for you all. This one's called Naturalistic Self-Care. What if every tree, cloud, piece of nature was an ancestor? Would you cut down that tree knowing it was your grandmother reaching out for your hand any way she could? Buddhism, Christianity, so many others, they all say not to harm the earth, to care for our surroundings. Why do we need doctrine or tradition for that matter to dictate self-care? Because at the end of the day, that's what this is, self-care. Taking time to care for and relish in our surroundings, our environment, our home. From our vessel to our abode, to our city, country, and the world, where's the self-care? To hold a branch full of life, to share the energy of those that have transitioned, yet continue to speak into our lives. Simply by going on a walk. It's not easy, but it is simple. Simple appreciation of our own majesty, and thereby appreciation of the dignity, the grandeur that appears each day around all of us. Our cities do not have to overflow with plastic, steel, and concrete. Now, these are just a few of the pieces that are in The Brown Female Voice. As I said, it's a collection of writings of my own and Shani Scales. In addition to the writings, there are also photographs by Boogie Down Spring Productions. You can see them there. Created in partnership with Tasha Duget. And the photographs really speak to the work. I think it just expands so nicely. And as I said earlier, these books are available on the J&B Press website and also on We Buy Black. In addition to these two works, I would also like to share with you Cal Finds Family. This is a children's book that was created by a Philadelphia creative, Auntie. And like the fun book of Funky Soul Trivia, this is a great book that kind of brings people together as we're far apart. And that was the intention of her book. She wanted to connect people. She wanted to share love. And she wanted kids to know that, yes, things are really stressful and unusual and crazy, and you're not able to see your grandparents the way you used to, or your aunts and uncles. But that doesn't mean that they don't love you. That doesn't mean that they don't care about you. That doesn't mean that they are not constantly thinking of you. So she created this book called Cal Finds Family, where a little lightning bug gets lost and he's away from his family. And what I think is so nice and so different about her book is it starts out as this gorgeous picture book. And then halfway through, it changes over into a coloring book. So the kids get to enjoy the picture book and then the story again as a coloring book. And in this way, they really get to interact with it. They get to have fun with it. They can color bookmarks and cut them out as well. It's very interactive. If I could just read a few pages to give you an idea of the work. After sailing for lots and lots of days, the boat docked on a land that Cal had never seen before. In the distance, he could see tall buildings, shiny cars, and people in suits. It wasn't like his home at all. Cal flew to the nearest tree to try to get a better look of where he could be. This tree was different and already a home to many other creatures, but none like him. The ants were really busy working and they did not stop to talk to him. Being a curious firefly, Cal decided to explore this faraway land. As the sun went down, he began to sing the song of the fireflies and flew deeper into the unknown. He hummed, "Let your light shine. Together we can conquer the darkness." And this song right here, it's so sweet, and Auntie is encouraging young readers to create their own version of the song and send them to her. The story goes on to say, to his surprise, he heard someone singing with him, who was singing his song. Behind him, another firefly was glowing and singing too. They flew to a flower and sang the song of the fireflies together. Now, I won't give away the whole story, but if you have a chance, you should definitely pick up a copy. If you go to calandgo.com, you can purchase not only the book, but also flight kits, which include little goggles, t-shirts, and coloring utensils as well. So it's really nice. You can send this whole package to your little one near and far to let them know that you're still thinking of them. And as soon as things improve, that you will see them again soon. But in the meantime, you guys can color together and read Cal's story. And this is just the beginning. Auntie is already working on her next installment. Now we've had time to talk about a few of the works I have here. Before we get too far away, another one I would like to share is Coffee, Tea, Sugar, and Poems. This is a collection of poetry books. Now, like the fun book of Funky Soul, the artwork in the book and on the cover was designed by a Philadelphia artist. IamWomanLife.art on Instagram, and her work is tremendous. And if you have not had an opportunity to pick up a hard copy or ebook of this book, please do yourself a favor. I would like to read just one of Mary's poems. Mary Coffee Payne is a Lancaster writer who is probably like just one of the sweetest people you would meet. And she has decided to publish her first collection of work. And working with Aisha Bellamy, they have just created this. It's really breathtaking. It really is. Her illustrations expand on the words and complement them so nicely. Together, it would just be a stunning coffee table book. I know that Valentine's Day is right around the corner, or even Mother's Day is not that far away. That would be a beautiful gift for someone. Absolutely. But if I could share one of Mary's pieces, I will shine. Your belittlement, your degradation, your separation, your distaste for my race, your defamation for who I am, seeing only my outward appearance, not looking beyond the color I am, not seeing the goodness within, all that has motivated me to shine. The sight of me may make you cringe. My rights as a human being could not be infringed. My features may be scary, but no cause to be leery. My hair soft as a cotton ball and thick and curly as lamb's wool. We've been copied and imitated, yet we are still humiliated. The way you may view me may not be good. It seems we are always misunderstood. Your actions can be detrimental for no reason. This has been going on for many seasons. I will shine through the pain. I will shine through the ignorance. I will shine through hate and injustice. I will shine through the mistreatment. I am a part of this world. I will shine. Mary's words are so empowering and so uplifting, now more than ever. But at the same time, there are many of her pieces that are very whimsical and very fun and very lighthearted. And that is a breath of fresh air too. If I could share another piece of hers as well to capture some of that whimsy and some of that funness that her pieces bring. This one is called The Mysterious Church Shoes. A pair of black, elegant shoes, sleek, sly, and mysterious, have become a part of the church's history, and somewhat of a mystery, appearing out of nowhere, ready to be shown off to any takers, regardless of any haters. Sunday after Sunday, these shoes remained in the church's vestibule, where many congregators hang out and get the scoop on everyone's business. The smiles these shoes put on women's faces is like no other. Most times, shoes like these are taken home proudly, but these mysterious church shoes have been left alone to arouse one's curiosity of how each Sunday they click-clack through the church mysteriously, stride through the pulpit, tap during the praise service, and dance with the choir, through the church pews without skipping a beat, seen here, there, and everywhere on its owner's feet. As the pastor preaches, these shoes boldly stand to honor Christ in all ways, but now they rest gently, looking for warm human feet to touch its soul. They are appealing to just about every woman. They are the heartbeat to many women's souls. They bring healing effects to many wants and needs. There was no second thought to the price tag, just had to have them, bag them, and take them home. Their cuteness attract many wandering eyes, awes and desires to possess. They bring satisfaction no man can give. Man can only wish for this kind of adoration. They gain attention and turn many heads. They show sophistication in appearance and speak volumes of its owner, capturing hearts and most times gaining instant love from onlookers. Hooked and fixated, These shoes complete us and fit us as perfectly as a glove. They are proudly worn with a smile. When the lights are off and the church is closed, is the Spirit of God still causing these shoes to dance and praise? Nobody knows. Mysterious as they came, they disappeared. And then it's Coffee, Tea, Sugar, and Poems by Mary Coffee Payne and illustrated by Aisha Bellamy. Now, I know our time is winding down. We only have a short bit left. I briefly mentioned the fun book of Funky Soul Trivia. I'm happy to go back to this one, and I didn't get a chance earlier, but if you would like to test yourself and see if you would know some of these trivia facts. Like which Philly group had a big hit with On Bended Knee? Or who was the female singer with Peebo Bryson on the duet A Whole New World? Could you complete the street chant? The roof, the roof. Oh. Or would you know Bruno Mars's real name? These are all just wonderful works that expand our knowledge and our mind in so many different ways. From our children's book that shares love to our poetry works, our trivia, and the ones that are really interactive. I won't spend too much time on this one. This is our culturally competent nursing book as well. And with this book, culturally competent education in both clinical and classroom instruction is integral to prepare nurses to provide culturally sensitive care to diverse patients. I just wanted to mention that one as well as our Shattered Beauty and the Loss as well. And that's just to let you know there are many publications currently available through J&B Press that speak to a variety of feelings and emotions. But many of these works, they are created by Philadelphia creatives. And those are musicians, those are artists, those are writers that I want to say boldly. I know there are many, many authors that would say, I'm so nervous to share it, but at the same time, they feel called to share their work. And we are so lucky and so blessed to have their work in our lives. We really are. The way that they expand on our understanding and they tap into our emotions. It's only just the beginning. And I'm so excited for this event because it talks about not only the Philly artists, but this is a broader conversation about artists overall. Some of my authors are based out of New York, some of them are based out of DC, and this question of funding is coming up in a number of cities. And so, yes, now more than ever, we need to be investing in the arts and seeing different ways that we can support artists. And so considering a visual artist as your illustrator or as your cover designer is a great opportunity for them to make some money and continue their artistry. So often you feel like you have to go with somebody from the industry, and these authors show you that that's not the case. Is our time lining up?
No. This is all wonderful. I'm here listening attentively to you, and I would love to ask you a few questions if you have a bit of time. Yeah. I mean, thank you so much for reading all those wonderful excerpts from these books. I feel like you now need to have your own podcast or your own videocast blog of you just reading stories to the community, to the public. No, please. I mean, it's set up so well. You have your beautiful, what is it, mahogany little desk. You have your tea. You have your dress, the book set up. We have maybe cassettes in the background, CDs. I don't even, little books. Just going into a window into the space that you're in. And I guess my first question is, how did J&B Press get started? When did that begin?
Oh, that's such a great question. So J&B Press, I founded it in 2019. I actually named it after my daughter. I'm not the J. Her nickname is JB. So that's where the name of the company came from. But the company came out of this idea. For years, I was working with different artists. I went to school in Lancaster and I worked for a museum out there. And then I moved to Philadelphia and I worked with artists here. And so often a museum would tell the artists, this is how you're going to show your work. And that was if they told them anything. I work with some artists, they got a flyer in the mail and that's how they found out their work was on display. And it was so frustrating and so upsetting. And I really became like an advocate for artists. I started working with them more so than the museums. And so my first publication was an art catalog because I wanted artists to have that advocacy, to have that autonomy, to be able to control their work, to document their work. A lot of times an artist will create something and they'll send it out for a show and there's no photograph of it. There's nothing written down of when you created it or who you sent it to. And it'll turn up on auction block later. And now you're struggling to prove that you created that's your baby. So that's where I've been photographing more works. And I first got started into creating these catalogs, and other authors came to me as well. And they said, well, we have these other ideas for publications. Would you be willing to publish our work as well? And that's when I decided to do something more formally and establish J&B Press, LLC.
Wow, I'm not too familiar with the publishing world, but that really seems, I had no idea that that's the process, I suppose, in terms of how to get your work recognized, but then it could be like lost in the mix and then you have to prove that's your work.
Yeah.
Is that, for lack of a better word, like normal in the publishing process, or is that
in the art world? In the art world, yes, it is normal that, I mean, we hear about artwork being stolen quite often. It's in the news. You'll hear about different countries suing one another, trying to get their artwork back. And it's because the question of ownership comes into play. But if an artist has a catalog that shows all of their work, and this was published 10, 15 years ago, you're not going to tell me that what's on your wall is not mine. And so that's where that really came from. And then also just keeping track of your work. You would be surprised, or maybe not. I mean, any artist that is committed to their craft is constantly creating. They're creating so much. I am a photographer as well. And my husband and I, we were just marveling the other day at all of our just folders and folders and folders of photographs. And it would be so great to get those into a book where, one, we can see them, but also keep track of them so they don't get lost, they don't get deleted. And that's where some of that comes from, just organizing all of our information.
Yeah. And if people wanted to work with you and have their art published, how can they connect with you? What is the best process for that to connect with you?
They can visit the website, jnbpressphilly.com, or they can email me at jnbpressphilly@gmail.com. And then the work number is 215-495-2900. And they can call as well. I'm terrible at answering. I'm working on that. But if you send me a text, I usually get back to you pretty quickly.
Thank you.
World running around.
Oh, yes. I mean, I don't have that experience, but I can only imagine. I mean, everyone has said it so far, the wearing of so many hats. And as artists, that is basically our nature in terms of wearing so many hats and juggling a gazillion things at once. But still, you said this thing that was so wonderful, and it's like the call, like somehow either the universe or experience or way we were nurtured or raised, there is this calling to show your art. And when was your calling, or was there a call for you to come and collect this art and publish this art?
I would say my calling is maybe about 5 years ago now. As I said, I was living in Lancaster at the time. My husband and I had just gotten married and just graduated from graduate school. And we had moved into a new apartment and we were living there, and we almost seemed to look at each other and say, no, this is wrong. This isn't, we're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be in Philly. And we quit our jobs. We moved out. We had just signed the lease for the apartment. Like, I think we were there maybe 3 months, if that. And we just packed everything up in this van and we moved to Philly. And as soon as we were here, everything that I had been seeing and everything I had been learning about this relationship between institutions and artists, and how, it was so hard for artists to go in and say, you know what? We should paint the walls black and hang the art like this. And we need to have all of these plants or this music, and everything just clicked. And there's so many tremendous Philadelphia artists here. And to see what they were doing was just so inspiring. This whole journey, I've met so many incredible artists that I'm trying to keep up with them. I really am. I said, oh, you're doing that? Oh, I got to try that. That's really cool. Oh, wow. And it inspires me and pushes me to see to test new things and see what else we can pull out and come up with, and how we can expand on something or incorporate a new idea or a new group and reach a deeper understanding of one another.
That's a huge call. Wow. That is like speakers blasting, surround system call, Jess. For you and your husband to have it at the same time, that's really magical. Yes, absolutely. And it's something that we never regretted. We never looked back on. Don't get me wrong, there were times where it was hard, but I never would have been able to do this in Lancaster with the support system that I had there. Here, I mean, you walk outside and you bump into an incredible artist. You really do. I've sat outside on the stoop and seen somebody walk by and you compliment their scarf, and you end up in this whole conversation about how they're going to PAFA, or they're on their way to the Colored Girls Museum, or they're on their way to Mainline Art Center to put together this incredible exhibit. And I applaud these institutions for opening up to new ideas and to supporting these artists and saying, yes, if that's what you envision, you can do that. Like the Colored Girls Museum, I know an artist, Sinta Hamilton, she walked in there and she said, you know what I really want to do? I would like to paint your kitchen. And they said, okay. They said, you know what, that's a great idea. And she painted it floor to ceiling. I'm talking the stove, the refrigerator, the counters, and the piece was just absolutely gorgeous. It really is. I don't know if they have a photo on their website, but yes, can someone find this photo, pop it up? I want to see this painted kitchen. Because out there in our Facebook world, find the photo and post it in the chat.
Yes, but that's just how it is in Philadelphia. There are these creatives that hear this call and they bet on themselves. They bet on the vision and they're obedient. And I am fortunate to be counted among them.
Yes. I wanted to, absolutely, yes, and I think Philadelphia is such an inviting space to share that, and to communicate that with the community. Before we say goodbye, Jess, any upcoming projects for you, or anything that you're excited about that's coming up?
We'll definitely follow J&B Press LLC, or check out our website. We have a couple of books that are coming out this spring. Jose Alicea is about to release a children's book called Joey the Monster that I think is fantastic. There is a Mommy, Why's My Hair So Kinky how-to hair book that's about to come out. There's more poetry, there's more trivia, there's more children's books. So like, whatever you're looking for, there's an author that's ready to connect with you.
Beautiful, wonderful. jmbpressphilly.com is in the chat. Everyone who's watching, please click on it, support. And after hearing these magnificent stories, not just read to us, but Jess, thank you for opening up your soul to us. And it's been really lovely having you here. So thank you so much, and take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gracias, Jess. Bye-bye, ciao. All right, we are moving on. It's all about the process. I feel like that is the theme so far of the day. Todos para el proceso. Ese es el tema este día. We are going to move forward to talk about Taller Puertorriqueño, and here we have the Gabriela Sanchez to open that up for us. Gabi, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, hey, hey. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm having a great time. This is really fun. Yeah. I'm like just like listening, I'm watching, I'm hearing, I'm taking in. I feel like this is there's already a communication, a conversation, even if there's no talking with all these beautiful artists sharing their work. So yeah, this has been great.
Yeah, I feel you. It's been such a great lineup so far. I've been watching behind the scenes, you know, and it's just been really, really nice to have a breath of fresh air with the butterflies James was talking about earlier this morning. Like, I still have those butterflies, and I'm just like, like, it's this weird feeling of the show's happening, like a show. Like, I haven't had that feeling in so long in this type of way. So it's kind of awesome.
Yes, continue on with that energy. People who are watching from home, their office, their cars, wherever you are at, the show is happening. We are live. We are here. Asaki is here as well. Hola, Asaki.
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
How you doing? I'm like, it's so weird because like Karen or Jen or Aunt, like I haven't seen them in physical form for so long, but they're here and we are connecting. I'm just like, hi guys, like I want to talk to you. How's life? And hearing about all those wonderful books, I was just like, oh God, I really have to start reading in English again. I've been reading in Japanese so much lately because that's how much my brain can take right now in this pandemic exhausted brain. But yeah, I'm having fun. Yeah. I had to shoo all the cats out of the room real quick because they just walked in. It's like, oh hey, what is going on here? I was like, guys, no.
Saki, I just pictured like an army of cats just like peering into the camera, and like you have 20 cats and you're like, no, it's my space now. Yes.
Yeah, I wish I can have that many, but no, it's a little too small an apartment for 20 cats.
Well, yes, I suppose so. Sharing your space with 20 cats, too much. But enough about cats. Gabi, I'm passing the mic over to you to talk more about Taller and the things that they're doing there.
Yeah, and I would love for this to actually be a conversation right now. I think that there's been some just, we were going to have some other folks talk about Taller, but I'm going to make sure that the audience learns about Taller Puertorriqueño. And Tana, you know, you have worked with Taller as well. So I think you can speak about Taller as well as Asaki. You know, our first production happened with Power Street Minority Land in 2013 at Taller Puertorriqueño in the old building, in the small little theater that I actually used to perform in as a kid. Like literally as a straight kid in summer programming and after school programming. So full circle with Taller Puertorriqueño. Taller is an arts and culture organization in North Philadelphia that is just amazing. It connects to the community in so many different ways through so many different programs, and offers, you know, it offers connections with intergenerational folks, right? So you're always seeing, when I go to Taller, I'm seeing folks like old folks, young folks, like all ages, all backgrounds, you know, and that's always such a special experience to be in their space and be connected to the community in that way. And also seeing art being formed in so many different ways. I mean, I took Bomba y Plena as a kid at Taller, and then I was able to teach Bomba y Plena when I was working there, and keeping the preservation of our African roots alive through Bomba, which Tony Mendez is going to be with us from Bomberos de la Calle, who has worked with Taller for many years as well, and we'll be sharing some of that music. So I'm really excited about, you know, what Taller has done for me and what Taller continues to do for the community. And yeah, I want to ask, because I want it to be a conversation, also because I wasn't ready to talk right now. So I'm trying to fill in, you know.
The magic of theater. Always, exactly. You never know what's going to happen. It's live.
Right now. I'm like remembering to stay center, and I'll keep moving. I know James is like, Gabby, stay center. No, shout out real quick to James. Let's just take a moment, show James some love in the chat, y'all. James is out here doing it. And we really appreciate him. We also really appreciate Jose from Solar Tree out here doing it as well. Asaki, Erlina, LaNeshe, like all of the organizers who are on call, you know, and just immersed in this digital rally, along with our amazing host, Tana. And we also will have Nicole Stacie joining us at 4, along with Nick Lopez doing some DJ on Instagram. And we're going to have a TikTok dance by Taylor Mitchell. So I just had to do that plug in and shout out everyone and show the organizers some love and the host. Cool. So moving forward, I guess, what impact has Taller made on your personal life? Because we all have connections to Taller, and / or what's a fun story that you have about Taller Puertorriqueño? And Erlina's joining us too now. So
hey Erlina.
Erlina.
So the question was, what impact has Taller had on your life, or a fun story that or memory that you have of Taller Puertorriqueño?
The first sorry.
No, you go, Asaki, go.
The first thing comes to my mind is that first minority land production that we had in their old building. So they had smaller stage, and it's just how much love that we've received from the audience that I don't want to be a spoiler alert for people who doesn't know minority land, but there is a scene that at the end, the main character shows the sign and says, honk if you can't pay rent. And the audience actually honked, and we were like, oh my God, there's a heckler. But it was actually a cheering for us actors, and there's just like a massive love, like cheering, and they're talking about like, we've never seen our story on stage. This is the first time people like us being represented on stage. And I was like, this is why I do theater. This is why I immerse myself to arts and creativity in a foreign land, nonetheless. And it just made me falling in love with arts and theater all over again, because Taller let us use their venue and let us be in their community. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Absolutely, yes, and CE, a lot of support from Taller. I feel like I've had maybe full circle-ish kind of thing, like Gabi was saying, but just a lot of experiences with Taller. The first year I moved to Philly in 2015, and I was working with Eliana Fabi on our show, The Duende Cycle, which Erlina starred in. Oh my God, what a process. We were looking at...
what a time.
If you ever want to see, I mean, it's the beauty of theater when you, man, did I put too many hats on, too many shows on, 2 shows in rep. But that was such a wonderful process and experience, and I learned so much. But we were trying to find a venue to perform and to produce this show for the Fringe. And we were looking at Taller, and we were talking with Carlos. Carlos, that's his name. And he was showing us around, but they were moving into their new building. So it unfortunately didn't work out for us, but their new building is so beautiful, old one as well, but just the fact that they were there in the community holding space for theater artists, musicians, workshops for kids, adults, older adults as well. And that's how I connected with Dora Viacava. Shout out to Dora. Dora, abrazos para ti. And I was a teaching artist for the older adults, and I learned so much through that community. So just having a space there for everyone to join into their shop is wonderful. Just like local artists and Latino artists, Latinx artists that you can buy from. They have like a gallery that you can see. It's a space where you feel comfortable. It's a space where you can hang out and write, do your work, drink coffee, a space where you can see art, a space where you can meet up with people to talk about art. So that's what I think of when I think of Taller.
Yeah, I would say the gallery was something that in the new building that really just struck me. I had a meeting in the neighborhood one day, and I was like 30 minutes early, and I was like, oh, let me go to Taller and see if there's anything going on over there. I was just like, I haven't really walked around the new building that much. So I literally, walked in, hi, and then can I go to the gallery? Like, okay, go ahead. And it's just this beautiful open gallery. And I remember walking around, and it was just what I needed in that moment. I had been having such a hectic day, going from meeting to meeting, and I had just hopped off the bus, and I'm like, okay, I think I had mistaken. I thought my meeting was at 4:30 and it was at 5 or something, so I was like, oh, now I have half an hour to kill, nowhere to go. And then it was just this place was here that just welcomed me into it. And I put my phone away, and I just quietly walked around and looked at the art and felt so just this is so nice. I wish every neighborhood had something like this where you could feel comfortable to just be I can go in here and just experience art for a moment and not have to pay, not have to have an invite, and just know that because I'm here in the neighborhood, I can come in and I can say hi, and that I'm welcome to experience art, because it's not some coveted, private, expensive thing that only special people can experience.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about why, who has influenced me to be who I am today, and I will certainly say that Taller Puertorriqueño has been a huge influence on has had a huge influence on my life, and all the people that work there, along with not just the people, but the students, that I used to work with for the years that I was there, really shaped my way of of being on my advocacy, and also like learning that it was great to embrace who I was as a different learner, like, and knowing that like there were so many other students who thought like me or had challenges in like academic spaces, but then would come to these after school programs and work on that, because Tayed offers homework help, but also a creative outlet to express yourself. And I think that was so fundamental for me as a young person, and then also to then come back and be able to learn from the young people there, and to be all my P's and Q's, because it was fun, and it was also, they had its ups and downs, just like any type of teaching artist will have in any space, right? But one thing I loved was like the raw and the real, like the realness, like the thoroughness of like the community, and also knowing that like the community are my family members. Like my family members were going to Tayed as well. And my, like all of my family lives around Tayed, and friends. And it's been really great to see the growth of Tayed, a 40+ year organization that has that was founded on the like strength of community organizing, which is why we're here today, right? In a new way, like in this digital way. And so it's really exciting to like think about your history and where you come from, right? Or the impact of certain organizations that have been around for a long time. And to see the change, right? And the adaptability, and also like the youngins. I was a youngin back then, and now I'm not so much a youngin anymore, along with all of us here today. It was really nice to hear all of your testimonies about Tayed, from the art exhibit, Erlina and Tana, and you, Tana, working with the adults. Like that's just such a cool thing that I don't even think I knew. So that was something really great to learn, that like actually all 4 of us have connections to Tayed. And even Erlina, you taught during a summer, right? So you taught during a summer as well. So we actually all have been educators at Tayed Puertorriqueño at some point, right? And so that's a cool discovery as we sit here together.
Yeah, that's actually one of my big memories. Real quick, I just wanted to say that this was before Gabby and I were really even friends, and like before we had done our first ever show at Tayed. So we were still kind of just like collaborating together on this project. We didn't know where it was going to go. We didn't know what Power Street was really going to be. And Gabby was the one that was like, hey, do you want to teach at Tayed? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And I'll never forget, as you're talking about being on your P's and Q's, that was my first time, like teaching in a while. And also with a bunch of kids of different ages too. Like I had never done like, it was like kids between 5 and 12 or something like that. So you really had to like have your stuff together. And I remember that I was like in the middle of losing control of the group. And I was like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Like, I clearly don't got it for this. Like, what do I do? And Gabby came in and was like, hey. And all the kids were like, whoa, Miss Gabby's in the room. And they like immediately like came to attention and like started paying attention to me. And I was like, ah. And that was like one of the moments where I was like, I need to watch this woman, because I'm gonna learn a lot from watching how she handles this stuff. That's like a memory I'll never forget, because I was in the moment of feeling like I was gonna drown. I was like, oh no, what did I get into? And then you came in and like reminded me, like, you're in charge here, like this is how you do it. And like, yeah, I'll never forget that feeling. And those kids, man, I love those kids.
Wow. Erlina, you've never shared that with me. So best friends, work together all the time. This is the first time I've ever heard that story. So that's actually great, accurate, and also like such a sweet memory. It is true. And specifically the Miss Gabby, Miss Erlina, right? Miss Adela was actually the one who has been there. Miss Adela has been there with the youth program forever. And she created a culture that the students call you by your first name, but Miss or Mr., right? And to this day, me and Miss Adela see each other. You see, I had to say Miss Adela, I can't say Adela. We'll see each other and she goes, Miss Gabby, like to this day. Or so whenever I go to Tayed Puertorriqueño, she'll go, this is Miss Gabby. Like, and so that culture, there is also a culture beyond, right, what we see on the website, which is www.tayed.org. tayedpr.com. I think
TayedPR.
TayedPR.org. Listen, y'all gotta look it up in the chat. I was not ready. But there's a culture right that what we see and what we experience, but also a culture, a culture and work environment that folks have curated over time and has shifted. And so shout out to all the staff members at Tayed who are doing y'all thing, even amidst a pandemic. Shout out to Marilyn Rodriguez, who's the education director over there. Marilyn, I love you. You are awesome. It's such an honor to work with you in other spaces outside of my role with Power Street. And also, Marilyn's an amazing artist. And Marilyn, is from North Philly. And I just love Marilyn. I think Marilyn is such a gift to Tayed Puertorriqueño. Shout out to Carmen Febo, who's the head honcho, as probably Asaki calls me, but literally Carmen Febo been there for years and just has made really positive change for the community, for us to even see a new building. I mean, and all the board members that are a part of Tayed. Shout out to everyone involved that has kept Tayed alive during all these years. I wish for us to live that long in the community as an organization, making positive change. And so I think that's what I got. I think Tana now is gonna shift it over to
we have a little video, I think, right? A little video to play before we
Yes. So James is going to play a video and then Tana's going to take the lead. But thank you all for joining. Asaki, Erlina, Tana, thank you. Thank you all.
Tayed Puertorriqueño translates to Puerto Rican workshop. Tayed was established in 1974 by Latino artists and activists. They created a community-based graphic arts workshop to provide cultural training opportunities to local youth.
Our workshop has grown to include classrooms, a theater, 2 galleries, and a bookstore.
Throughout its history, our workshop has been a vital resource to the barrio and to the region. It is now nationally recognized as a model organization that uses the arts as a vehicle for social change. Tayed Puertorriqueño sponsors year-round arts classes and workshops for both children and adults. Our classes give students the opportunity to express themselves openly and freely in a positive environment. Classes are relaxed and full of warmth and support. The program includes workshops and performance, creative writing, dance, and painting. Providing innovative hands-on art classes, the Cultural Awareness Program opens a world of discovery and understanding to our younger students. The Youth Artist Program supports and promotes careers in the visual arts. With the guidance of artist mentors, this portfolio building program offers a select group of high school students a unique opportunity to develop their artistic skills. Our program equips young artists with the tools they will need to thrive in a competitive arts world. The Tayed's Cultural Enrichment Program also provides educational outreach to local schools and community organizations. The Visiting Artist Outreach Program serves to integrate our thriving cultural achievements with the community around us.
Tayed Puertorriqueño's artistic and educational programs serve hundreds of students and thousands of visitors every year. Tayed Puertorriqueño will continue to thrive and grow as el corazón cultural del barrio, the cultural heart of our community.
Hello, we are back. Okay, hello everybody. That was a really lovely reunion to have with Gabby, Erlina, and Asaki with Tayed Puertorriqueño. Entonces, una reunión súper chévere para tener con estas chicas y hablar sobre nuestras memorias con esta compañía tan chévere. I definitely wanted to share a story about that I think is hilarious. So when it's my slot, I will. But here we are now. We are here with the amazing Lavela and LaNeshe here for Warrior Writers. Please let me know, am I pronouncing both your names right?
LaNeshe, but that's fine.
LaNeshe. No, I want to get the names right. I mean, my name is like Tanaquil. No one ever knows. And every time when people read, like when I was in high school and people were going to read the names and there was a pause, I'm like, Tanaquil. I just knew it. Glennis, welcome. Lavela?
Yep.
Lavella, welcome. Thank you so much. We are so happy to have you. And where are you coming from? How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're good. I'm here in Philly, in Kensington, my neighborhood. It's wonderful and great. Lavella.
I am here in New Orleans now. I relocated. And it is warm out. It's about 70 degrees. So I'm sorry for all you Philadelphians in the cold up there.
Hey, New Orleans. That is very exciting. I think that city is amazing, soulful, the food, the people. Yeah. And I've never seen grove trees like that before. Yeah. Beautiful places. Yeah. So, well, welcome from Philly. Welcome from New Orleans. Can you give us a little excerpt of what we're going to be doing today, what you're all going to be talking and sharing?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a few of our artists share some of their work, as well as a video from a performance a couple years ago at the Kimmel Center. For those of you who don't know, Warrior Writers, it's a veterans-focused arts organization based in Philadelphia. And dedicated to creativity and wellness. We use writing, painting, photography, and a host of other mediums to reflect on experiences and express them creatively. And by reflecting and creating in a comfortable space, we encourage and support healing and community building through the art. Art making then becomes the creative tool through which we understand and transcend experiences of trauma and emotional disruptions that are not easily identified but constantly felt. So just in that vein, I want to give a little content warning about some of the things we explore. We deal with some tough topics and issues, and we use our art to dig into them and express them. So just a warning as you experience our art today to make sure you're taking care of yourself.
Okay. Thank you for, go ahead.
So thank you, Glennis. Glennis is our interim director of Warrior Writers, and I am the founder and former director. I just stepped down this month, so we're welcoming Glennis in as we search for a new director. I'm really happy to be here and to support Philly arts and to host these great writers from our network. I started Warrior Writers in 2007, many years ago, because I knew that for me, writing had been what I had used to, sort of get through things in my life, that trauma that wasn't related to the military. And I started working with veterans, and I knew that there was value in doing this writing and doing it together and sharing and connecting. And so I'm sorry, am I frozen? I hope not. Okay, so yeah, Warrior Writers is actually a national organization. We're based out of Philadelphia, and we've done a lot of amazing things in Philadelphia, including a mural out near the VA in Woodland and 41st, as well as some great performances at the Kimmel Center, which you'll see later. But the first person I would like to introduce is Michael Storm Miller. He's a Chester native who served 8 years in the Marine Corps and 7 in the Army. After a tour in Afghanistan, he was honorably discharged and opened his own business in his hometown of Chester. As a poet, he wanted to focus on his diverse community and create change through the arts. Open Mike's Internet Cafe showcased various art forms, and Mike has performed at several venues throughout the city, including the Kimmel Center, which you'll see momentarily. Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, everybody. The piece that I'm going to share with you today is called Abandoned. The angels abandoned me here where police sirens ring their deafening, shouting pollution is damn near block the rays of the sun out. And all people seem to do is talk about each other. Like Tupac said, I guess that's just the way it is. On the ground, you see broken crack pipes and empty glass vials. This is where sexual predators steal little kids' smiles and grown folk walk around in the fog of denial in which they choose to call life. Husband and wife, man, that's just a thing of the past. You got white lines flowing through minds as blank expressions gaze back through powdered looking glasses. Why have the angels abandoned me? Why hast thou forsaken me here in this land in which there's no return, where genocide guarantees us that our children will never learn? And fire departments, they take their time while we sit back and watch our cities burn, and concern is rare. You see, we all live by that law called, if it's not me, then why the hell should I care? Bullets fly through the air like blind men without their walking sticks, walking into sidewalks and hitting the innocent, and painting our streets in the sidewalk chalk in the shape of an 8-year-old boy, or better yet, how about that pregnant 13-year-old girl? You see, my real father taught me one lesson before he left me alone in the world, and that's life is cold. And then I never saw him again. You see, he taught me my first lesson on trust, and maybe that's why I don't have any real friends. You see, here is where a young boy's dreams is not a Wall Street, but scales called triple beams. And it seems that schemes is a new age way of life. Can somebody tell me, how can we go overseas and fight wars when our own damn homes ain't right? You see, here is where households consist of one mother and 5 kids, where strong Black men explore the same sex while waiting out 10-year bids. And when they hit the bricks, they pretend to be straight. Stranded here without the meaning of love, because if it's one thing this life going to teach us all, is that it's so much easier to hate. Here is where it's more expensive to eat than to get high, where minimum wage is so low that it's easier to rob, steal, and lie. Can somebody tell me, why have the angels with such beautiful wings that leave me in awe every time I hear them sing, abandon me here, where street lights illuminate gunfights and baby mamas cut jump offs with steak knives, where innocent people die on the first try, and it always seems that the bad guys have 9 lives? Why? I may never know. Did the Lord plant these seeds that he never intended to grow? It's like a metaphorical equivalent to an inmate waiting for the governor to call with 5 minutes left on death row. It's like that first step on the endless journey with 900 million miles to go. But then, all at once, the answers to these questions become painfully clear. It's the test of my love and my faith. That's the reasons why the angels abandoned me here. Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. It's good to see your face again.
Thank you.
Our next performer is Jessie. And Jessie Marie Atherton is an Army veteran, an activist for veterans, women veterans, and mental health. She's a writer, a registered nurse, and mom to 3 amazing humans. And I'm really excited for her to share her work.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I just want to do a shout out to Warrior Writers. Warrior Writers is something that I got involved in about 2.5 years ago. And it's just one of those organizations that really has helped me connect with other veterans, helped me grow and helped me heal through some of the things that I've been through the military and also through childhood. And just a great organization. And one of the reasons why arts should be funded, because humanities really help connect us all. So I'm going to read 2 poems for you. The first one is called Post-Traumatic Relationship. I walked through your dreams at night and met your enemies. Each time you would wake me and ask me if I knew why you had to shoot them. In the morning, we went about our normal routine of coffee, eggs, and small talk, acting as if nothing had happened, because to you, nothing had happened, except the facade that you put up every day like everything was okay. Behind locked doors and closed blinds, you propped pillows against the curtains, blocking any rays of light into the living room so that snipers could not see inside. In hotel rooms, you moved the desk against the door for safety. You picked at everything I did, needing it to be more efficient, because inefficiency in war is what leads to death. For 3 years, I absorbed your fears. I lived your nightmares because you wouldn't touch them. I put aside my own moral injury, American flag, combat patches, Army Achievement Medal, sergeant rank. I put aside my Iraq deployment, my enemies, my scars, to focus on you, your war, and the parts of you that only showed their face while you slept. Our versions of war were different. Yours involved frontline combat missions, military intelligence, unknown drop locations, grid coordinates, missions, and targets. Danger waiting around every rooftop and corner. My version was different, yet not the Girl Scouts, as you nonchalantly called it. Landing into Iraq, we had to run to the bunkers due to an incoming missile attack. Outside our gates at Camp Codwell, 3 Iraqi soldiers blew themselves up, their body parts scattered, then laid together outside the troop medical clinic. We moved to FOB Spiker mid-tour, my group, A through F, left at 2 a.m. in the morning. My comrades fell asleep beside me. I remained awake to see enemy rockets flying towards our Chinook. My eyes caught the fear in the Air Force gunners as he returned and engaged fire. In my war, a fellow soldier took advantage of my body, my space, and because it was not heard, not seen, not reported, I had to go on as if it had never happened. Yes, our war was different, but alike that we both came back a different version of ourselves, kindred in the ugly truth that war tears apart what arrives, then sends us home to reconnect and mend the pieces that remain broken. And then the next poem is called Mothering Young Children in 2020. I wrote this just about a month after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, which is where I currently live. I'm trying to be a good mother, a strong and just mother. I'm trying to teach my children in the ways that they will understand what is happening in our world. I am trying, and I'm tired. Coronavirus, distance learning, essential healthcare worker, divorce, death, racism, civil unrest. Our city is angry and burning. I'm angry. It's difficult trying to stay calm, yet informed, trying to teach young children human rights, the difference between peace and hate, that Black Lives Matter, which they don't understand because color doesn't matter to them. They get it. Why can't we? In the evening, when the whining gets under my skin and there are more demands than gratitude, I gather my patience and remind my children that we are privileged. We have enough, we are safe, while our neighbors go without. They don't understand yet. I remind myself that they are young, kind-hearted girls. But in a cruel America, will that make a difference? At night, when the laundry is folded, emails checked, bills paid, I try to read, write, but I cry. My worries are heavy, and my heart carries the weight of an unknown future. I oscillate between hope and fear. The dichotomy serves my soul. I pray for peace, but I won't rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessie. So powerful. Jessie is a longtime Warrior Writers participant, and she's been doing some amazing things out in Minneapolis and leading our crew out there and supporting them and doing this amazing thing of mothering. And, I know it's a lot to juggle and to handle, so I really appreciate you, taking the time to join us today. And Jessie also works at the VA. She's one of the veterans that works at the VA, and I think that's a really important to acknowledge as an essential worker right now, and just getting more veterans to work at the VA. Thank you so much, Jessie, and thanks again, Mike. So the next thing we're going to do is show you guys a video of some performances that we did with the Kimmel Center. So every year we usually do, when we were doing things face-to-face, so we were doing some retreats, both in Philadelphia, usually in Philadelphia, both on Memorial Day and on Veterans Day. And sometimes we would do sometimes we would have our events at the mural that we have in West Philly. Can you guys hear me? Everything okay? Okay. So Yeah, we have this mural in West Philly. We would do a gig there around Memorial Day and do a barbecue and be outside and check out the mural and do some performances there. And then we've done a couple of projects with the Kimmel Center. They wanted to host us at the Kimmel Center to do some performances where we would collaborate. Our veteran artists would collaborate with some musicians. So we worked with, I can't think of his name right now. Glynis, maybe you remember his name or it'll come to me. But we worked with some amazing, Luke Carlos O'Reilly. We worked with him and a couple of his musician friends. So in the week following up to the performances, some of our veterans would connect with these musicians and just kind of read their piece, and then the musicians would do some, some improv, and they would work on some things together. And it was just really amazing to be able to put the poetry to music and to blend those two worlds and to sort of give the poetry another flavor. So anyway, that's what you're going to see next. But these performances came at the end of this sort of whole weekend of writing together, doing wellness. We had some acupuncture providers come out. We had some Reiki providers, some massage therapists, all different kinds of wellness, as well as the writing and some trainings on anti-oppression trainings, as well as facilitation trainings, and just a lot of community building and connection and bringing people together on these holidays where, sometimes veterans feel like they don't really have a home. Maybe they don't want to go get their, free Bloomin' Onion by themselves at, whatever chain restaurant. And they wanted to just sort of be together with other veterans in a creative and loving space. And so we kind of have built this home for veterans to come to on those two holidays. And while we weren't able to do it this year, we're looking forward to doing it again in the future. And so anyway, thanks to the Kimmel Center for hosting us. And you're going to see a couple of, 3 veterans, Chantel Bateman, who's Philly-based, Sarah Mess, who is in New Jersey but is in Philly a lot, and then Rogine Northern, who is in the Philadelphia area. So I guess we're ready to check out the video.
PTSD. Sadness is the color of my eyes, of my heart. The same shade as distance and some kind of Miles Davis on repeat. It's the sound I don't want my daughter to hear, creeping out of my pillows in the morning. Before the coffee and cigarettes begin, an avatar when I'd rather just be myself. My anxiety smells like teen spirit. And whatever it is that makes mean dogs bare their teeth, it's the sound, it sounds like trees falling, like doors slamming, like my husband checking on me again. Like a pin drop sometimes, and feels like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Anger is the color I sometimes paint the town with. Bright red, bloodshot, and sparkling with tiny salt crystals. Louder than incoming and the sirens they play when I hit the deck. Bitter, sweet, and never offered cookies. I'm just a pile of tears needing to punch you. PTSD.
every day that you see a Somali woman with her children in a New Jersey pizzeria. She said that people often ask her if she's from the islands, her eyes as bright as her smile. Somalia shining through her chocolate skin. Hair no longer laden with the parched winds of Africa, but with the winds of a blow dryer. No textiles to robe her from her head to her feet. The Gap version of her former self. Assimilation. For becoming American, she pays through her children their tongue, no longer her own. Iskawaran, I said. Ah, you know Somali? She searches for the answer in my fair skin and freckled arms as my son places a quarter in the gumball machine behind me. Mogadishu, I said. Her jaw drops as my son's gumball falls to the dirty floor. Oh no, she says. May he have another quarter? Sure. Thank you so much, I say, as I watch her son and daughter. Suddenly, all of the Somali children scream in my head as she slips a quarter into my son's hand. Water! 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 Fuck you, America! America, fuck you! And the guilt of hellfire raining on her people rips through my being, transporting me back to convoying, full speed, heart pounding, blood racing, past begging children under the facade of a humanitarian mission. My son pops the gumball into his mouth. Peace had been restored to my unknowing American boy.
I came from the ground, raised by rain and dirt. As I grow, I'm weakened by the bugs feeding. Then the rain becomes too much, the dirt becomes mud, loosening my roots. But I remain strong from the power of the sun, that even in darkness, the moon's light reminds me that daylight will soon come. And as I stand here, I see my fellow trees fall from nature and eventually from man. But I'm untouched, used as a decoration by being at the right place and at the right time. Or I'm just too strong to be knocked down, because I came from the ground. Building is being built bigger than me, as if to intimidate. There's room between us and a barricade that keeps us from impact for now. And nature continues to help me to grow until I'm big enough to overthrow this barricade and take revenge on all the trees that have fallen. I lose branches, leaves, and even lose my place by striking wherever the wind blows, until one of us falls, because that's how the story goes. Because that's how the story goes. And that's how the story goes.
Thank you for watching that video with us and sharing those incredible artists. And we look forward to when we can do it again in person. I want to shoot it back. I think we just have a couple minutes here to our artists again, Mike and Jesse, if they're still here, to just sort of, if you want to say anything else about your work or where we can find more of you and support you more. We want to support the artists here. Please take it away for like a minute.
Okay. I guess I'll go first then. Well, I do have well, first I want to say that the work for me, honestly, it kind of bridges a gap in understanding between civilians and military personnel, from former military personnel. To me, through poetry and storytelling, you know, it brings forth a better understanding of conditions and the human condition. You know what I mean? So I do my best to try to relay that in everything that I write, and being in a atmosphere of like-minded people, comrades, if you will, it makes it a lot easier to express yourself, because with some of the things that are written, you know, we don't typically like to share it, because sometimes you feel like, well, it kind of makes you sound crazy. But I think to some degree, we all have a level of craziness in our life, you know, in a degree. It's kind of like I live by seek first to understand, then to be understood. And it's a shame, like when you go through so many different conditions like anxiety, depression, PTSD, you have to be still mindful that you're living in a world where you have to understand people or understand who you're talking to in order to figure out a better way of communicating even in your worst moments. So if anybody would like to find out more about me, I closed down my cafe. I'm part owner of an internet radio station now. It's cmpradio.net on Facebook. I also have a webpage. It's called www.mindofthestorm.com. So it's still under construction, but I'm getting it together during this time of COVID. And that's pretty much it. Like a long pause.
Jesse, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to echo the sentiments of Mike. When you write with people who can share your life experiences or not judge you for your life experiences, that really offers potential for growth and connection. And I've gotten that more out of Warrior Writers than I have out of any other group, because it's people that understand that you can't come out of war being the same person, and forever you might have some of these little nuances or these little things that eat at you or make you view life a little bit differently. And I didn't realize that I had post-traumatic stress until I had children. And so that was kind of like the thing that kind of, you know, tipped me over the edge. And now I have a group of female veterans that are there to support me and say, what you're going through is not alone. I feel the same way. I go through those same hurdles. And so it makes you really make you feel and be seen and validated. And I just, you know, I really work on adverse childhood experiences and trauma-informed care in my line of work. And I think these groups are really, they are trauma-informed, even if they don't realize that they are. And it helps people see you for who you are and not what happened to you. And I really appreciate that about all of arts and humanities. It really makes people feel human. I have an Instagram account, which I dropped into the chat. I am kind of revamping it a little bit right now. I was recently published in a book called Rocked by the Waters by Noden Press, and that can be found on itascabooks.com. And I'm currently working on my first solo publication.
Thank you so much again, Jesse and Mike, and for the organizers of this and Digital Rally for the Arts. It's so important, and we're just honored to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you all. A lot of love to Lavella, Glennis, Jesse, Mike. Thank you so much for sharing your work. I'm looking at the chat and there's so much love to all of you. Yes, arts for humanity, arts for healing, such powerful words, two very different voices, powerful voices. Hell yes, love, hearts are floating up for all of you. So thank you so much for sharing and being here with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love all these moments that we're having together, and this creative space that we're sharing with each other, and such powerful quotes, and in the conversation that I had with Jess, when she said the call to action, the calling of our art. We received the call, so we answer, and that's why we share, and that's why we're creating, and that's why we're hosting this digital rally, because we're called to do so. So another artist who I believe is called to answer to the community for the art we have here, and please correct me if I'm going to say your name wrong, Joella Sipo. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi, it's Jawula, and can you help me pronounce your name correctly, please?
Jawula, I will most definitely help you. My name is Tanaquil.
Tanaquil. Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Jawula is beautiful. Here we have these two interesting names, these two artistic voices in the space. And Jawula, I have to say, amazing background. My gosh, I want to be in that space with you. Yes, it's the twinkling of the lights framed you so nicely.
Thank you. This is like I painted a wall orange and just decorated with lights.
Well, it's wonderful. It's such a great accent. You pop out, the lights pop around you, and so happy to have you in the space. We have our singer here, soulful singer and songwriter.
Yes.
Singer, songwriter of soul. How are you doing today? Where are you coming from?
I'm doing very well, very calm. I'm coming from West Philly. I'm here born and raised, and very excited to be here. Did some yoga before I got on, and just to ground myself, and I'm excited. And I'm glad I got to actually catch the performance before me. It was wonderful.
Yeah, and even you doing yoga and coming here grounded, Quiara mentioned grounding herself as well and breathing beforehand before she started going into her writer's workshop. The ground is beneath us, the sky is above us. And so even though we're not physically together in this space, we're passing around this energy and having like the same tone that we're all sharing, which is a really beautiful thing to be a part of. So Jawula, thank you so much for being here today. What are you going to share with us?
So I'm going to be sharing with you all some covers, a mixture of covers and original music. I am in the process of writing some things and recording, which I'm very excited about. And since that, I've been so focused on my own that I just decided to just incorporate a little bit of covers to warm people up to my voice, get people involved in singing with me. And then I'm going to squeeze in a few originals in there just to showcase what I do in my songwriting, and then close out with an a cappella tune.
All right. Well, without further ado, please show Jawula some love in our chat. Please send those hearts, send those applause, and take it away, Jawula. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say, I want to give a shout out to Storm, who's in this chat. Storm actually used to run an open mic in Chester, PA. Hey, Storm. And Storm was the first booking and venue to book me weekly. I mean, I was fresh off the open mic market, and we went to his open mic and had such a great time. I mean, he fed us y'all good food, and I love food. And it was a beautiful atmosphere. My first time in Chester, and the love in Chester was real. So, hey, Storm, it's nice to see you. And so I just want to hey. And so just want to ask if we all could just take time to arrive together. Just take a minute to breathe. You can go at your own pace and just, inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. And take this time to digest what you just saw. As you inhale, make a little more room for what's about to happen. And take a few more deep breaths, and then when you're ready, open your eyes. Yes. All right. I feel it. I can feel that we have all arrived. We're going to get started with Bill Weathers. Rest in peace. He passed away in the midst of all this crazy pandemic. And I would love to pay tribute to him, of course, with Lovely Day, and wishing everyone a lovely day. And I hope you all enjoy. And let me know on the chat if it's too loud, if it's not loud enough. When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, then something without warning, love, always heavy on my mind. Just one look at you, and the world is alright with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. Come on, y'all, move your shoulders, snap your fingers. A lovely day, 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 lovely. When the day lies ahead of me, oh, it seems impossible to face. When somebody else instead of me seems to find their own way. Just one look at you, and the world's all right with me. Oh, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day. A lovely day, 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 so lovely, so lovely. A lovely day, 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 lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, lovely. Thank you, thank you. If you are having a lovely day, go ahead and put some sun emojis in the chat. As a matter of fact, share what's been lovely about your day. Let's keep the vibe going. We're going to transition to some neo soul. I am a neo soul artist, and this has been a favorite of mine for some time. This one is No Allegra. I want you around, or it is, all right. It's not that I don't want you here. I'm my own DJ. It's something about the way you stare into my eyes. I know that I don't make things clear. It happens to me every time I try, and we can get away. Palm trees, beach views, ordinary day. All I wanna hear is innovations on play. And sit right next to you. I try not to show what I feel about you, thinking we should wait. We don't really want to, I just wanna get away and sit right next to you. I don't wanna kiss you, I just wanna feel you. I want you around. I want you around. I want you around. I want you around. Yeah. Around, around. you, I think I need you here. It's getting hard to keep these feelings to myself. Now you're the one I'm thinking of, my higher ground, my rocky love. Fuck gravity, I'd rather stay up here, cause we can get away. Palm trees, beach views, ordinary day. All I wanna hear is inner visions on replay and sit right next to you. I try not to show what I feel about you, thinking we should wait. We don't really want to, I just wanna get away and sit right next to you. I don't wanna kiss you, I just wanna feel you. I want you around, I want you around, I want you around, I want you around, yeah, around. Hey baby, won't you send me your location? That's right, the vibration, cause I just need the time and place to come through. Hey baby, send me your location. I just need time and place, I just need time and place to come through. I want you around. I love that song. And it's funny because during the pandemic, I know that song did it come out during the pandemic? I can't remember, but it was a huge hit at the beginning of the pandemic. And it really speaks, it basically articulates a feeling that you may not know how to articulate. And I know for me, it's like, wow, I do want to hang out with you. I don't necessarily want to talk to you, but your energy is comforting. That's a nice song. So this next one, this is called Wasted, and it's by, oh my gosh, Summer Walker, excuse me. And I love the lyrics. It's the lyrics for me, y'all. And the live performance is fantastic. She doesn't do a lot with her vocals, and it's just a great song. So I hope y'all enjoy the lyrical content. Slanging them fast at the bar tops, drinking them straight with no regrets. Obviously, I got a problem. I like the taste, wanna get wasted off you. Tell me what's good for me, but I don't care. Wasted off you. I like the taste. I like the taste. I like the taste. What an addiction, so high a cost. Gambled it all just to be lost. But no love lost, no bridges burned. You live and you learn. I learned from my hurt. Show me what I have been missing. Crazy, but I will not listen. No good for my health, it can't be when I'm with you. Yeah, yeah. Waste of time, my lover. Throw it back and I feel the burn. No good for my health, it can't be when I'm with you. Yeah, wanna get wasted off you. Tell me what's good for me, but I don't care. Wanna get wasted off you. I like the taste. I like the taste. hope y'all enjoyed that. That was the first time I ever covered it. In front of an audience, that is. All right, we're gonna keep it going. This next one is gonna be a mashup. I wrote a song called Light Me Up. And it's an adult song. Definitely encourages adult activity. But it's a song with little hints and references of just encouraging someone to inspire you, encouraging someone to put that spark in you. And I'm gonna do a mashup of Light Me Up and BMO, which is Art Linux Break Me Off. Enjoy. Hey, if you want, you can move your shoulders like this and go front and go back. Video games, vaccine, rolling, cheaping all day, about to lose it. My body is on fire. Oh, love me long till you get tired. Oh, baby, you got what I want. You for real one, I'm inspired, yeah. And break me off. Get you, yeah, when the light is off. Summertime question, put the game on pause. Give it to me, baby, yeah, nice and slow. And break me off. Get you, yeah, when the light is off. Summertime question, put the game on pause. And give it to me, baby, yeah, nice and slow. Baby, break me down and build me up with pieces of you. Roll it in the right way. Roll me like only you do. Lick your lips before you taste it. Promise take your breath away. Inhale, exhale, I'll be your sweet escape. Break me down and spread me out. Pine and ginger in my cup. Break me down until I'm shake, pack, shape. Roll it, break me down and spread me out. Pine and ginger in my cup, pack, shape, roll my body up and break me out and get you, yeah, when the light is on. Summertime pushing, put the game on pause. Give it to me, baby, yeah, nice and slow. When the light is on and summertime crushing, put the game on pause. Tell me, baby, nice. Break me down, let me up. All right. With that being said, we're going to segue into some original tunes. And this particular tune is called Distracted. Now, I wrote Distracted during the pandemic and was able to record it and released it in August. It was very well received. And it was so well received that I decided to remix it, remaster it, and re-release it. So that'll be coming out in March. So be on the lookout for that, y'all. Yeah. So many streamings. So thank you so much. And it's only right that we give y'all a quality mix. Okay. With that being said, this is Distracted. You can find this on all streaming platforms. Check it out. Distracted. Let's just on base. Lately I've been distracted. BS and skipping classes. Smoking, just relaxing. Still haven't done my taxes. Still haven't done my laundry. Empty fridge and I gotta eat. Bills are piling and I'm starting to see. Delta ain't the bit for me, so smoking, drinking, riding, and I'm letting my negative slide. Time is spent and bills are piling. Supposed to be focused. I am distracted. Distracted. Oh, hey. Lately been distracted. I'm passive when I should be active. I'm anxious anxious when it's time to practice. I am overwhelmed, feeling restless. I can't even imagine anyone as insecure as I've been, anyone as fearful as I've lived. So I'm smoking, drinking, riding, and my nigga just sliding. Time spent, bills are piling. Supposed to be focused, I am distracted. I am distracted. There's no one else. Say wasting time. And that is Distracted. Yes, if you feel the vibe, tap in. It's on all streaming platforms. And this next one is a cappella. And this is called Hard Body. I wrote this about a week after my dad passed away from cancer. And I don't know if I was talking to myself or maybe the inner children that live inside of us. But it was like I was telling myself, you're strong enough to get through this. And I want y'all to join me in on this. If you could snap, you can rock however you want, which is how I rock. Real churchy. But, just snap with me, just snap. And I ended up writing this song and I named it Hard Body. Hard body means strong. Hard body means, hard as nails. And I was able to express some feelings in this song that I wasn't able to articulate the words. So here we go. Hard body, never saw me coming. Wow, she's something, she's glowing, not showing anything that she's been through. She's stronger than them too. But I gotta get up, get up, get up, get up. I can't let it break me down, no. I gotta get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Can't let it break me down. Daddy died on a Saturday, and it really was a Saturday. Now my mama gotta sleep alone, and baby brother sleeping all day. I wanna call you on the telephone, but his voicemail all day. They say that joy comes in the morning light, and we gon' make it through the pain and the strife. They keep on saying all we need is each other to lean on. But what I really need and what I wanna do is just be left alone. Is it okay that I feel this way? Cause I'm feeling guilty all the time. My mama wants to know if I'm good, cause she thinks that I'm losing my mind. Cause I gotta get up, get up, get up, get up. I can't let it get me down, no. I get up, I get up, I get up, I get up. And I can't let it break me down, I can't let it break me down, no. Hot body, ooh, never saw me coming. Wow, she's something, she's glowing, not showing anything that she's been through. Stronger than them too. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Get up, get up, get up. Get up, I just gotta get up, get up, get up, get up. All I got to do is get up, get up, get up, get up. All you gotta do is get up, get up, get up, get up. All we need to do is get up, get up, get up, get up. Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up. I won't let it break me down. I won't let it break me down. Thank y'all.
Jaula! Please send your love, applause, snaps, por favor, mande su amor, aplauso, cualquier cosa, sonrías para Jaula. I mean, that was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing songs that inspire you, and thank you for sharing your own personal music with us as well. I have a question about your distracted piece. When you wrote it, did you have to distract yourself from being distracted to write this piece?
Yes, it took 6 months to get the song done because we kept distracting ourselves, and it would be like, ha, 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 all the song, but it actually added to the creation of the song. It was kind of like, all right, we're distracted. Let's embrace this though, you know, instead of being so caught up or focusing on the fact that this is happening. All right, so let's focus on it. Why is this happening? You know, what is it that's distracting us from this particular situation, or what's causing the distraction? And for me, it was perfection. I was trying so hard to make the song perfect. And it's like, you're trying to make a song about being distracted perfect. It's like, you know, and so perfection can be a huge distraction for me. So I learned that during this process.
Yeah, such a paradox, especially with artists, that we can be so, you know, hard on ourselves when it's like coming from within ourselves, you know, like in our souls, and we're letting this out, but then we have it in front of us and we're like, is it ready? Is it, you know, like that strange give and take with our own selves and our own things that we're creating.
Yeah, very, very true. And what I've learned is to move and to do it with fear. Do it anyway and do it with fear. Or another quote that I heard that I love is, as you pray, move, you know, because work without prayer is dead. And so it's like, even before I came here, you know, stage fright is inevitable. You know, that just, for me, that means I'm really excited. But to stop and center myself and to just kind of take in the previous performance as I was grounding myself, and then everyone taking a breath before we started. I wouldn't have known to do those things if I didn't have this time during the pandemic, if I didn't go through the process of writing Distracted. So I feel like I'm coming out a better person. So I'm really excited. I'm proud of my progress and looking forward to the future growth.
We're extremely proud of you, and something that you've mentioned as well in terms of like fear and moving with that fear. I've heard, and I don't know if you've heard this, and people who are watching, that fear, like nervousness and excitement, are the same wavelength. Like they're the same. Ooh, here I'm have to get like all scientific, and I'll research this in the chat to like, you know, have like correct science, but it's the same feeling. And so when you feel nervous, you can like channel that into excitement because it's on the same wavelength. Have you heard of that before?
Yes, I have. And because I used to think that nerves was a bad thing. And then I had mentors or previous performers tell me like, oh, the nerves means you care. Like if you have nerves, that means you care. You know, and then translating that into excitement is getting yourself hyped up. Like, woo, I'm about to kill this. Woo, this is about to be my set. You know, all that. Y'all didn't see that, but, but that was me off camera. Like, yeah, girl, you got this. Woo, you know, all that stuff to hype myself up, to release that nervous energy so that it's not coming through my vocal cords, so that you can't hear it when I'm singing. I'd rather it translate through my body than worry about it in my vocal cords. So yeah.
Well, you definitely fooled us and everyone in terms of nervousness. There was no energy of that. It was love. It was openness. It was definitely your soul. Thank you so much. You are receiving so much love in the chat. Tamania, thank you for watching. Pags, oh my God, Pags, how are you doing? Thank you so much for watching. And many hearts are floating up. Before we let you go, Jaula, I just wanted to know, and for everyone else watching, any future whatever the future is right now, you know, like who knows, but any future things that you're excited about, anything that we should look out for you.
Yes. So during this time, because we were taken off the stage, I had to find another outlet to create, and I invested into a yoga teaching certification, and I'll be graduating my program in March. And I will be facilitating offerings starting in the spring, summer. So definitely follow my Instagram _Jawula_. I'm going to do a blend of music content and yoga content because I'll be offering sound healing yoga. And so I look forward to sharing a combination of something I'm passionate about, which is music, and then a practice that has really stilled me, which is yoga. Also, I recently was signed to an artist agency, Adrasil, and I now have a team. So for everybody that's been telling me, Ja, you need a team, I got a team, y'all. I got a team, and I'm looking forward to releasing new music. Expect something from me just about every quarter, it's looking like. So new comings, new beginnings. And just keep following me to stay abreast. I know my Instagram isn't as active, but don't just use Instagram. Twitter is also popping. Facebook is also popping, as well as Instagram and YouTube, y'all. So that's it.
Jawula, congratulations, felicitaciones on this team that you're gathering together, the inspiration and creativeness that's going to be created so soon. Oh man, when you talked about sound healing yoga, my soul like literally just rested for a second and hummed. And that is something that I think everyone needs right now. So I'm extremely excited for this. I'll definitely be following you on Instagram. I'll even get a Twitter to start following you on Twitter. Post that much on the ground.
Please follow me on Insta. And I'm so excited to be sharing my offering starting in the spring. So I'm really excited. I'm nervous, but it's like I said, moving with fear. So let's do it.
Let's move with fear. Let's channel that nervousness to excitement. Jawula, thank you again. Millones de gracias y abrazote para ti. And follow Jawula for sound healing yoga, more beautiful music, and just seeing what this amazing human is doing in their life.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Gabby. I appreciate it. I love y'all both. Poetry in the building. What's up? What's up?
Thank you, Jawula. Bye. Take care. Bueno. Okay, amigos, amiguex, amigas. We are continuing on with our digital rally for Philly arts. So much love and so much creation and passion that's been shared on the screen. I'm going to do a few shout outs myself. Power Street, Erlina, Gabi, Asaki, James, Jose, all the artists that we've had so far, and sharing their work and taking this time to share with all of you. I hope you have learned during this time together, that you are taking things for your own life, quotes, beautiful things that have been said, and that you're sharing this with everyone as well, because this is a very special moment in time for us. We are coming up, I believe, middle of March, when this has been, COVID, pandemic life, a full year for everyone, at least in the Philadelphia area. So it's really special to have these moments of having this creative space with everyone and sharing. So shout outs there, and here we are, continuing on. Estamos continuando. Bueno, yo voy a empezar de hablar más en español porque ahora es mi turno de compartir con ustedes de las cosas que yo estaba haciendo, y también para continuar con este rally digital que estamos haciendo. So I'm transitioning into Spanish a little bit because this is my turn to share some of the things that I've done either during the pandemic or art in general, and to continue on for our Saving Philly Arts. So I feel like I didn't introduce myself all the way at the beginning. I was just so excited to be in the room with everyone. I was like, here we are, let's get started, and let's dive into Karen, because that was like the most important thing to do in the moment. So my name is Tanaquil Marquez. Me llamo Tanaquil Marquez. I am a Latinx artist here in Philadelphia. I have a theater company with the amazing Jose Aviles y Jaira Paredes called Teatro del Sol. I'm also a freelancer in the area, so I'm a director, producer, writer, actor, wear many, many hats, like so many of the people in the space right now, so many people who have come into the space and shared. Entonces, yo soy directora, productora, escritora, dramaturga, actriz, como todos que estaban compartiendo hoy y ahora con nosotros. And I guess I bridge my two cultures in the way I grew up. My father is Colombian, my mother is Belgian American. And so Spanish and English have always been in my life as I was growing up. And I guess I professionally started to like really blend in those cultures. So I just got a little text from James. Yeah, James, come on out. Let's share the space together.
Yeah, I was just offering, if you want, like, I know it's hard to just be on screen.
You're muted though. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'm not muted for the audience. I'm muted for you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm juggling a few things, Anyway, you would hate to see my screens right now, but I was saying
you look wonderful and composed, and big applause and love to James, because honestly, I see this is like behind the scenes of the Zoom world, and like the chat is like going crazy in the Zoom world. James is juggling so much. Entonces, mucho amor y cariño para James. Yes, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. I was just gonna say what I was saying when I joined. I know it's hard to like be by yourself on screen and then like just talking, and then like you don't have anybody to bounce anything off of, but. So I offered in chat just to jump on with you and say, who are you? What do you do? What do you, we'll hand over the emceeing duties for a moment. So I know you have some video and you have some audio, and you have a picture. Where is this cactus picture from?
Ooh, I think I pulled it from, this is about 2 years ago when I pulled this, so I can't remember. But to jump into that, I was working, and this is how I connected with Karen Smith, who is our first artist who is sharing their music with us. I had a residency with Collab Arts in New Brunswick, New Jersey, where we there was 3 residence programs. It was a theater, a cartoonist or an animator, and a photographer. And New Brunswick is an interesting city because there's like 3 primary cultures that are in New Brunswick, and it's Mexican, Polish, and Hungarian. And there's been a big pool to bring these cultures together and share the community, share the space, share the resources. And so that's why this really amazing organization, Collab, has brought on these resident artists to do so. So my residency was theater, and I worked with the Mexican community, and I would go in and really have these like conversations, workshops, one-on-ones. I suppose I really went into the community to get to know more about the community, and every month I would write or produce like a project from the theme of the conversation that we were having, and I would produce this like little project at the monthly Mercado in New Brunswick. And the Mercado was this really amazing space where the community could sell their food, sell artesanías, which are like trinkets, sell clothes, perform, have dances, DJs, a nice space for the community to come together once a month. And it was a really big reflection on the community in Mexico. I mean, it's like an everyday thing for people in Mexico to have these open mercados. So kind of bringing that to the community in New Brunswick. So this piece that I worked on was called An Odyssey, una Odisea, and it was from 3 conversations that I had with members of the community the first time that they came to the United States. And the members, every member was different in terms of how they arrived to the United States, at what age, from where, and how they integrated themselves into the community or survived and really saw adjusted into this new culture, this new community, this new country. So I took those conversations and I made like this 15-minute piece, and one of the pieces within this, or I guess one of the sections within this piece is called the cactus, el cactus. And it's a poem that I wrote about the perspective of immigration from a cactus's eye. So it's the cactus, or the cacti, the plural form of cactus, witnessing and experiencing people travel through the desert from Mexico to the United States. I had the privilege to work on this with Diana Rodriguez, also Jose Rual and Lorenza Bernasconi. They were the artists or actors that moved with this piece. So I wish I had a video to show you, because that was a really lovely performance. But I have this image of a cactus and this poem I wrote that is narrated by my father, William Marquez. So enjoy. I could share my audio. Would that be helpful?
Sure, yeah. Let's do it that way.
All right. I think I just need to be able to share a screen.
Yep, gave you that ability just
So, advanced, music sound, share. Okay. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Okay.
Vienen de muy
Can you hear that?
lejos. Sus ojos van.
I'll start it over. And here you go.
Vienen de muy lejos. Sus ojos vagan buscando el final. El final no está cerca. Se dan la vuelta. No mires atrás. Tienes que seguir. Si te quedas, te van a encontrar. Solo puedes correr por ahora. No podemos esconderte. Nuestra sombra no llega tan lejos. Si te atrapan, te regresan. Pero nos veremos pronto, muy pronto. El camino nunca está quieto, está lleno de llanto y huellas. El llanto desaparece con el viento, como las huellas en la tierra, y las almas ausentes las absorbe el sol. El sol. El sol corta profundamente como una navaja, dejando cicatrices en la memoria. Dile a la luna que salga para vaciar el cielo y refrescar la tierra. Acaba de amanecer. La luna no va a salir. Dile a la lluvia que llegue, que desgaje sus siglos de ira y llore, para que sus lágrimas puedan refrescar la tierra. No ha llovido en meses. El próximo año, tal vez. Tenemos suficiente agua en nuestras venas. Beban. Tenemos suficiente fruta en nuestras flores. Coman. Estamos aquí para proteger. Damos amor maternal, firme, calmado y absoluto. Bajo el calor nos fortalecemos, a través de la hostilidad prosperamos. El desierto tiene apetito por la muerte, pero así como el amor incondicional de las madres, seguimos creciendo.
So that was the poem, El Cactus.
Bravísimo.
Gracias, James. Gracias. Yeah, just to give a quick translation in English, it's like I said, it's from the perspective of the cactus, of witnessing immigrants travel through the desert, and it talks about how harsh and brutal that climate and that journey is for people, and how it's not an easy decision to make, because when you leave your country, especially when you leave your country, because your only choice is to leave your country or to travel in quote unquote an undocumented way, you leave half your heart where you're traveling from, and then your half your heart is with you where you're going. And so it was a really amazing experience to talk to the members of the community and hear their journeys and hear their moments of making this decision, which is not a light decision whatsoever. So yeah, that was the cactus poem. And just transitioning into the next thing that I wanted to share. I was in this really great conversation hosted by Delaware Shakespeare with Bijan No, Madeline Sayet, Deborah Ann Bird, and Gina Pisala. And the conversation was about culturally specific Shakespeare, because all of us were taking part of developing a Shakespeare show, but specifically to our culture or our community. And it was a really, really powerful, interesting conversation. Great things were brought up in terms of, like no matter how much research a person can do in terms of a specific culture, you won't have that experience. And so how necessary it is to have voices in the room that have had that experience to be able to actually develop and create in a authentic, nuanced way the piece that you want to share, And so from that conversation, ideas were sparked, and I was asked if I were to produce a Shakespeare, what would I do? And I've always wanted to, ever since I've met Yahaira Paredes, my partner for Teatro Sol, and very, very dear friend. I've always wanted to have her and my father. I don't know why I want to work so much with my father. He's, why would you want to work so much with your family? But he's really inspired me in terms of getting into theater. And he was a telenovela actor in Colombia, and Yahaira was a telenovela actress in Venezuela, both in the 80s. And so I wanted them to, I would love for them to be Macbeth and Lady Macbeth in this bilingual Latino South American version of Macbeth, and they're the only ones that speak Spanish to each other, while everyone else speaks English, and that's the moment that they can, you know, connect and like talk in front of people, because Shakespeare has all these asides. And personally, I'm sure like a Shakespeare connoisseur purist would be like, these asides are written for this whatever reason. But personally, I'm always like, when reading it, I'm like, but they're right there, and you're having this moment with the audience, I suppose. So I wanted to integrate Spanish with that. So from that spark of the conversation, I ended up doing a scene, a socially distant Zoom, I suppose, scene where they self-taped each other, or their own selves, of Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 7. And for those of you who don't know the story, Macbeth is a Scottish noble, and these witches come to him saying, "You will be king." He realizes that he's going to have to kill to be king. His wife is like the pusher in this, and she's like, "Yes, you have to do this." And this is the scene right before Macbeth is going to kill the king, and he's having doubts, and his wife is like, So I'll say no mas and have you all watch the scene.
All right, and I'll cut right to that right now.
Si todo terminara una vez hecho, sería mejor acabar pronto. Si pudiese el crimen frenar las consecuencias y al desaparecer asegurar el éxito, de modo que este golpe al tiempo fuese todo y fin de todo. Aquí, solo aquí, sobre esta orilla y páramo del tiempo, se arriesgaría la vida por venir. En estos casos, es aquí, sin embargo, donde se nos juzga. Porque damos instrucciones sangrientas que, aprendidas, son un tormento para quien las da. La imparcial mano de la justicia pone el cáliz, envenenado por nosotros, en nuestros propios labios. Se encuentra aquí con doble confianza. Primero, soy su deudo, a más de súbdito, dos buenas razones para no actuar. Después, como anfitrión, tendría que cerrar la puerta a los asesinos, no ser yo quien blandiera el cuchillo. Además, este Duncan ha sido tan humilde en el poder y tan ecuánime al gobernar que sus virtudes clamarían tal ángeles con trompetas contra el acto deleznable de hacerlo desaparecer. Y la piedad, como un recién nacido que galopa la tormenta desnudo, o querubín del cielo montado por el viento en sus corceles invisibles, expondrá este acto horrible a los ojos del mundo, y sofocarán las lágrimas el vendaval. La espuela que se clava en los flancos de mi deseo es la de ambición que brinca y al sobrepasarse más allá se derrumba. ¿Y bien? ¿Hay algo nuevo?
¿Ya casi termina de cenar? ¿Por qué te viniste del banquete?
¿Preguntó por mí, acaso?
¿No sabes que sí?
Es imposible seguir con esta empresa. Me ha colmado de honores y he adquirido reputación dorada entre diversas gentes que quisiera lucir en su esplendor más fresco y no desecharla tan temprano.
¿Estaba ebria la esperanza que te vestía? ¿O duerme todavía? ¿O se despertó hoy verde y pálida frente a lo que veía tan arrogante? Desde hoy, esto es la cuenta que yo hago de tu amor. ¿O te asusta que tus actos y tu valentía sean lo mismo quizás que tu deseo? ¿O acaso quieres poseer lo que ornamento quieres de la vida y vivir en ti como un cobarde, dejando a quisiera suceda? Oh, tengo temor, como hace el pobre gato del refrán.
¡Basta! Te lo suplico. Tengo el valor que cualquier hombre tiene. Y no es un hombre quien se atreve a más.
¿Cuál es la bestia que propone a mí esta empresa? Eras un hombre cuando te atrevías, pero fueses un hombre mucho más hombre si fueras más de lo que eras. Ni el tiempo ni el lugar eran propicios y sin embargo tú lo querías crear. Ahora se presentan allí mismo y oportunidad abatido te deja. La leche yo he dado y sé cómo tierno uno ama a alguien que se amamanta. Y cuando te ves sonriendo ahí, yo hubiera sacado mi pezón de sus blandas encías y machacado su cabeza si hubiera jurado como tú juraste.
¿Y si fallásemos?
¿Quién? Nosotros. Tensa todo lo que puedas la cuerda del valor y no fallaremos. Cuando Duncan duerma, porque el fatigoso día de hoy, estoy segura, sin duda, que lo va a invitar a un sueño muy profundo. A sus 2 escoltas los serviré con vinos y ambrosías, hasta el punto que la guardiana del cerebro, la memoria, humo será. Y solo alambique será el asilo de la razón. ¿Qué no ejecutaremos al indefenso Duncan, tú y yo? ¿Qué no pondremos a los oficiales tan ebrios para que los culpen de nuestro asesinato?
Sean solo varones lo que traigas a este mundo, porque tu metal duro debería servir para la forja solamente de machos. ¿Cómo no creerán si marcamos con sangre a los que duermen junto a él en su recámara y usamos sus puñales que fueron ellos los que lo hicieron?
¿Y quién podrá pensar algo más cuando hacemos de nuestro clamor y llanto que rujan sobre su muerte?
Está ya decidido. Concentraré toda la fuerza de mi cuerpo en este horrible acto. Adelante. Y fingamos ante todo, fingiendo la inocencia, que esconda el rostro hipócrita, lo que conoce el falso corazón.
Welcome back. You got so many kudos in the comments. I'm going to bring a couple of them up here in a second. But yeah, you folks really enjoyed that. So bravo. Folks really liked it.
Thank you.
LaNeshe said, "This is I love this way to enhance theater on Zoom. The lighting is fire." From from Anthony Martinez Briggs. I can't read Spanish very well. My Spanish is horrible.
Una telenovela en Philly basada en Macbeth, anyone? Mm-hmm.
love this. The drama. This is a treat. Puro teatro. Bravo. And so... Oh, and Virginia also said you need a
Necesitamos un teatro. Eso sí, vale, eso sí, necesito un teatro. Necesito un espacio donde podamos hacer estas producciones, por favor. Thank you so much for all the love. Thank you. Definitely feel it. It was really fun to work on this piece. Side note, when you're directing a parent, it's like this is just a role flip.
Wow. So I work in the arts. My original love is doing photography, and one of the reasons why my original love is doing photography is because my mother has, for my entire life, been a graphic designer and creative director for various companies, and so I've been going to photo shoots since I was a little kid. But every once in a while, we work on a photo shoot now together, and it's the wildest interaction. You have to like navigate this thing that multiple decades of life combined with like professional interaction, and then also artistic integrity and artistic desire. I don't envy. They always say don't work with kids and dogs. Also try to avoid your parents as much as possible.
Yes, James, absolutely. It is definitely like, I mean, obviously my father is, 68 years old, I think. And so definitely has years on me and experience, and very much a Shakespeare purist. As I was going for saying things and be like, oh, I'm like, no. It's fun. I grew up with my father acting around me, and that's how I was introduced to the arts. I remember, just to share a quick anecdote, my brother and I, this is when we lived in Miami, my brother and I were sitting in like Miami traffic when my dad was driving when we were kids, and my dad was reciting The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, but didn't remember all of it. So he'd be like talking, then like go back, no. See, and then continue on. we're like, shut up. So it's definitely been in my life, and James, I'm sure you can say as well, like, don't work with the parents, but like, thank you so much, parents, for that inspiration, and like, what a beautiful gift that you've received from your mom in terms of the arts and photography. It's
I got theater from my dad, and I got photography from my mom. Neither one of them wanted me to go into the arts as a profession, and I did. So
I mean, we imitate what we see, right? So we learn the whole nature versus nurture argument, but yes, James, thank you so much for being in the space with me and not leaving me to fly solo, interviewing myself.
No, thank you for having me. I'm going to turn the broadcast to you solo for a moment here, so I can put our other guests who are here on screen properly, and so take it away.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody. Here we are continuing on. We have Lynn Blackwell Denton with us. Lynn, hello.
Hi. I enjoyed so much hearing that beautiful Spanish that I understand so little of, but it's so beautiful. And
thank you.
That was a treat. Lovely.
Thank you so much.
Now, I think Mariah is probably joining us. Mariah is a student from a project that I worked on a year ago, and she's gonna be taking part in this session. So We'll see if she comes on. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Is there any way I can help?
Go ahead, Lynn.
Is there any way I can help? I have my phone on. I can phone her. Okay. Well, I'm going to segue from what you were talking about with your parents to your parents are younger than me. So this is great. This is great.
Thank you. I have to ask, this beautiful mural behind you.
That's a painting. It's a painting from a series I've been doing on Persian carpets that I love. These ancient Persian carpets, and I've been doing some of the motifs in those carpets. I love to work large. This is a pretty large painting, and you're seeing a detail. But it's I am basically a painter and a filmmaker and mosaic muralist, and that's what I'm going to talk about today, because that's been, you know, mosaic murals for me have been a way to create something lasting in a public place that people can enjoy forever. I mean, we know that ceramic work lasts longer than anything else in the civilization. So that really drew me, and I love to work with color. So that has been my niche in teaching. And I wanted to ask you before you leave, was any of this part of your teaching that you were? I came in late, so I didn't really catch the context of a lot of the things you were saying.
In terms of the video that you just watched, the Macbeth scene?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So I work bilingually. That was my father that you saw. So he's Colombian. And my
Colombian.
Colombian. He's from Bogota. And so just because I was raised in an environment, Spanish speaking and English speaking, my mother is Belgian American. I bridged my two cultures together in terms of my art, my career, my schooling. My majors were theater and Spanish arts. So yeah, that's just always been my life. And,
okay. Mm-hmm. Great. Well, I have been a visual artist for, I don't want to tell you how long. I will. 50 years. And this morning, when I was having my coffee, I had my toast on this little saucer, and I picked up the saucer and turned it over, and it had my name on it from 1981. And I said, oh my God, that was half a lifetime ago I made that saucer. Because I used to do a lot of ceramic work. So sometimes I can't believe it either. Anyway, I love making a connection with the past, with my own history, and with my community's history as well. And I love having that as the context, what has come before. So important for us, right? So
most definitely. And interesting thing that you said in terms of ceramics, I guess it makes sense, because when we see art that's lasted for so long, ceramics usually the pieces that we recover. Yeah. And what got you into, what was the calling? So one of our guests talked about being called to do the work that they do. So when was your calling? What was your calling like?
My calling has always been color, color and movement across several mediums, because I'm also a filmmaker. And but I'd say the thing that binds them together is color, movement, space. And with the mosaics that I've done, I have really called on the history of art, because that's what we have from past civilizations, is these mosaics. Sometimes just a few shards will tell us all about, another civilization. And I just saw this wonderful film, The Dig. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's on Netflix, about the discovery of Sutton Hoo, which was a site that was discovered in 1939. And suddenly, with these artifacts that they found in the English countryside, we find that all of Western civilization happened much earlier than we thought, that this was 6th century, that this beautiful whole burial chamber with all of these exquisite jewels and this headdress for a king, all of these things were found intact, and tell us that the Vikings were in that area about 300 years earlier than anybody thought. It's just fascinating. So someday there will be shards, and there will be remnants of our civilization. Hopefully there'll be more than mosaic shards, but anyway, that's one thing I love about history. Oh, there's Mariah. Wonderful.
Yay.
Welcome. Welcome. So is it Tana, how do you say your name? Tanaquil?
Tanaquil, yes.
Tanaquil. Tanaquil, this is Mariah, who is a wonderful, wonderful artist herself. And Mariah, tell us again, I know you told me where you went to school, but I'd like for you to just tell everybody else.
I went to school at Memphis Street Academy. I am currently a Mass Bomb student.
Right. And how do you like Mass Bomb?
It's pretty good. I'm able to explore different career options, able to go through art classes with both the given school curriculum and after school.
Wonderful, wonderful. What are you discovering with art?
I'm discovering a lot from the different types of people I meet with different views than I do, along with internal things such as how I'm feeling, how to express myself better, and what I can be doing with my art.
So important, and exactly what art is, and exactly why we are all here together right now in terms of how can we express ourselves and what we do to do so through our art. So Mariah, very nice to meet you. Loving the background for you as well. This little cloud with strings in the background, very nice. I'll leave you, Mariah and Lynn, to continue on with your segment, and thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Let me just ask you one more question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Tanaquil, one more question. Are you in the Philly area, and what do you do in Philly exactly, so we can find you?
Yeah, I'm in the Philly area. I wear many hats. So I work with Teatro del Sol, a company I share with Jose Aviles, Yajaira Paredes in Philadelphia. I also work with 1812 Productions, also in Philly, and here.
Oh, you do?
I do, yeah. So.
Oh, wonderful. I know some people from 1812.
Oh yes, great. Well, we're doing a show, Set Model Theater, giving voice to designers and directors, web series that's coming out in March. So stay tuned for that.
Do you know Scott? Do you know Scott? Whose wife is Scott Greer?
Yeah.
You do? Well, I have a little story.
Oh, sure.
I went to high school with Scott's father in Tennessee. Isn't that amazing? And here we both ended up in Philadelphia. And he was a musician. And in our high school, there was a little band. And his father's name was Ben Greer. And so all my friends were in this band, and it was called the Outhouse Five. And they came on in assembly when we had a program. They had this paper and cardboard outhouse with a moon on the front. And they jumped out of the outhouse and burst the paper with their instruments in order to start. It was so dramatic. It was so much fun. He is a talented guy, Ben Greer, and his talent carried over to his son. Isn't that wonderful?
It is. And Lynn, thank you so much for sharing this story, because next time we are in person and I can see Scott, all I'm going to say to him is Outhouse 5, and I'm going to see his reaction.
Yes, say that and remind him about it. Thank you, Tanaquil.
Thank you both, Lynn and Mariah, for both the space, and have fun.
Thank you so much. You take care. So it's good to see you, Mariah. And I love the pattern that you have behind you. That's so beautiful.
Thank you very much.
All those things look so good. Yeah, they look great together. You have a kind of magical environment there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I wanted to just show a little bit about where I'm coming from. And you may not know some of this, Mariah, because this is before I was working at Memphis Street, which is where Mariah and I worked on a mosaic mural together, which I'm going to show you some shots of. But let's see, James, do you have some slides there that would introduce this? I had them kind of in chronological order. Okay. That's okay. First of all, I want to show you when I don't have any other constrictions and I'm working just for myself, I have on the back of my property is a concrete block wall. For years, I didn't have a cement block wall. I had a wooden wall. But finally, I replaced the wall and put up a cement block wall, which made a perfect foundation for a ceramic mural, for a mosaic mural. So I made a mosaic mural on the wall in the back, and it's on a street that's covered with other mosaic murals, but they're all by somebody else. They're by Isaiah Zagar. So mine is the only one that has a little different style, and I'm going to show you that in a second. Is it coming up? That's okay. And Mariah, the painting behind me is, it's a painting on canvas. And if you can see, it has kind of flower motifs. It's taken from designs for a rug, for an ancient rug, a 16th century rug from Persia, which I love. I love those designs. So I started making paintings using some of those patterns, and that's what this is behind me.
It is very beautiful. I love the pattern.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really fun. It's really fun to take these old shapes and put them in something new.
Yeah. And that's,
so what is that? Yeah.
I feel like
what is
that's
that
really
behind you?
the poster.
Yes.
Well,
what are you leaning against?
It's a
Is it a
blanket.
pillow?
It's a blanket with
Yeah.
a cat pattern.
I love it.
Yeah, it's very
I
simplistic.
love it. Oh boy, it's great. Okay. Okay. Do you have one before this one that was on the? Do you have one that's just labeled 1? If not, we'll just go ahead with this one. This is, okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, this one is it's a little smaller size, isn't it? This one is from Edward Heston School, which is the school at, this is a school in West Philadelphia at, okay. So I don't see the images. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, this one, this is from the Memphis Street Academy mural that Mariah and I both worked on. And this was a, you can see about a 9-foot high, 10-foot high mural that we did inside the school. And about, 20 students worked on it. And this is the very beginning of the mural. So we could go to the next slide if you have that. Because I have some questions for Mariah. I wanted to ask you, in working on this mural, Mariah, did it change any of your ideas about art?
It did. It made me figure out that art doesn't need to look deep in order to convey a deep message, along with be very detailed, oriented, or really nitpicked. In order to convey a deep message, it could just be there and easy to see and comprehend.
Yes.
Yes. it also means a lot.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. When you say a deep, yeah. What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. I was able to do a lot on the project, able to open a lot of doors.
Uh-huh.
And with just what it means, it does give a lot of what I would call inspiration to a lot of people to think, hey, I can do that if I just put the effort in, put the work in. And that represents hard work from everyone who works on it.
Yes, it does. Did it change your ideas about community?
Yes. I'm not really a big social person, as you may tell. I'm very much to the side. So when I'm working on art, I'm usually alone because I think, hey, if I can do it, then I can do it. If I'm going to get it done, then I can do it alone and it will be good. But I don't think I could have achieved something like that just on my own. So it very much brought me around different people and really made me very dependent. I wouldn't say dependent, but more dependent on other people when it comes to if I need help with art, if I need critique.
Yes.
And
yes, I agree. I couldn't have done it by myself, certainly. And it took a lot of people to do it together. Can we go to the next slides, James? What comes after that? Pardon? Oh, keep going. Keep going after that. That's mine, but I want to focus on the Memphis Street Academy mural, which was a project we worked on for almost, I guess it was almost a year by the time, because we had the summer in between, and then we finished it about Thanksgiving, and thank goodness we finished it, what, 3 months before the pandemic. So that was wonderful. Let's see. Oh, here's, looks like those images are really big. There we go. There's people working on it down below. It was so big that some people worked on the floor while other people were working up high. I want to show, if you can keep going, I want to show the part Mariah was wonderful helping me out with, which was up higher. Let's see if it shows. While we're getting there, Mariah, I want to ask you a couple more questions. What would you like to do with your art later? Do you know?
So I don't really have that much intention to really put my art out there, as I like to keep my art to myself, have it more of a private thing where I can go through things. I do want to help use it to support local artists. Maybe put my art into other categories such as culinary.
Oh, culinary. Oh, yep. Wow. Do you like to cook?
I like to do it when I'm able to. I don't do it too often. But I am planning to take some culinary classes while at my current school.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful. Okay, here's a picture of Mariah is over at the far right with 3 other students standing in front of the mural that is now finished. And if we can you go back at all, James, to show, or forward to show other parts of the mural? Here's somebody working on the row houses down at the bottom of the mural.
This is really beautiful. This is so amazing, Mariah and Lynn, that this was created with I am assuming more members of the community as well.
Yes, we had about 20 students who worked on it, and the 2 art teachers coordinated. Jeff Kilpatrick and Maureen Bellotta helped coordinate this mural and helped assemble supplies and were guiding forces all the way along. We're very proud of it.
Yeah, as one should be. I love the colors. I love the community aspect of it. And now seeing this final product as well, super beautiful.
This is the whole thing now. You can see that it's got everything. Everybody contributed some of their favorite images, whether it was people, row houses, they're emblems of learning, like there's a computer in there, there's tools, and up above there's sun and moon, a diploma at the very top. What is, Mariah, can you see or can you remember what it says in the middle? That's the title of the mural. I cannot see the screen. Yeah, me either.
Left the imagination for the viewers. We're doing just about time, unfortunately, Lynn and Mariah. But I want to say thank you so much for sharing your artistry, for sharing the passion. Oh, here we go.
There it is.
Yeah, if you want to read that out.
That was the slogan that we inserted into it. Aim high, dream big, live well. So it was a joy, and it was a joy to work with Mariah, and I'm wishing her the best as she goes ahead with her studies at Mastbaum. And maybe we'll all have a chance to meet in real time at some point.
Ojalá.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn, so much for sharing this. This is wonderful. Mariah, thank you. Good luck on your culinary experiences. Please keep us all updated on that. I was interested. And thank you so much for sharing the space, Lynn and Mariah.
You're welcome.
People who are watching, if we can give an applause, send some love their way, please. Aplauso para todos. Aplauso para Lynn.
Thank you for having me here.
You're
welcome.
Mariah.
Thank you. Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. You take care as well. This is a little bit of a sad moment for me because this is the last artists that I'm going to introduce for my time of hosting, but also a very exciting moment because these are all artists that I don't know personally and who are very new to me and very excited to meet them. So I'm going to first introduce, and please correct me if I'm saying your name wrong, but Temuel Benye Huda?
Oh, wow. Yes, that's correct.
Ooh.
You got it. Oh, right.
Let's have you pronounce my name.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is it Tanaquil?
Tanaquil.
Okay. I can't see your last name. Okay. Marquez.
Marquez, close.
Marquez.
Marquez.
Close.
Tilde. Don't forget the accent. Tilde.
Yes,
Tilde.
Yes.
Camille, so good to have you here. Roberta Fallon as well. And Morgan. Ooh, my mitts.
Sorry.
No worries. We're all in the comfort of our homes.
How do I get rid of this?
If you want, you can mute your camera if the if in case another
in the future. Thank you. I'm not real good at this kind of thing.
Hey, we are all learning. As many of our artists have said throughout our digital rally, it's all a process. It's all about the journey. We're all sharing the space together. So welcome all. And this, we are sharing the space right now for arts publication Artblog. Can one of you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, let's let Kem talk about it. Kem, you want to say something about Artblog?
Sure. Artblog is, I'm a writer. Artblog provides opportunities for up and coming writers to participate in the burgeoning, amazing art scene that's happening in Philadelphia, and to share perspectives about what's happening in the art world from their perspective as a maker, curators, and it provides an opportunity for artists, writers to just really collaborate in this amazing space that Roberta and co-found, and she works together with Morgan, who does an amazing job and getting the website looking amazing and including making us look good when we write and providing some awesome edits. So definitely shout outs to Morgan and Roberta. Thanks.
Thank you both for sharing. That's really exciting. I'm going to definitely look up the Artblog as soon as I leave the space with you all. Yeah, and without further ado, I'm gonna have you, any thoughts or things that you wanna say about what you're gonna share with us today?
Sure, well, first, before I forget, I would like to just really thank everyone for putting together, the organizers, putting together this event. I'm really just honored to be able to participate. I'm just going to quickly just pivot here and thank Maud Lyon, from the former president of the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, and Lisa Nelson Haynes, executive director of Philly Young Playwrights. This article that I'm going to read a few excerpts from would never have happened without their contributions. So I would like to thank them. So I will, excuse me.
No, I was just going to give you the space. Thank you for giving those shout outs and that love to everyone. Enjoy, and I'm going to look up Artblog now.
Sure, thank you. And I would just like to also say thank you for everyone for just giving me some time to read a couple excerpts about an issue I strongly care about. So before I go in and read a couple excerpts, I wrote this around the time of the Floyd tragic event that happened. And I had a lot of mixed emotions when I wrote this. I didn't know how to contribute. But I saw something that had came up in my timeline. I think it was on Twitter, and it was something related to that arts funding was in danger of being cut. And I said, well, how can I contribute? I really want to do something, and I just really couldn't sleep. And I think I pitched an idea to Roberta, and she said, hey, Kem, go for it. And then I just started reaching out to people, and I reached out to Lisa, and I reached out to Maud, and I wrote this piece. So I'll read about 2 paragraphs. I'll start with, this piece is about a response to the the school to prison pipeline. So I proposed an alternative to the school to prison pipeline. I wanted us to use our imagination about rethinking this pipeline and rethinking of it as a school to museum pipeline instead, because there is underrepresentation of Black, Latino, and other marginalized groups in museums. And I said, well, if we can imagine a school to prison pipeline is in place, why can't we imagine something that looks different? So many of us have heard of the school to prison pipeline, which leave Black students overrepresented in prisons and underrepresented in creative spaces like museums. To address this inequitable situation, we must substitute the punitive pipeline with an alternative. I suggest a school to museum pipeline as the replacement. Dismantling the school to prison pipeline and replacing it with a school to museum pipeline offers schools an opportunity to reimagine their Black students' trajectories. The school to prison pipeline mimics mass incarceration with in-school suspensions and zero tolerance policies, whereas the school to museum pipeline expands Black representation in art classes, museum internships, and employment in the creative economy. Exposure to the arts has been shown to be a valuable tool for inspiring learning, keeping students engaged in the classroom, and becoming more civically involved. To make these benefits more widely accessible to Black students, we must increase funding for arts training in K-12 classrooms, unpack the detrimental impact of standardized testing, and enlarge funding for culturally specific organizations that serve disadvantaged Black students. Our final paragraph I'll read from the piece is the history of underfunding arts in K-12 public schools, which has a history. I couldn't cover the entire history. I'm sure many people who are here are aware of this history, but I'll just share a little bit about it. Since the Reagan administration, conservatives have continuously tried to defund the arts under the guise of small government. However, they have persistently resisted shrinking police budgets. Despite substantial evidence, Black students achieve better outcomes when they have exposure to the arts compared to contact with the criminal justice system. The infamous 1994 bipartisan tough on crime bill inflated the school to prison pipeline by introducing harsher penalties for juveniles. This wrong-headed approach scaled the presence of police in schools. Despite scant evidence of school resource officers, SROs is the acronym, effectiveness in maintaining safety, this in turn created stark racial disparities in how Black and white students were disciplined in K-12 school settings. At the same time, the state's excessive surveillance of Black bodies during school hours adversely impacted Black students' mental health and well-being. The promotion of high-stakes testing reduced their motivation and participation in school, challenging the widely held beliefs embedded in the school achievement gap. So those are the two paragraphs. I think that's all I have time for. It's a much longer piece, so if you have some time, please check it out on Artblog's website. So I think Morgan and Roberta have a few questions I think they might want to ask me.
Yeah, thank you, Kem, so much. That piece is brilliant, and I really encourage you all to check it out on the Artblog. And I learned a lot reading it, and through the editing process that we share with Kem. Kem is a brilliant writer that we're so lucky to have on Artblog. And we just have a few questions for Kem, so you all can learn a little bit more about him as a writer and as a creative. So Kem, our first question is, are you an artist?
I like to think I'm interested in the making process. I grew up in New York City. I've been around artists and people in my family are makers. So I would say I'm interested in the process of making. I'm someone who deeply values the arts, especially Black cultural production, especially historically, because this perspective hasn't always been valued in the Western canon.
Yeah,
I'd like to follow up, if I may. Are you a maker yourself? Do you make something?
I do make. I paint. I find it to be very cathartic. It's helped sustain me, especially during the pandemic. So I feel very fortunate to have something that allows me to express my emotions. So I feel very fortunate about that. Yes.
And why do you write?
Well, I write for a variety of reasons, but I'll narrow it down because it gives me the opportunity to make art more accessible. I love when I have someone reach out to Roberta and it gets back to me and they say, hey, I love the piece that you wrote. It was really accessible for me. So I really try to write in a way in which it's not jargony and it's able to be accessible for a wider audience.
Yes. I want to follow up on that too. You are very much a researcher in your writing practice. You use sources, you interview people, you go after the information. You're very thorough and you are a beautiful researcher. but I was very much struck by what you said about why you wrote the School to Museum Pipeline piece, and it had to do with your passion. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit about what steers you, that passion that steers you to write about that, the School to Museum Pipeline, but also your other pieces have been very passion directed, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thanks, Roberta. I think that's true in many ways. I think embedded in my writing is I want to demystify the construction of being an artist as well as art. I think so many people believe that you're born with the talent to be an artist, which is, I think, partly true. But I also think that it's also who you have access to in terms of teachers, as mentors, as other creators. I think it's been shown that, I guess through research, yes, I am a researcher, but I try to balance my left side of my brain with the right side. I think it's been shown, I think, in the research that the higher your income is, the more likely you are to be a creator. It's been shown. So I think when I come across things like this, I really want to try to, I think this is part of the democratizing of art that I seek to try to do in my own work, so that I put these links into the work so that now people have access to them. I think oftentimes in academia, things are firewalled off from people. They don't have access to the articles, they're behind paywalls. So I try to find articles that are not hidden behind paywalls so people also have access to the information for themselves. Yeah,
Absolutely. And so what does writing about the arts in Philly specifically mean to you? And also, I'll just tagline onto there. What do you hope for the future of the arts in Philadelphia?
Well, Philly has such a rich history and culture. I'm just really extremely curious about that culture, and the opportunity to make any contributions, small contributions to the work that many people before me have already started. It's just an honor. But again, there's wide disparities in terms of who has access to the arts. And so, the opportunity to write in such a rich cultural space such as Philly and raise awareness about issues regarding the arts, and as well as access, especially for disadvantaged populations, just really means a lot. And I'm very passionate about that.
Yeah. So you also wrote a wonderful piece about urban movement arts, and you have a panel coming up, is that right, about dance at Rutgers? Can you tell us a little bit about that article and that panel?
Oh, yes, thank you, thanks. I've been sweat beads coming down my head trying to help. No, everyone's been great working with me on that. So this panel that will be happening at Rutgers looks like I'll have Thomas DeFrance, who is a really big name in the dance world. He's at Duke University. I'll have Vince Johnson, who's the founding director at Urban Movement Arts, and also in India, Bernardino and Great on Skates. These are just three of the many panelists. Also Beverly will also be participating. So all of these panelists are going to be bringing different perspectives about the therapeutic benefits of dance, but from the perspective from Philadelphia. I mean, I would say Philadelphia, the house dance scene definitely inspired me to do this work. So it would have never happened again without interviewing all the participants at Urban Movement Arts. From there, those conversations is how this panel discussion just grew into a larger panel discussion.
And how can folks attend this panel? When is it?
So it's still in the process of being organized. I think things are coming together really nicely. I think there'll be a flyer that'll be created in the next couple weeks. We'll tweet it and share it on Facebook, and it'll be online. So just like look out for that. You can always go to my Twitter handle, as well as look at Rutgers, the Proctor Institute at Rutgers. Those will be the social media communication handles you can find with the time and date for the event.
That's great. We'll make sure to share it too.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Roberta?
I want to turn to co-writing. In other words, collaborative writing, because you've volunteered to collaborate with another writer on our writing team to write a piece about sustainability, which is a very complicated and broad issue that is difficult actually to get a handle on, to write something. And I just want to say I applaud you for volunteering to do this with our other writer, Mandy Plasek, who is not here today, I don't believe. But it's been a journey, and you've allowed Morgan and I into some of your Zoom conversations between the two of you. And it's been just a revelation on sharing information and getting to know each other. And I'm wondering whether you think that this process has much in common with joint research writing, which I know happens a lot in academic settings where people join together and write something, but in more art writing context, like on Artblog, it's sort of new for us. So do you think that there is something that you bring to the table with Mandy that happens in your academic writing with other colleagues? Which, well, first of all, do you do that?
Well, first I'd like to say, definitely give a shout out to Mandy, my co-writer. I'm learning so much from her, amazing, talented architect, as well as artist. But I will say, I'm definitely learning more from Mandy. I'm learning so much from her. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to grow and learn from someone else. So I would say in academic spaces, collaboration, you do see this often in academia. So I think that definitely the spaces that I was in, that definitely has influenced my own approach. But at the same time, when it comes in art spaces, I would like to see more of that type of approach. I know most museums I've gone into or galleries, I usually see one sole creator of a work, but I really think that if we were more transparent about the process, I think a lot of times these pieces sometimes are not always, there's not a citation process when you create a work, all the conversations that go into creating a work, maybe going into someone else's studio. I think then when you see a written piece, you kind of see that the process was how it unfolded. I think I would love to see more of that. I don't know how that would look like in the future, but I will say one of the good things for me that's come out of the pandemic, even though I've been socially isolated, has been, and as well as zoomed out like everyone else, but these opportunities to collaborate has been, I think people have been more, at least in my world, have been more willing to collaborate. It seems like, I guess we're all home, so it's like, yeah, sure, why not collaborate? Gives me an
And lonely. We're lonely. We're starved for connection.
Well, I think that'll travel when we get back into the world. We'll see more collaborations and hopefully more jointly authored pieces. I mean, a painting, I would love to see more jointly like painted pieces, like co-authored, that'd be interesting to see how that would look like. Murals are like the two creators before, that was like a collaborative piece, to see more of that would be great. Community art.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. we're gonna need a lot of that. Well, it was lovely hearing you talk, Kem, and you know, like I said, we're so lucky to have Kem, and we'll be posting his panel on our social media when we have that information, and you can find Kem's articles on Artblog, and you won't regret, you know, reading them. You learn a thing or two, just like we did.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if thanks, Morgan. I don't know if Roberta, is there anything else you would like to add?
Well, I could go on and on, but I would like to just say, Artblog is so proud to have a team of writers like you that we can feature, that are forwarding the conversation about the arts. We were so stabbed in the heart when the mayor cut the budget for the arts, and felt it directly. And it helped us rally together. You talk about COVID bringing us together. I think a frontal assault on the arts in Philadelphia brought the community together in a very good way, made it feel very real that we were a community. Maybe people hadn't felt that so much before, or maybe they had, but it felt to us like it was very much more apparent that people were working together, and that was a paradigm for the future. Mm-hmm. Continue with a lot of those relationships that are being built now during a time when we're all isolated, Morgan, like you said, and lonely and want people. But in the future, we need to stay together because the arts funding is very vulnerable, always. It's the easiest thing to cut, which is why it was cut by the mayor and not restored by the city council to the degree that it should have been restored. That'll happen again. This is not the first time it's happened in Philadelphia. Under Mayor John Street, which shows how old I am, that goes back quite a number of years. He closed the Office of Arts and Culture, and it was not until the next mayor came in, Mayor Nutter, who preceded Mayor Kenny, that we got an Office of Arts and Culture, although not a lot of money in it. So under Mayor Kenny, we had a pretty robust arts and culture office until it was completely or almost completely closed, and the budget was taken away. And I want to say, if there's any upside to the pandemic, that's it, that we're coming together to fight for the arts. And I want to thank the people in the digital rally leadership who organized this, and also organized the one in June. So thank you. Thanks for letting us participate.
Thank you. Yes, and we totally believe that the future of arts is not only coming together as a community, but making the idea of being an artist a holistic practice that everybody can participate in. And many of those steps are by educating people on the importance of the arts, and by, like Kem said, demystifying what it is to be an artist and making the arts accessible. So hopefully all together we can make that happen.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, one of the things I also mentioned in my article was just unpacking the mistakes of the past, which was creating a school to prison pipeline in the first place. And that was one of the big fears that I had when I saw what happened with Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many other, tragic events that's happened in terms of contact with the police. It's just that when we fund the arts, there's so much more opportunities just created for young Black and Latino youth to access the creative economy. I think if we look at the research, it's there that it shows that there are many, many benefits. So I was hoping that this article would contribute from a shift from policing to more arts training for young Black and Latino students in the Philadelphia community.
Thank you all so much for sharing your poetry. Thank you for sharing the process. Thank you, Roberta and Morgan, for the questions for Camille and understanding more of the process as well. It's been so lovely having you all. And Roberta, resonates so much with what you've said in terms of this is not the first time that this has happened and it won't be the last. And to continue to speak up for the arts, to continue to speak up for our community, and to continue to work and sharing our work as well, because that's speaking up for the arts. So thank you all for sharing, and thank you all for sharing the space as well. Please send love and applause to all three of our guest artists today in our chat. And I'm looking up your Philly Artblog now on Instagram, and it's so crazy. I've been here for 5 years and I didn't know about this. So I'm investigating, I'm researching this right now. And it's really lovely to see. So thank you all so much, and have a wonderful Tuesday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, it seems like it's 3 o'clock, and it is that time for me to transition out and have our DJ and our TikTok dancer transition in. Gabi, I'm sharing the space with you right now. I just want to say millones de gracias por tenerme aquí para ser tu host para este evento tan maravilloso y tan lindo. Thank you so much for having me be your host in this marvelous and beautiful event. I loved getting to know people. I loved getting to share the space, and honestly, being in a creative space again is like, this is why we do this.
Yes.
And learning about the processes. Thank you
so much for saying yes to this, and trusting us and being an amazing host. You really launched off the 2021 digital rally the way it deserved. So thank you so much, Tana. And also, shout out to Teatro Sol and all the work y'all are doing, as well. And, I'm just so thankful to share space with you whenever I can. So thanks again for this. You set the bar high. So I know Nicole Stacie is going to be joining us soon. But before Nicole Stacie joins us as our next host, we will have a live DJ. But you have to go to Instagram for that. So make sure you go to Power Street's Instagram. We'll make sure we write it in the comment section. It's also hyperlinked all over our website. So yeah, make sure you tune into that. That should be happening now. So stop looking at me and go tune in. And we'll be back.
Go.
Yeah, we'll be back here at 4 with James. James is going to take a lunch break now, I hope. All right. Thank you, James. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up the Instagram on the broadcast for everyone. But yeah, so head on over to Instagram. You can see it here live as well. As soon as I figure out exactly how to access Instagram Live, I'm old, I guess. I don't know nothing. But yeah, so I'll be taking a lunch break, and the live Instagram show should be going on right now. Instagram.com/PowerStreetTheaterCo/live. I don't know. I'm having issues with accessing it, but that's just me. But feel free to head on over, take a look at that, and we'll be back with more from Light Thief Productions Studio live after 4 p.m. So for now, we'll just take you to the digital rally title, and I will bring up the Instagram Live as soon as I can. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. And hopefully you can all hear me this time. I am happy and proud to welcome to the digital rally our next MC of the day. That will be Ms. Nicole Stacie. And let me transition.
Sure. My name is Nicole Stacie. I am a performing and teaching artist here in Philadelphia and outside of Philadelphia, wherever I am called to work. That is where I go. My pronouns are she, her. I also would respond to they as well. And I'm super excited to be here with you all and share and watch and enjoy all of these incredible people. Yes. So shall I take it from here, Jane? Wonderful. Good afternoon, beautiful beings. Cheers to the arts and this necessary virtual event dedicated to preserving and progressing creatives. Save the arts, okay? It is hard out here for artists. Times are hard in this whole Panasonic that we have going on in the world today. No joke. Boom. And this whole Panasonic that we have going on in the world today. So I'm super excited to host today, and I'm elated to be here on this live to cheer and celebrate and enjoy all of these incredibly talented and engaging folks who are here to share their gifts, time, and energy with you. All right. So before we get into these performances, let's do this. If you are on the live now, okay, I need you to like, click share, and I need you to tag 3 people, okay? I'm sure you know 3 people who can join us on today at this live, all right? And anyone that you know have some money resides energy, okay? Who can donate and who can give. If you share this live, be sure to post SavePhillyArts.com because this is what we're here for. Today and tomorrow is powered by Power Street Theater, who is out there doing the good work, all right? Shares are free if you cannot donate, but please do if you can. And in the meantime, we're going to enjoy these performances, all right? Get your little snacky snack. I got me one. Got me a little snack. Got me a little sip responsibly. If you do that, it's kind of early in the afternoon, but, you know, get you a regular beverage. And let's enjoy our first artist, Scarlett Camillo, who is a multi-talented musician, a Philly baby, as she has on her Instagram. She is officially lit, y'all. I heard her music. I want you to check her out and follow her on Instagram at Scarlett Camillo. Someone put that in the comments. I'm sure she will, the correct spelling. She has a gorgeous rendition of Santa Baby if you're still feeling festive in February, as well as her original tune, Gotta Find That Cool, which is a love letter to Philly. And it is streaming on all platforms. So put those clap emojis in the comments as she shares with us. Come on through with the good music.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. Yeah, like Nicole said, my name is Scarlett. I'm 20 years old, born and raised in Philly. I'm super honored to be here playing at this event, such a pertinent event. And I'm going to start with a song called Got a Thing. I think I got a thing for you. You only ever let me down. Gotta keep myself away for a minute. Baby, thought I caught a little feels for a minute. What you do is none of my business. You only ever let me down. You gotta stop taking other women around when we're in the same town. Ooh, you know better than that. Got this thing for you, a little swing for you. I think I got a thing for you, a little thing for you. I don't think you understand how good it could feel to be my man, but it's fine, you ain't worth the time. I just keep writing and staying in my prime. Maybe all the complications make me special. It's what I tell myself late at night, and I run that through my head even when you're in the bed, loving some girl in the room on the right. I got this thing for you. You only ever let me down. Gotta keep myself away for a minute. Baby, thought I caught a little feels for a minute. What you do is none of my business. You only ever let me down. You gotta stop taking all the women round when we're in the same town. Ooh, you know better than that. Got this thing for you, a little swing for you. I think I got a thing for you, a little thing for you. I got a thing for you. I think I got a thing for you. You know I won't let any of this just slide. Goodbye, it's time. You think you got a vibe, it ain't cute. You lied, it ain't cute. They cried, it ain't cute. Your vibe just ain't cute. And I had a thing for you. You only ever let me down, so I stay away for a minute. I keep my feels in check for a minute. What you do is none of my business. Only ever let me down, but you stop taking all the women around, and it makes me feel proud that you know better than that. So I'll just sing for you, and I'll swing for you. I think I had a thing for you, but you only ever let me down, down, down.
Thank you so very much. I hope everybody is having a fantastic evening. Since we are kind of midday, I was hoping we could take it down just for a little second. This is a song that I have called Small. I was always hoping I could put all my loving on you. Sink a little deeper, there's creases in the sheets, what am I to do? And I thought I was ready to leave my loneliness behind. Tried to deny what I thought that I would never find. Though I always know you fall forward. I see you. Do you see me too? A real man ain't you. Does he do you like I do? I see you. I guess she sees you too. I know you never had it in you, and I won't be small when I'm years away from you. Don't lie, I can't take it. Absence only made my heart a fool. Stripping her, stripping my patience. To think we had a chance to say and I do. And I thought you were ready to leave her loneliness behind. The joke's on my pride. She knew every line, always know you fall
I knew you never had it in you, and I won't be small when I'm years away from you. Do you see me too?
Thank you so very much. Alrighty, let's keep this thing going. So this is a song that I actually put out this year called What I Did. And I was so happy to have so many amazing Philadelphia musicians on it. My bass player, Luke Nelson, my drummer, Keenan Salazar. Oh, not my drummer, my guitarist, Keenan Salazar, my drummer, Keon Williams. It's really been incredible to have so many insanely talented people just surrounding me in my community, in my city. And they definitely could not have made this song come to life without being there. So thank you so much to them, and thank you so much to Philly for just continuing to bring so many amazing people and musicians into my life. And this song is a result of that. So thank you for that.
Did you think I was dramatic or overly emotional when I'm spilling my wine and my friends doing time? Well, I'm sorry, you were dead wrong. Did you think we'd stay up all night, talk until we see the sunrise, with my head on your chest and me holding your hand? But you spend your time trying to get in my head, asking if it was something you said. Got my back facing you in our bed, but I can't tell you what I did. I've been curving, denying your calls, took the gun from the safe in the wall, but I can't tell you what I did, what I did. Well, baby, I tried, but they kicking off front door, click bang and I hit the floor. Tell you that they're taking me down, 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 and I'd hear you scream my name. No, we'd never be the same if I tell you what I did, what I did, what I did. No, 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 no. I know your mama wouldn't like me if she knew I had a rap sheet, 'cause I'm shipping my wine, covering up my girl's crimes like on her daytime TV. There's some questions running through your head, but some things are best left unsaid. You wake up and I ain't in our bed, but I won't tell you why that is. Found a cap in my underwear drawer, 15 grand hidden under the floor, but I can't tell you what I did, what I did. Baby, I've tried, but they kicking off front door, click bang and out hit the floor. Tell you that they're taking me down, 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 and I'd hear you scream my name. No, we'd never be the same if I tell you what I did, what I did, what I know I said I'd put you first, but you ain't heard the things I've heard. No, I know you think it can't be worse than how much I've made you hurt. So when I leave the bed, don't try calling me back anymore. Baby, goodbye. Left my keys by the front door. Don't worry about a thing no more, 'cause I know they taking you down, 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 down. I'll miss you saying my name. It's safer for us this way if I don't tell you what I did, what I did. Baby, I've tried. in our front door. Click, bang, and I'd hit the floor. Tell you that they're taking me down, 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 down. And I'd hear you scream my name. No, we'd never be the same. If I tell you what I did, what I did, what I did, oh, what I did, what I. Thank you so very much. That's one of my favorite ones to play, and I haven't even played it in front of a real audience yet, so that's going to be extremely exciting once we get out of our pandemic. But again, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you guys for supporting so many Philly artists today. Of course, if you guys want to give me a follow on Instagram and Spotify, all the songs that you're hearing can be found there. I think I have about 2 more songs for you guys. So if that's okay with Miss Nicole, thank you so much.
Wow, she sound wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Thank you. All right, this song is hopefully relatable for everybody. I am a Cancer sun, if we're talking about Scorpio signs, listen to me, zodiac signs. And basically that means that my form of getting out all of my emotions is crying. So this is my song called I'm the Girl That's Always Crying. Thank you. I'm the girl that's always crying. I can't deny it's satisfying. Oh, if I'm a little bitter, my tears will make it better. I can do it at the drop of a hat. I've been biking up to Brooklyn, cooking and reading self-help booklets. Oh, then I'll go call my mother. There really is no other who can handle me the way she can. And she'll say, my cry, baby, cry, baby. The world may think that you're a little crazy, but they can't bellow out their blues the way that you can. 'Cause I'm the girl that's always crying. Scream singing Joni as I'm driving. Oh, I could go on forever. Some days it makes my head hurt, but most times I just sit back and laugh. Because I'm a cry, baby, cry, baby. And the world may think that I'm a little crazy, but they can't bellow out their blues the way that I can. Because I'm becoming my mother, cutting out coupons, wearing pleather. Oh, exhaust myself from drinking, spending too much time thinking, and my eyes start to well up again. 'Cause I'm the girl that's always crying. Oh, I'm the girl that's always crying. Girl that's always crying. Thank you very, very much. That's probably the most autobiographical song I've written. So thank you again. And I think I have a time for a few more. So let me change the key on my guitar really quickly here.
While she is changing that, come on, let's give her some love. Go in the comments. Okay, playing the guitar, singing. Listen, I cannot play the guitar. Now I said, I will sing down. You are killing it. All right. Y'all be sure to like, share, invite people as she comes and brings us her next song.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And yeah, this song is called Hysterical. This one's a bit more mellow, and then we'll end on a bang. So here we go. I cannot say that you're supposed to keep me close. I'll never know. And I cannot say you don't cross my mind every time I look away, and so you can just keep swinging low, keep moving on. I stay alone, I keep it going. Why does it hurt to be so alone? And I'll just keep it going till you're gone. Hysterical, hysterical, till you're gone. And I cannot say that I don't think about you every time I write on my paper and I try to find a new bow. You're the one that keeps me writing on. I don't think any of this would have come out if you hadn't made me so angry and bold. I wish I could say that there was another one besides you, but there's not. 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 And so you can just keep swinging low, keep moving on. I stay alone, I keep it gone. Why does it hurt so much more when you're grown? And I'll just keep it going till you're gone. Hysterical, hysterical, till you're gone. Hysterical, hysterical, till you're gone. Thank you so very much. And thank you guys so much again for having me. We are approaching the last song here. Thank you so much to Miss Nicole for giving me the most amazing introduction and being the most amazing fan.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I enjoyed every minute of it. Listen, I was going to give you your performance. I was going to jump in and start singing and start harmonizing this. Beautiful tune. Share your information as far as where people can find you again so that we can support you.
Yes, absolutely. All the music that you've heard is on all streaming platforms. And so anywhere that you listen to music, you'll find me there. Just my name, Scarlett Samillo. I can see that there's a little banner below so they can see how to spell it, my Italian last name. And yeah, you guys can find me on Instagram. I do lots of fun stuff on TikTok and stuff like that. So yeah, you can find me pretty much anywhere. So thank you so much again for having me.
You're wonderful. Before we get you off, just tell us some of your inspiration as an artist. We have a little bit of time left, a couple of minutes. Your inspiration or anything special that you would like to share with us about yourself.
I think, wow, that's a hard question. I guess I can talk about inspirations. I mean, I guess this is a good story. I mean, my papa on my mom's side, who unfortunately has passed, he was a jazz bassist, and he didn't really get to see me kind of grow into jazz. I mean, jazz is a huge influence in my music, obviously. So I kind of know that I just kind of have him with me whenever I'm doing this stuff. So I always trust that he's going to give me the good instincts and hopefully I can just keep learning and growing and getting him better and better as I get older and make as many smart choices as he did musically. So, yeah.
Well, you are already on a roll. I'm so inspired by your gift that you shared with us on today. Continue to keep going and doing wonderful things. You see an artist such as Scarlett here and plenty of the other artists that we will have coming on today. It is imperative that you save the arts, you save Philly arts and keep the culture alive in the city with your good funds. You can also tag people that you know have those good funds or just share all of the beautiful content on today. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So beautiful. So we're going to say goodbye and we're going to get ready to prepare our next artist to come up as we load her up. So this next artist that we have coming up, her name is Nicole Davis, and she and I are twinning not only as namesakes, but as fellow poets. All right. So known as being the former Shy Girl, she has 4 books out on Amazon. And I am speaking, listen, I'm going to speak this positive affirmation over her life that all 4 of these books will sell out multiple times. I am believing that for her. All right. So I want you to hit all of the care emojis, all of the heart emojis, all of the like emojis, and show some love for our next artist who is a performance poet like myself, Nicole Davis. Woo!
Hi. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. So excited to have you on today.
Thank you so much for the invite. And thank you for that warm welcome.
Yes. Warmth. We're exuding warmth. That's from artist to artist.
Yes.
So excited for you to share with us. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Nikki D, the poet. I'm nothing but a former Shy Girl who found her voice through poetry and now uses her poetry to help others find their voice. Currently, right now, I do have 4 books available on Amazon, as well as a clothing line at Nikki D Apparel. Today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do pieces from 2 of my books. One is called Naked, Facing the Girl in the Mirror. And then the other one is called The Shy Girl Speaks. And if you don't mind today, I'm going to walk you guys through my self-love journey. Just to give you guys a little bit of background about my poetry. Basically, what I utilize is my poetry. I utilize my childhood experiences, as well as my faith-based interaction, as well as my struggles as a single mom to promote a message of self-love, acceptance, and positivity. So that's what I plan on doing for you guys today. For those okay, go ask your grandma. For those who don't know me, I've been sick with the pen since the age of 10. But wait, isn't that Davis girl? The one who can't sing? Yeah, you're right, but put me in front of the mic on the right night and I can tell you why the cage bird sings. Yeah, I must admit, singing's not really my twist. I leave that up to Kite and my sister, and as for me, I'd rather do the poet thing. A poet. One who's well-versed in the English language. A poet. One who could take simplistic words and phrases and make them reach into the deepest places. Yes, the very same ones that you try to hide. A poet, a mouthpiece, a crier of the generational cry, because I'm sick and tired of seeing my queens being reduced to the plumpiness of their tits, the juiciness of their ass, and what is in between their thighs. And for far too long, my young kings have been reduced to their ability to dribble a ball or rap a rhyme. Like, why is it so much easier for someone to instill in them that they have to chase a bag, even if it means die? For some to want to sit them down and explain the difference in the amount of tree that goes in a quarter or a dime, than for someone to sit down and cultivate that young entrepreneur mind. I don't know if you guys know this, but Philadelphia is in such a chaotic state. We have senseless murders on top of murders. This virus that is sweeping the land. We have little boys and little girls who feel like their whole life is a mistake, that the world will be a better place if they didn't exist. And please, don't even get me started on that modern-day circus that we call politics. You see, this is why I spit. Every artist, every poet, every writer, every entrepreneur under the sun of my voice have a voice and a choice, and I choose to use mine to uplift. So sit back and relax and enjoy the poetic silence. I'm Nikki D, the poet. Oftentimes, when you hear the term self-love, your mind goes to outer beauty. Your mind goes to relaxing at a day spa, maybe getting a mani-pedi, sipping on some wine, which is all good, which is all can be a part of your self-love process. But what about the inside? Far too often, and what I felt myself doing is getting all this makeup, doing all this to reflect my outer beauty, but not really working on her inner beauty. So you may be wondering, Nick, how do I start this self-love process? How do I start focusing on the inner beauty? Well, you have to quiet your surroundings. But the thing about quiet places is I found that they can sometimes be the loudest. You see, I hate quiet places because it causes my mind to run races featuring the demons of my past. And it really doesn't matter who's first or who's last. I really thought I passed that class. I thought I left these demons in the grave with no heartbeat. I was dancing and prancing about the defeat, but they were really just playing possum. Knowing that losing the battle doesn't forfeit the war, I try to busy myself, get lost in my craft and perfect my parts, but procrastination has always been my biggest fall. Putting off till tomorrow what should have been done today, but what is today but yesterday's tomorrow? You see, I hate quiet places and all the noise to that brain, because as soon as I unpack my bags on Easy Street, something happens, making me rethink the whole thing. But who's to blame? The cutler or the one who handed the retired swordsmith the knife? And I think about quiet places and just being in that time to self-reflect. And I feel like this is what COVID and this whole quarantine process have done to a lot of us. It gave us a time to slow down and to self-reflect. And once you slow down and self-reflect, a lot of questions come up. And I know for me, it was just like, who am I? Who am I? But a miracle caught in between two identities, somewhere in between who they want me to be and who I want to be, there is me. Me, always known for following the rules. Now I wait to be told what to do and what to say. Honestly, most days I just feel like I rent an Airbnb, allowing others to rent space in my head at a price that's far too cheap, and then they have the nerve to leave the stench of their foul aura all over my prefrontal cortex. And it doesn't matter how much I try to cleanse my chakras. It doesn't matter how much sage I burn. I never seem to forget the sting of the word they leave. Just enough venom that it becomes encrypted into my very DNA. No wonder I'm sitting here questioning who I am today. And you may be wondering, like, how is it that you didn't know who you are? Growing up as a child, we have so many people that pour into us. We have our parents and their expectations. We have, well, I grew up in a very, in a household that was into religion and religious tradition. So I had those expectations on me. And then we have society that put those expectations on us. And which I realized through my own self-love journey, in which I hope you guys can get from this next piece, is that in order to find yourself, you have to really face the voice that sometimes we create in our head. For years, I've been trying to silence this voice that's in my head, but she's like a record that's stuck on repeating. Even when I can't quite make out the words of the melody, my beat so marches to the rhythm of the sound waves that metal her way up the air canal that set off vibrations that ricochet to my brain. That's already been perfectly trained to view every message the same way. Like back when they told my great-great-granddaddy that he'll never be nothing more than a cotton picking slave. I'm sorry. That was a little heavy. You see, it's hard to get her to behave like a Tyler used to get in her way. She kicks and screams. She made quite a scene. Only complete surrender to her demands is my attempt at relief. She loves to flirt with my insecurities. She has 3 ways with my worries and my fear, and when she reaches her peak, she leaves her liquid gooiness all over my face for all to see. She get a kick out of making a mockery of me. Like Siamese twins were conjoined. But most days, I really wish she could just stay at home. Like, I really couldn't have adored my first kiss alone without her reminding me of my obtuse shake nose, or the tiny cylinders that decided to inhabit my face the night before, or the little fuzz under my chin. But yet, and still, my therapist says that she's supposed to be my friend, my guardian, my protector. Because you know, Nicole, the world can be so cruel. To that, I replied, well, my fellow Black girl, how would it feel if you had someone constantly trying to drain the magic out of you? Don't act like if you weren't me, you wouldn't want her long gone too. She's the monkey that's on my back, the elephant overcrowding my room, the snake that's in my garden, trying to get me to believe that everything I know to be true is a lie. Dangling in front of my face, death, and a fruit disguise. But yet and still, time after time after time, I believe her lies. Maybe it's because her voice is a perfect replica of mine. Or maybe it's because believing that failure is the only option is far more easier than admitting that I'm scared to take the first leap. Or maybe the fault really isn't at her at all, but it's really within me. After all, she's nothing but a mere personification of what I see staring back at me when I look in the mirror. And when I finally get the courage to face and defeat that girl, her voice will no longer matter. And the thing about these voices in our head, it can sometimes overpower us so much that it reflects what we see when we look in the mirror. Oftentimes, we get our perception of beauty based upon social media, based upon what we see in the media. So when we look in the mirror, all we're seeing is our flaws. We're not seeing that we are beautiful because we are all created in God's image. She was told to sit up, lace closed, to only speak when she was spoken to. And even then, she was given a list of phrases and sayings and what she needed to use. Poor little girl, always so confused, always stuck in the middle trying to fill someone else's shoes. But she was never told that she was pretty because she was 2 shades too black. She was never told that she was pretty because she was 2 sizes too fat. She was never told that she was pretty because, truth be told, she was a little not needed and resembled a duck when she walked. She was never told that she was pretty because she had a list that got in her way when she talked. Poor little girl. All she wanted to do was fit in. She expected adversity from the outside, but she thought that surely she could find some commodity with those of the same skin. She was too holy for the sinners, yet not quite holy enough for the saints. She wanted to wish for death, but she was taught not to tempt fate so alone. Struggling to find her place, she stares at her image-marking fingers of her imagination of what it's truly like to be beautiful. Muffin top, elastic waistband she stands, gripping the gut she tucks inside her girdle for gym class. Jumping rope was a challenge. 1, 2, 3. Her tears mixed with sweat making waves on her skin. She considered herself a lesbian, dating little Debbie's and Betty Crocker's, finding comfort in a creamy and tragic reality. A reality that differed from hers, where one tried to semblance of freedom from the next week's trend, systematically playing the fiddle to pipe that the pipe ever shrunk. She became a puppet, caught in a vice of a shutter, trapped in a rim of appeal, willing to cut, pluck, and tuck anything to feel like those girls on the magazines. You know, the ones with the triple-digit likes on IG that has been filtered, cropped, and photoshopped, so even they are not as beautiful as they seem. You see, this unrealistic standard of beauty has to stop. After all, beauty is far more than skin deep, and we were all handcrafted and beautifully designed by God, who stamped everything as beautifully and wonderfully made. So me, illuminating my beauty, will never cause yours to fade. More of the story. We all have some beauty. It just takes some of us longer to find it. But the next time you find yourself in the mirror, you might find your flaws. That's the way the Almighty God designed it. So, growing up, right? Because of all the things I listed, I battled low self-esteem. I battled this feeling of not being enough. And it was through poetry that I felt my voice. It was through poetry that helped me get through a lot of stuff as a child. And I remember growing up, I just felt so unseen, right? Most of the time, I was hiding in a corner, keeping my safe, and I just wanted someone to see me. I wanted to feel seen. I wanted to feel heard. So my message as a poet and with this whole former Shy Girl movement that I started is to speak to those girls that are in the corner right now, looking to be seen, waiting to be heard, trying so hard to be invisible, thinking that they're not enough, is to let them know that they are enough exactly the way they are, that every artist that's on this platform, you're enough. Your art is enough. You don't have to manipulate your art in order to get funds. You don't have to manipulate your arts to get sales. You don't have to manipulate your arts in order to get an audience, because your audience needs your authentic voice just the way you are. So this is for the girl in grade school with tears in her eyes because her mama wouldn't let her get a pressing curl. You see, she wasn't aware of the dangers of the heat damage. All she knew is she wanted to be just like the other girls. At the age of 10, hair that defies gravity and tight curls that resemble wool just isn't cool. But starting a trend of making her believe that she had to manipulate her roots in order to appease society wasn't something that her mother was willing to do. She said, "Baby girl, don't you know that your hair is a jewel? Each strand, each follicle is a representation of how far we came. That elasticity in your curls, well, that symbolizes how we step back from every harm they try to put in our way. Baby girl, don't you know that you're a queen? You don't need no flat iron, no relaxer, no weave for anyone to see the beauty that's already within inside of you." And in case you haven't heard it in a while, let Nikki tell you again, you are enough. This is for the girl who's never been kissed, who lay awake at night, tortured with the thought of whether or not she would be asked to the high school dance. She thinks, maybe if I lift up my skirt, bend it over, show everybody I could twerk, I would finally have a chance. Then I would have a man. And that right there, that will give me purpose. But the year progressed. As we all know, Valentine's Day is right around the corner, and she's still single. So she thinks, what's wrong with me? Am I too flawed, too bored, too ugly? Why can't I fit in? I try and try and try. I try and try and try, but I just stick out like a sore thumb. Maybe it's time to end it all. Because after all, I'm the girl who's easy to forget. Her mother sees her with tears flooding her eyes. Her mother go to her, lift her head up and say, "Baby girl, why do you walk around with a permanent frown? You walk around with your eyes glued to the ground as if you have nothing left to give. Do me a favor, put your hand on your chest. You feel that? That's a breath. That means you still have purpose. Baby girl, don't you know that you're a queen? Price far above any ruby, above any dime. You were put on this earth for a greater purpose. Not just a trophy to appease man's eyes, but inside of you there's a gift and a voice the whole world needs to hear. And in case you haven't heard it in a while, let Nikki tell you again, you are enough. And I know right now, as I stated when I began my set, that this world, in Philadelphia in particular, is in such a chaotic state, and we're just looking for a way to help. And the arts have always been something throughout history that the society turned to for help. So, but it's very important that as artists, while we're creating this art, to still take care of ourselves, right? and you may be wondering, like, there's so much you want to change, because I know in 2020 I had this laundry list of everything I wanted to see different in the world. But as the late great Michael Jackson said, if we really want to make a change, if we really want to make this impact, we need to start by facing the man or woman and the mirror. Your inability to comprehend is so exhausting. I don't even know who you are half the time. We share the same pulsing, yet and still we're nothing the same. I enjoy order, the syntax of things, while you act as if all your common sense is faded away, knowing you weren't quite raised that way. Take a look in the mirror and what do you see? A girl so flawed with insecurities that she allowed her light to fade. But you claim every year is your year, repeating cycle after cycle, mislabeling everything as an obstacle. Baby girl, you're the only common denominator. Don't you think it's you that needs to change? Do you know who you really are? For far too long, you use the foreign hair and the cosmetic makeup to hide the scars, I guess. It was easier for you to pretend that they weren't there, but you want to change the world. Want to be this dynamic leader, the inspirational voice. You don't know where to start? Well, taking a look in the mirror, I suggest you start right there. Thank you guys so much for listening. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Nikki the Poet.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing your art with us on today. Listen, I'm always here for spoken word, and your story sounds incredible, and you can really hear through your work.
That was amazing. That was 25 minutes of just straight testimony. Like, listen.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're gonna have counsel on later, and they need to hear words like that. They need to hear stories like that.
Exactly. That's why we need to save Philly arts, for stories like this could continue to be told.
Absolutely. You are definitely a voice that needs to be heard. Would you mind, as like I shared with the performer before you, share a little bit about your story? What inspired you to pick up the pen and to start writing poetry and sharing yourself in this way?
Okay. So I always been writing poetry. Like the poem said, I've been writing since the age of 10, but I just started recently sharing my poetry and performing. I'm actually not even 2 years into performing. This is the second year. It'll be 2 full years in July. And the reason why I started was basically because I feel as though like everything we go through is for a reason. And what I went through may not just be for me. It may be also to help me. And like I was saying through my poetry in my set is like, I was a shy girl. So I formed this movement called the hashtag Former Shy Girl movement, because for so long I was so shy and timid, and my biggest thing is I didn't think that my voice really mattered. I didn't think anyone really cared what I had to say. So I feel as though that if I can help get that message across to young girls, they wouldn't make the same mistakes that I made, because if I can help get them to look in themselves and say everything you need to succeed in this world is already deep within inside of you. The beauty you're looking for, the love that you're looking for in these wrong relationships is already within inside of you. So if I can get that message across to them, then that will save them a whole lot of heartache. And that's all I be trying to do up here in these pieces.
I love how real you are and how transparent you are in your work. We need a lot more of that in artistry and in the world today, especially for our younger generation. Like you said, our youth coming up, to have a voice that represents all that they're going through and let them know, hey, you can speak your truth, you can be yourself, you can create your art in whatever medium that may be. And then you will have a platform like this that will support you, in times that we have there's a pandemic and other things going on, that we will support you and we are going to support each other. All right.
Yes.
I appreciate you and your gift. I really do. And I'm just going to, encourage you to keep on going, sharing your story. There are millions that need to hear what you have to say. As I said, when as I introduced you, I hope that all 4 of those books sell out 4 or 5 times over.
Yes.
and
a new one is dropping in April. So number 5.
All right. These books like albums.
well, 3 of them are books of poetry, and then one of them is actually a guide to how to self-publish. Because I know a lot of people didn't even think that it was possible to self-publish, and I know me myself, I didn't know it was I could self-publish until my friend showed me. So I was like, oh, let me help someone else that they don't want to pay all these big funds to these publishing companies, and they may not have it all up front when you self-publish. Because I think I self-published like 3 books last year in the middle of a pandemic, so with like really literally, I think only like $50 down. So if you're looking to self-publish, head over, get the book out, and it'll show you how to self-publish.
For today, okay? Listen, self-care. I also believe in being gentle to yourself. So if you didn't do as much as you would have liked to have done during the pandemic, that's all right. But I'm gonna tell you over here, this Nicole Davis did everything. All right, she is all the goals, all in life, okay? With producing and being self-published is a feat all in itself. And it really goes to show the tenacity of creators, the drive that we have to push, create, and share our work. I'm so inspired by you on today. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
No problem. Thank you for being an amazing host and an amazing introduction.
I try. I love our Thank you so much. Y'all put some hearts, and I'm here on my phone too. Some love, some care emojis, and y'all go support her work. Head on over to Amazon. I'm definitely going to try to support you in whatever ways that I can. While we have a couple of minutes, I want to plug in. I need you all to visit SavePhillyArts.com. Say it with me again. SavePhillyArts.com. Okay, I need you to share this live right now. We have a few people on here. Let's amp these numbers up. I need you to tag 3 or 4 people that you have not tagged. And get them to join in on all this goodness. This is free 99. I mean, we're asking for donations, but this is free 99. Okay, you are getting performances and interviews and all of this wonderful work by these creators, powered by Power Street Theater and Light Thief Productions and all of the wonderful people behind the scenes. I think I'm safe to introduce our next performer. I think so. And I may put in a little bit of goodness here and there if I need to fill in the time. There you are, Fave. I'm super excited to introduce our next performer, who is a fellow theater creative and honestly just all around warm magnetic light. All right. Compelling, and has just been recently published in Toho Journal. Woo, 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 woo. Come on with the self-published energy in each performer. I'm here for all of that. All right. Yes to published and printed energy. Rachel is a fellow August Virgo. We're like a day apart. Yes, who in true supportive synergy of the sign helped out with the dope election block parties at the convention center in November. So she's all about that action. All right. I need you to catch her work. She poetry, stories, monologues. She's a one-woman show walking. Okay. Head on over to Instagram at enter, INTER, section. All right. So I need you to click those likes, get those hand clap emojis in the comments. As we bring on Rachel O'Hanlon Rodriguez.
Yo, Nicole, it's so nice to be with you. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure together.
Thank you for hosting Power Street. Thank you for once again putting this up. Putting this on, as well that the arts need to keep being out here to say that arts and culture is important, when we know that culture is important, that culture workers are important, they enrich our communities. But we gonna get to that. First thing is I wanna share with you my poem that got published, because I've never been able to pick something up and be like, whoa, I'm in this thing. That's wild to me. But this is called The Right Kind. They tell me I'm the right kind of sweet. Honey caramel, like light brown sugar. They talk around darkness, tiptoeing the edge of a black hole I yearn to dive into, but they tell me I should be happy because I'm the right kind of sweet. Honey caramel, like light brown sugar. But when I see myself, I just feel like someone poured too much milk into my coffee. That's my first poem for y'all today. My name is Rachel O'Hanlon Rodriguez. I produce work in so many ways. I'm a poet, an actor, a teaching artist. I'm a facilitator. I work a lot at the Wilma Theater with the Portable Studio, who does community programming, where we're trying to take the act of theater and creation outside to community spaces. So we work in libraries. We work with Baker Industries, who helps employ folks who are traditionally hard to hire, folks that are going through reentry programs or have just been often left outside of mainstream society. And I have the great honor of working with so many incredible people all across the city of Philadelphia through art making. And what I always find to be true is that the practices of theater, the practices of storytelling can really enrich people's lives beyond just creating art. To be able to tell a story takes a certain level of courage and a certain level of confidence. And in inviting people to share their stories and giving them the tools of storytelling, you're actually helping folks step into their own agency, step into their own ability to know what their story is and to re-edit and create drafts. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself as an artist that a lot of people I don't know if they know. But I grew up incredibly poor. At one point, my family had lost everything. And I was literally living in a basement in a room that was, I'm pretty small. It was a room that was large enough for me to fit my foot to one side and my arm to the other. And that's an incredibly hard circumstance for young people to survive off of, but also not as bad as other people's circumstances. And I feel like I almost lost myself and lost my way. And the thing that saved my life was my theater high school teacher, who just gave me space to be, space to exist, space to tell a story. And it was theater that saved my life. And somehow I got a scholarship to go to school. And later on, I got a scholarship to get my master's in theater. And I feel like it's insane for someone that grew up in the circumstances that I grew up in to recognize that theater is literally a pathway forward. The arts saved my life. And if they saved my life, I imagine that the arts and culture programs here in Philadelphia can also help save other people's lives, but not if the city doesn't commit to it. And so I will say that I think that the arts and cultures are the first thing that gets cut from our budgets. And it's wild when we think about that. If we think about a city like a business, we keep funding the same programs that aren't yielding any results. We keep funding police budgets when it is very evident that policing isn't actually decreasing crime in the way that we've often been told that story should go. We know that a vibrant community, that schools that are well funded, with culture workers that are out in community spaces, nonprofit organizations that enrich communities, those are the things that help decrease crime, that help communities thrive. And yet here we are in the midst of a crisis, still navigating budgets that are trying to increase policing and still having to be out here to ask for such small pennies, because I think right now we're asking for 1% of the budget. 1% of the budget is wild when you consider how much arts and culture gives back to the Philadelphia community. I moved to Philadelphia for the Fringe Festival because I fell in love with this community of artists that were here. And then I come here and I recognize the city treats artists just like anything else. And I think it's time that we ask for our city council members, for our folks to make a commitment, not just like, oh, we naturally like the arts. Oh, we think the arts are beneficial. No, I want a commitment and a value that the city appreciates artists for what we offer in the variety of ways that we are out here offering our work, because it's not just artists creating their own products. Almost every single artist, I bet you, that has been here and will be here works somehow in and with the community that's around them. That is not just an economic boost, that is a civic life boost. And so if you're running this like a business, it's time to be making business plans. Look at what's actually making impact. So I just want to share that the arts save people's lives, and that there is a job. You can make a life here. That old school talk of the arts not being an economic way forward, that ain't for us anymore. Okay, y'all? So I wanted to share all of that background of my life in the arts. The integral life, like the essential life that the arts has given me. I wanted to bring that into the space because so much of, that young person in poverty is also the artist that I am today. The reason that I've committed myself to community organizing and arts where the intersection happens is because I feel like the arts can give us so much and can enrich people's lives in a way that's beyond just transactional amounts. So in that theme, I'd love to share another poem that I'm not actually the writer of. As part of the Wilma's portable studio programming, when the pandemic started and quarantine happened, we found ourselves, like many, trying to figure out how do we stay connected to our community? How do we continue creating art? And how do we make sure that even if we're disconnected in the physical world, that we don't lose each other? So the portable studio helped launch this virtual education page via Instagram. And I think this is one of the first things we decided to launch as an experimentation, was a crowdsourced poem that was about where I am from. We asked people to reply with a few sentences that was a response to where I am from, and encouraged people to use their 5 senses in order to create the poem. And we had I think it was 44 people responded, and the poem became quite large. It is available on the Wilma's YouTube as well, but I'm gonna read it here because it is a really beautiful tribute, I think, to the people of Philadelphia. So I'm going to read you I Am From, a crowdsourced poem for the Wilma Theater. I am from tempest-tossed Ellis Island, sinking south at the turn of the millennium. An island where they gave us unlimited swipes to get us to and from school and all the transfers you could ever want. I am from hanging out just a little bit longer, from taking the long way home on the bus through Fordham Road. I am from rattling elevated train lines, from book bags heavy with expectation. I am from the open bed of a red truck, from rolling hills of square patches filled with straight lines and green stalks as far as the eye can see. Corpus Christi, California. From the hood where it does most good, from I don't remember because I flew with my mama when I was just 2 months old, from the container of glitter spilled on the laundry, left on the floor, the consciousness of mid-20th century middle America. I am from trials and tribulations, from cramped kitchen tables, from the aroma of a hard day's work and a home-cooked meal, from salty chicharrones and washing them down with syrupy quarter waters, where my grandfather crafted sugary confections in his garage, from frijoles negros and picadillos in spices porque Pops was a gringo. I am from cilantro and jalapeno bushels on a wooden crate on 9th Street, from barbacoa, dim sum, to a whiz-wit and a water ice. I am from fragrance of hate and too many empty plates, from rising of my father's sourdough and the ribbons of birch smoke melting into fresh flakes of snow. I'm from a worried Mima, unhappy when we were out for too long. I am from orders, from screams, from demands, from pretending to be asleep as we listen to the radio, from where tiny frogs called peepers keep you up at night, from tucking into our pillows and dreaming. I am from bleached marble steps, from 3-story brick houses, from an era of gang wars, small corner stores, and empty milk bottles lining the school wall. I am from cement crumbles and broken glass, scarred road, Semtex blasts, shells of metal still smoldering, the scent of dryer sheets, and sweet backyard raspberries. I'm from a crime is a crime is a crime. I am from everybody getting high, from bars popping and children crying alone at night, from thick air and crawfish and cuffed corduroy, from a Catholic schoolgirl's uniform, from coffee, dogs, Shakespeare. I am from discovery disguised as disappointment, when cacophony is harmony, when you just have to breathe, where you just have to learn to trace the tongues of distant diasporas, bilingual laughter lending in the air. I am from the distance between lost and found, from the mother tongues of the market, Spanish, Italian, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. I am from combat boots and punk rock zines. I am from A to Z and everything in between, where growing up feels far away, but going home is stars at night and the symphony of branches rustling from the mountain wind. I am from mild summer breezes, ribboning scents of horchata and cow manure lingering through the air, from kicking around a flattened football with the cousins, from running after fireflies on a muggy evening, hands filled with wet dirt, grass wet from an earlier rain tickling my toes. The babbling of the creek still echoes through my mind. It shakes loose memories of potatoes rotting beneath the green. I am from legs aching good. I am from legs aching bad. I am from dancing. Walks in the Wissahickon. I am from climbing upstairs of old buildings. I am from a house in the trees, from growing crystals next to potted plants, from hallways lined with laughter where the firelight of the wood-burning stove made my crystal collection glister, a magical shroud of pink cherry blossoms and indigo stardust, the last rose lingering through dark days of winter. I am from storytellers and brujas, from poems that will last and poets who will not, from people that fill my spirit with music and fill my soul, from Tuata de Danann, from Banba, Fola, from Oshun and Django. I am from my mother's touch, my father's absence, from my grandmother's wildest visions, deepest roots, and no divisions. I am present in my daughter's tongue, fierce in love, but will never overrun. I am from the warmth of an embrace, when shadows of mechanical anguish shrink, when you and I become us. I am from a memory that gets me through, now that you're not around. I am from a microcosm, from every childhood wish on a dandelion. I am the sound of a millennia silenced, and I am from me as much as I am from you. And that is a very loud, long crowdsourced poem. It always makes me a little emotional looking at that poem, because I'm very aware of how many people that took time of their day to think of their sentences. I become very aware of the 44 Philadelphians who shared with me where they are from. And in a poem, we can all have this space of existing together. And that is such a powerful experience. And I often wish that artists were involved in more of our civic life. I find that we have these systems in place that are about hierarchy rather than holistics. That there are decisions being made about everyday people's lives consistently in rooms that they've never walked into, in spaces that will never hear their voices. And I feel like artists are often working with community members in such a way that I feel like they can help steward creativity, that they can help tell you maybe what a neighborhood is going through, maybe because they know, because they've worked in the schools, because they work with the teachers, because they work in the nonprofits, because they work with their community members in a way that's different than just bottom line transactions. Artists have superpowers of being in spaces and getting to know people that I really think is missing in our civic life. So not only do I think that we need a 1% increase of the budget and a commitment from the city to make permanent their funding of the arts and culture, but I also think that there needs to be more spaces made for artists to engage in civic life that is not just about making sure that we get to survive, making sure that the budget gets to survive. I think that we can help our communities thrive in ways that haven't yet even been imagined. So I wanted to share that with you because it's not just a poem that I've created, but a poem of the many. One thing I also wanted to share is, in addition to being a poet and an artist and a comedian and all the things that storytelling that I do, is I am a community organizer, and for the past 3 years have been working in a lot of different spaces, and recently have been starting to work with Artists Against Abernathy, which is a group of artists who are looking specifically at the managing director's office. I don't know how many folks know the city of Philadelphia has a managing director. The managing director right now is Tumar Alexander. I do not know Tumar Alexander very well, but I will say Tumar Alexander was hired by the mayor after Brian Abernathy resigned. Brian Abernathy was also hired by the mayor in a closed door process. And the managing director is the second most powerful position in the city of Philadelphia. The position is not electable because the managing director is supposed to be an administrative role. But it's interesting to note that the managing director's office has always been filled with political folks rather than people that I would imagine as administrators. That being said, the managing director's office is directly overseeing arts and culture, public health, and policing, in addition to housing. So many of the things that we're currently challenged with right now are being administered by one office who isn't in an electable position and is currently only, I think he's only accountable to the mayor, and the mayor is only accountable to us, the people. So I, again, applaud Power Street for making this space. And I definitely encourage y'all to look at the Office of Managing Director, look at the website, and see how much power that office has, because I feel like this is an important space to start advocating to Tumar Alexander, some of the recent mismanagement. So I just want to give us a highlight of some mismanagement. Philly fighting COVID. The city of Philadelphia, if you haven't been following this right, the city of Philadelphia allowed essentially a 23-year-old or something to handle the city's vaccination. So directly connected to public health, the Philly fighting COVID fiasco should be making everyone very angry, because that's an insane waste of our city's resources. Not only is it a waste of our resources, but it is literally preventing people from saving people's lives. It has been an incredibly distressing time to look at that level of mismanagement. So that's one big thing. The second thing I want to alert you to is the COVID hotels. I don't know if you've been following along with the COVID hotel story here in Philadelphia. Many of you might remember that over the summer, there was an amazing and incredible push from houseless organizers and organizers to get people permanent, affordable housing, because we all believe, at least I believe, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but I believe that everyone has the right to a home, to live in a space of some kind. That is their right, especially in the midst of a crisis. So months of work is done in this encampment. The city of Philadelphia promises these human beings that they will be moved to the COVID hotels, that they will have the right to their hotel room, and the next space they move will be their permanent housing assignment. These people, almost 200 people, were promised that they would go to the COVID hotels and the next place they would go was a permanent housing solution, until this, at the end of this year, between Christmas and New Year's, those people were removed from the COVID hotels because the FEMA funding was going to run out at the end of the year. There was also some kind of letter that was post-dated to October, even though these people received their eviction letters in December. These people were told that the hotel needed to go back to being a hotel. In the midst of this pandemic, you are telling me that the 200 people you promised would have permanent housing assignments, you're now telling them they need to move to unknown locations that aren't their permanent housing assignments because the hotels need to go back to being hotels. Okay, that's not true, because there's still the pandemic. And now we are re-traumatizing people and going back on promises that were made to people that already inherently don't trust the system. So these folks that were living in the hotels were moved by the city of Philadelphia, by OHS. They were moved into congregate shelters. And there's different locations, but they are now really outside of the city's limits. They have a very difficult time getting their regular groceries. The city has given them a shuttle bus for like medical stuff, but if it's anything other than medical stuff, they have to figure it out on their own. And these locations don't have heat. The heater that was turned on at one location started a fire because that's how out of use it was. Folks are wearing jackets to sleep and walking around in blankets. And now they don't know what their next step is. Are they going to be in permanent housing or not? So beyond the fact that these human beings have now been re-traumatized by the city has failed to hold true on their promises, and there's now a COVID outbreak in one of the sites. Just to add a little bit of salt into these wounds is FEMA has now come back and said that the COVID hotels would be 100% reimbursable because this is a crisis. But unfortunately for the city of Philadelphia is because the city moved people into into congregate shelters where they're sharing spaces, that's not COVID prevention. So these new sites will not be reimbursed. So in addition to re-traumatizing people, the city of Philadelphia has now wasted so many resources. And if they had stopped and just listened to artists and community organizers who were saying that there's a crisis, please give these people a little bit more time in these hotels. Please let us have a little bit more time to see what the federal government does. Nope, we moved these people who are greatly at risk into spaces they are no longer safe. And so I would ask you all to maybe take a moment to email Tumar Alexander, the managing director of the city of Philadelphia, because his office is directly overseeing a lot of these mismanagements. And I really think that artists could do an amazing job of even just doing some COVID safe stuff, such as designing posters for your mask campaigns, helping with community organizing, all of these things. But instead, we've been mismanaged continually by the same offices that are helping to destabilize arts and culture. So please advocate to not only city council, but also advocate to the mayor, advocate yourselves to the managing director, because city council only has so much power and city council can only do so much. So I really do encourage y'all to reach out to the folks at the top, because apparently they're only accountable to the people. And that's unfortunate, because that it means we all are supposed to be having time to be telling people how to do the bare minimum of their jobs. So now that I'm done ranting a little bit about the managing director's office and the mismanagement of the city, I wanna close off my time with y'all with one last poem, which is slightly crowdsourced and slightly my own writing. I shared this poem, I believe, the last time I was here at the digital rally, but I'd like to share it again because I rewrote it and finished it now. This poem is dedicated to Mayor Jim Kenney, because these words from this poem were shared with me while I had the honor of sharing a space, and I can give you the exact date, I think. On July 10th, 2018, there was a closed meeting with the mayor's council and Juntos, because at the time, the city was negotiating with immigration and ICE, and there was this contract called PARS that we wanted it to end so that the police officers weren't directly working with immigration in a sanctuary city. And the PARS contract came to an end, which was the work of a lot of organizers. But while I was in this room, these humans were sharing such atrocious stories of how they were having to survive living under immigration. And I never felt like the poem was done until this summer, when I was helping with Black Lives Matter movements and being out on the street, and I suddenly was like, oh yes, immigration and police, right? Like there's that saying, you can't spell the police without ICE. And I suddenly was like, oh my God, there are different branches of this punitive system, but these two systems hit me the same way in my heart. And so I rewrote this poem, and now I'm done with it, and I will not write it again. But I want to close out with sharing the stories of the folks that were there that day. It's dedicated not only to Jim Kenney, because I hope he listens and learns from the history of Philadelphia, but it also is dedicated to immigrants who are living here in the city of Philadelphia. It is dedicated to Juntos and the work they do. It is dedicated to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade from at least just this summer, Walter Wallace Jr. There's also Black Lives Matter Philly, Philly for Real Justice. Thank you for doing such tremendous work over and over again. This poem is called Rise. Officers arrive dressed in black with no identification. We don't ask. We've learned. Our families inherited a gag order. We've learned a citizen of 20 years becomes illegal in a half-second judgment. We learned he will reach for his passports like wallets like guns in a brown man's hands. We've learned even the act of proving our existence is a threat. And Abuela tells me we use the word criminal wrong. She's learned because her sons and her daughters have been marketed, packaged, and sold as such. We've learned people disappear, consumed by the darkness of tinted car windows. We've learned immigration deals echo the chains of the slave state. We've learned to leave home is to prepare for war, because we've learned of the valley separating us from them. We've learned innocent until proven guilty is a lie under the oath of our history. You have to be qualified to have immunity, and we've learned the names. They build, they stack up, they stand around my bed. They tell me it is up to the present to put the past to rest. In the land of the free, home of the brave, Americans who live under the fist are marked with centuries of theft. Victims are charged to remember the dates and times of our assaults and the badge numbers of our abusers. Whole neighborhoods evaporate hoarse with waiting. We've learned how easily injustice gets lost in the paperwork. Our people bleed out in the street. The state simply closes its eyes. Now we've learned why justice is always blindfolded and still. We've learned to grow. Glorious between the cracks of these institutions. But this life of fighting for sunlight cannot soothe what has been taken. In defiance of being uprooted, we must rise. Thank you all for letting me have this time and space. I appreciate y'all. What's up, Nicole?
Well, I appreciate you. Oh, how moving, how incredibly moving. And even though we have 1 minute left, I do want to share, I appreciate how your pieces and just compassion for people of different cultures and languages is reflected through your art, through your voice and your message. I also appreciate how you made everyone in this live aware of what goes on behind closed doors concerning arts, culture, and how folk in those spaces should be held accountable for how those funds are allocated to creatives. It's one of the primary reasons we are here, and it's because of that financial disconnect. I thank you for your gifts, and these pieces totally segue into SaveTheArts.com. All right, tag 3 more people. Thank you so much, Rachel, for your gift, for sharing with us your very personal, transparent stories and your art. I was truly, truly, truly blessed and inspired by it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Yes, we are right on time. We are right on time.
we are right on time. We're going to have a momentary break, however, in the broadcast, just because Facebook decided to do a weird thing, which was stop our video even though we're still transmitting video. So YouTube is still running and all of our other outlets are still running, so the best we can do is to take a momentary.
Wonderful. Head on over to YouTube, friends. Head on over to YouTube. We are still streaming live, and you can share from YouTube the stream onto your social media platforms. All right, we are still going. We're still moving and grooving. I'm going to refill my glass. See you in 5.